Fragments of memories flooded into my mind. Northern Koshan Village, 1960, during the Great Famine. I've somehow reincarnated into the body of a good-for-nothing named Chin Feng. Damn it. Why couldn't I have been born as a wealthy young master instead? Please, be gentle. A woman's sobbing echoed in my ears. I looked down and saw a young woman lying on the kong, a traditional heated brick bed, her face streaked with tears. Her name was Li Xuemei, a 20-year-old beauty hailed as the village flower. Her family was on the brink of starvation. Or rather, the original Chin Feng, had lured her onto the kong with the promise of half a catty, about 250 grams, of meat. Wait, where's this supposed meat coming from? The house was little more than a shabby, one-room, mud-brick dwelling with a broken kong. No sign of any meat. It turns out the original host had completely deceived her. You, she started, her voice trembling with anger and despair. I cut her off with a kiss. An hour later, the storm had settled. Wah! Li Xuemei sobbed uncontrollably, her frail body quivering. I held her close, and my stomach began growling noisily. Hers followed suit shortly after. Hand over the meat, she said, her back to me. Her voice was weak yet resolute. My sister-in-law and little Ling are still at home, starving. Give me the meat, and I'll leave immediately. I got up from the kong and began searching. The stove, empty. The jars, empty. The rice vat, empty. Finally, I found a small, dried cornbread bun in the corner. There's no meat, I admitted plainly, holding the pathetic morsel in my hand. Li Xuemei's face drained of color. You tricked me. Yes. I gave you my body in exchange. My sister-in-law is dying, and little Ling is only 4 years old, she screamed, her voice cracking. I looked at the cornbread bun in my hand. It weighed about 2 liang, 100 grams. It wouldn't even be enough to split among 4 starving people. So, I decided not to split it. Right in front of her, I stuffed the bun into my mouth and swallowed it in just a few bites. Li Xuemei fell to the ground, frozen in shock. Eha! She suddenly let out a shrill scream, lunging at me with her fingernails aimed at my face. I grabbed her wrists effortlessly. She was so weak from hunger that she couldn't overpower a chicken, let alone me. You animal! I'll fight you to the death, she hissed and struggled, but her frail body was suspended mid-air in my grasp, unable to reach me. Let me go, you scum. I'll fight you. Li Xuemei cursed me over and over. I spread her arms apart and let her stumble backward, nearly falling into a split. Don't touch me. Her face was smeared with tears, her curses growing quieter and quieter as her legs wobbled beneath her. Already starving, the outburst had drained her remaining strength. I felt the tension in her wrists fade away, like air seeping out of a punctured bladder. She collapsed to the ground, defeated. You'll die a miserable death, she whispered through her tears. I released her. She sat slumped on the floor, her expression completely lifeless. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Xuemei, a woman's voice called out anxiously, tinged with tears. Xuemei, are you in there? Open the door. A tiny, childlike voice chimed in weakly. Auntie. Li Xuemei's pale face went even whiter. All the blood seemed to rush to her head, only to drain away just as quickly. She darted frantic glances toward the door, then at the disheveled bedding on the kong, then at her own bedraggled appearance. Her face flushed red before settling into a ghostly gray. Is that your sister-in-law? I asked casually. She didn't answer. Instead, she scrambled over to the kong and grabbed the blanket, trying to cover the telltale stains of what had just occurred. Don't open it, she hissed at me, her voice barely above a whisper but trembling with desperation. Please, don't open the door. I'm begging you. Bang, bang, bang. Xuemei, are you at Chin Feng's place? The voice outside cried, fraught with urgency. Say something if you're in there. Ignoring Li Xuemei, I strode toward the door. No way in hell was I going to cower like some turtle. Chin Feng, stop, she shouted, trying to stand up, but her legs buckled. Her knees slammed against the kong, and she ended up flopped over the edge. Chin Feng, don't you dare, she screamed, unable to hold me back. But I didn't stop. I lifted the latch. With a creak, the door swung open. An icy wind rushed into the room, hitting me square in the face. It had to be more than 30 degrees below zero outside. Standing on the other side was a woman in her early 20s with a haggard face, clutching a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4 years old. The child's head lolled limply in her arms. This was Lu Lan, Li Xuemei's sister-in-law. I frowned. Just my luck. More frail women and starving children. Chin Feng. Lu Lan's eyes widened when she saw me. She stood on tiptoes, trying to peer inside. Xuemei, are you in there? No answer came from within. Chin Feng, move aside. Xuemei said she was coming here to get meat, but it's been over an hour, and she hasn't returned. What did you do to her? There's no meat, I said flatly. What? Lulan blinked, uncomprehending. I said there's no meat. Not even an ounce. Her face froze for half a second. Then where's Xiaomei? Is she in there? She's here. Then what's she doing? Let me in. Lulan tried to push past me, but the girl in her arms let out a soft whimper. From inside, a faint voice called out. Sister-in-law, don't come in. Lulan froze. Something about Xiaomei's tone wasn't right. It wasn't anger or grievance. It was shame. Utter humiliation. Lulan's gaze flickered toward the partially visible Kong inside the room, specifically at the edge of the bedding. Her pupils dilated. Chen Feng. Her voice dropped to a low growl as two words forced their way out of her throat. What did you do to Xiaomei? I glanced down at her and said without hesitation, stop yelling. I slept with your sister-in-law. The words fell like an axe, clean and sharp. Lulan stood there, stunned. Inside the room, Xiaomei let out a panicked shriek. Chen Feng. Shut up. Too late. Lulan's face twitched violently, and her body swayed unsteadily. Sister-in-law. Xiaomei cried. With a thud, Lulan's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the threshold. The little girl in her arms tumbled onto the ground, rolling limply. Quickly, I reached out and grabbed Lulan's arm before her head struck the door frame. She was completely unconscious. The girl, little Ling, lay on the floor without a sound. Her tiny voice barely audible. Mama. Li Xiaomei scrambled off the Kong, her clothes askew. She pushed past me to kneel by her sister-in-law, tears streaming down her face. Sister-in-law? Wake up. Sis. Pressed my palms, looking directly at Li Dahuai. When your sons borrow something from me, they put your family's name on it. Now the whole village knows I lent meat to your family. If you claim I'm lying, we can settle it with the neighbors. Although, I laughed a dry, cynical laugh. I don't think you'd want your reputation to take another hit, right? The room got even quieter, except for the faint crackling of the wood in the stove. Li Dahuai's expression twitched. This kind of confrontation wasn't what he anticipated. He finally exhaled loudly and waved a hand. Fine, fine. Half a pound of meat. I'll make sure you get it back. But you storm in here, overturning bowls like a bandit. How does that make us look? How does it make me look when I'm outside starving while half-decent folks owe me? I dropped the snarky tone, more serious this time. You've eaten my meat. Now you're lecturing me? Return the debt. Now. Before he could respond, I grabbed one of the cornbread pieces from the edge of the stove. Quick. Too quick for anyone to react. I stuffed it in my coat pocket. This, I'm taking as interest. The rest of the debt is still due. Li Jitsai, still squatting by the fire, started to stand up, his fists clenched like he wanted to say or do something. But a single look from Li Dahuai stopped him cold. All right, Li Dahuai barked, clearly swallowing his pride. By sundown tomorrow, you'll get your damn meat. I gave a satisfied nod, heading for the door without another word. As my boots hit the snow-covered ground outside, I could hear the low squabbling among the family behind me, but didn't care to listen to their excuses. Outside, the wind bit at my face. But for once, there was a strange, numbing clarity in its coldness. At least now, I had one cornbread piece to bring back. It wasn't much, but it would keep us alive for another few hours. The world, heavy with snow, was quiet except for the crunch of my footsteps. My mind ran through a blurry haze of thoughts, unfinished responsibilities, debts of my own, and the gut-wrenching reality of the mouths waiting for me back in the frozen, crumbling shack. Li Shuimei might hate me. Lulan might despise me. But they weren't going to starve under my watch. Not yet, anyway. Living and eating in your house, borrowing stuff and never returning it. Who else am I supposed to go to? I started glaring. I didn't borrow anything. Li Jitsai shot up from his seat, his face turning beet red. I ignored him and walked over to the corner to pick up a wooden stool. What are you doing? Li Dahuai got off the Kong, a raised heated platform found in northern Chinese homes. Helping your son jog his memory. Asterisk bam. I swung the stool down hard on the side of the brick stove. Dust and dirt fell loose. Bowls and dishes rattled, and one cracked bowl rolled to the ground and split in two. My bowl, screeched Wang Ho-hot. Do you remember now? I held the stool in my hand and fixed my gaze on Li Jitsai as I slammed it down on the ground. Li Jitsai took a half step back, his lips struggling to form a response. The truth was, he had borrowed it. About half a month ago, I managed to get a piece of meat. Li Jitsai and Li Jiming came around asking to borrow half a pound of it, promising to return it in a couple of days. Back then, someone else, Chen Feng, had been easy to intimidate. They scared him into handing it over, and he didn't dare to say a word about it. But now Li Jitsai couldn't admit it. If he did, he'd have to pay it back. And in these times, a pound of meat might as well be worth a life. Where would he even get it? You can smash my house all you want, but it won't change anything, he barked, stiffening his neck defiantly. I didn't borrow anything. Got any proof? Fine. I raised the stool again. Wait, wait, wait. Li Dehuai jumped down from the Kong and grabbed hold of the stool. Stop smashing things. If you take another swing, the stove's going to collapse. Then tell your son to tell the truth. Jitsai, did you borrow it or not? Li Jitsai clamped his mouth shut, refusing to speak. Li Dehuai turned to look at his younger son, Jiming. Slowly, Li Jiming pulled his hands out of his oversized sleeves and muttered, "Yeah. So what if we borrowed it? Half a pound of meat, and you're making this big of a deal out of it. Pay it back, and it'll be fine." I set the stool down. Who says we have to pay it back? Li Jiming straightened up. I'm saying it's just half a pound of meat. It's not that serious. Are you paying it back or not? Meat's hard to come by right now. Give me a couple of days, he said lazily. A couple of days? That's the same excuse you used last time. It's been half a month and plenty of a couple days since then. Today? Right here, right now. I demanded, enunciating every word. Li Jiming's face darkened. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. And just who do you think you are, Chen Feng? Some no-good drifter who thinks he can storm into my home and act tough. I stared at him. On second thought, why not charge some interest? Half a pound of meat, plus a pound of cornmeal. What? Li Dehuai looked stunned. Interest? It's been half a month. That deserves interest. You're dreaming. Li Jiming stepped closer, his neck craning forward. Screw your dreams. I stepped closer too. Li Jiming launched forward with his sleeves rolled, right fist flying toward my face. I tilted my head just slightly, and his fist barely grazed past my ear as he stumbled a step forward from the missed punch. Smack. Without hesitation, I landed a crisp slap across his left cheek. The slap was just right, loud, sharp, and painful enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. Li Jiming spun halfway around like a top, crashed into the edge of the Kong, rebounded into the mud wall, and slid to the floor. His head bumped against the wall on the way down, and he slumped in a daze, blinking wildly to get his bearings. The room turned dead silent. Wang Hohat's mouth hung open, her needle and thread falling onto the Kong unnoticed. Li Dehuai stopped mid-puff on his smoking pipe, frozen. Li Jitsai squatted by the corner, his legs rooted like lead. Jiming, Wang Hohat shrieked. Li Jiming was slumped against the wall. His left cheek had swollen like a steamed bun, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He tried to get up, but flailed and fell back down. I strode over and planted my foot onto his back. Not too hard, but enough to pin him like a fish on a cutting board. Let go. Li Jiming's face was buried in the dirt. I shifted my weight slightly forward. Say that again. Listen carefully. Half a pound of meat, plus a pound of cornmeal is interest. If you don't pay up, I might just take your leg and use it for firewood. My tone turned ice cold. You wouldn't dare? My father is. I pressed down harder with my foot. Ah. His scream pitched into a high, unrecognizable tone. Your father? Your father's right there, standing like a statue. Is he going to rescue you? I glanced at Li Dehuai. Li Dehuai swallowed hard. In all his 47 years, he'd seen plenty of fights, but he hadn't seen fighting like this. Li Jiming's punch was headed straight for my face. If it had landed, anyone else would have stumbled. But I dodged it effortlessly and countered with a slap, so fast no one could even see it coming. This wasn't some backwoods brawl. This was someone who knew how to fight. Li Dehuai, I called out. Want to get your son out of this? Fengzi, ease up a bit. We can talk this through. He tried to muster a reassuring smile, but his trembling hands betrayed him. Talk, huh? I pressed down harder with my foot once more. Father, help. Li Jiming's yell came out warped. Fengzi, calm down. It's our fault. Li Dehuai rubbed his hands nervously, his face lined with regret. Funny, you didn't seem to think so earlier. I arched an eyebrow. I wasn't thinking straight just now. They borrowed your things. They should return them. He turned and barked at his eldest son. Jijai, shut your mouth. Li Jijai looked ready to explode, but said nothing. Cut the crap, I said, locking eyes with Dehuai. Go get the goods first. There really isn't any meat left in the house. Wang Hohat protested from the Kong. Look around. Do you see any meat in this house? Fine. I shifted my weight onto my foot again. Mother, stop talking. Li Jiming's voice came out like a shrill pig's squeal. Wang Hohat clammed up immediately, collapsing onto the Kong in tears. I was done playing games. My patience had worn thin. I'll count to 5. If I don't see that meat in front of me by then, I'll stop stepping on your back and start stepping on your hands. Li Jiming's body went rigid. Stepping on his hands. A broken hand meant he'd be useless for the rest of his life. Father, get it now, he screamed from the floor. 1, I began. Wait. I'll go get it. Li Dehuai turned and darted towards the outer room, limping frantically. 2, I continued counting. Wang Hohot slid off the Kong and ran behind him. 3. The sounds of frantic rummaging erupted from the outer room, lids clanging onto jars, pots colliding with the ground. 4. It's here. It's here. Dahuai's voice cracked with desperation. 5. I didn't stop counting. Dahuai stumbled back in, carrying a cloth-wrapped bundle in one hand and a small sack under the other arm. Open it, I ordered. He peeled back the cloth to reveal a dirt-covered, frost-bitten piece of meat. It was speckled with bits of straw and had clearly been sitting around for quite a while. Weighing it in my hand. Li Dahuai, who are you trying to fool? That's all of it. Seriously, that's all of it. Li Dahuai's voice cracked with desperation. I flipped through the meat, scratched at it with my fingernail, then brought it closer to my nose for a sniff. It wasn't spoiled. Frozen solid. The weight was right, just over half a pound. All right. I tucked the meat securely into my chest. Just as Li Dahuai let out a sigh of relief, my hand darted toward the cloth bag in Wang Hohot's hands. Wang Hohot quickly hid the bag behind her back. This is our cornmeal. It's got nothing to do with you. Interest, I said, just these 2 words. What interest? We agreed on half a pound of meat, and you've got it. What else could you want? Wang Hohot's voice rose, trembling with indignation. I glanced down at Li Jiming, sprawled on the ground. He groaned in pain, his left cheek pressed against the dirt, swollen beyond recognition. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, pooling into the mud. What did I just say? Were you deaf? Or just playing dumb? I moved my foot off of Li Jiming's back and stepped closer to Wang Hohot. Wang Hohot stumbled back, her back hitting the stove. This is our family's lifeline. The 4 of us rely on this little bit of grain to survive. You've got the meat. Now you want the cornmeal too? Chen Feng, do you have no conscience at all? My morality is none of your concern. I extended my hand. Hand it over. No, over my dead body. Wang Hohot clung tightly to the bottom of the bag with both hands. I grabbed the bottom corner of the cloth bag, and now we were locked in a tug of war. Old man, why don't you do something? She screamed at Li Dahuai. Li Dahuai stood frozen where he was, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Do something? What could he possibly do? He'd seen it all just now. Li Jiming swung a punch at me, and with just a slight tilt of my head, I dodged it with ease. My slap in return was clean and precise, instantaneously dropping the man. Li Jiming was one of the toughest guys in the area, and he hadn't even landed a single hit before he went down. Him, a 47-year-old with stiff legs and bad knees? Charging at me wouldn't be brave. It'd be downright suicidal. Woman, just give it to him. Li Dahuai's voice was dry and hoarse. What? Wang Hohot's eyes bulged in disbelief. That's cornmeal. A whole pound of it. Do you have any idea how many meals we can stretch that into? I know, but if you push him too far, forget 1 pound. He'll take 10. Before she could process his words, I yanked with enough force to rip the bag free from her grip. Wang Hohot, still holding air, staggered backwards, her bottom landing hard against the stove. My cornmeal. Weighing the bag again in my hand, it felt light. At most, a single pound of cornmeal. I opened it to peek inside. Coarsely milled cornmeal, a yellow hue, speckled with bits of husk. Well, it'd do. Chen Feng, you bastard. Wang Hohot started yelling from the floor. I tied the bag shut, slung it over my shoulder, opened their door, and confidently strolled out. Li Dahuai's tense knees finally gave out, and he slumped down onto the Kong bed, his fingers trembling as he struggled to grip his pipe. Wang Hohot remained sitting by the stove, her shouts slowly devolving into sobs. My cornmeal. A whole pound of cornmeal. We could have stretched that to last 2 days. Enough. Li Dahuai smacked his pipe harshly against the Kong. What are you crying for? He's already gone. Who are you still screaming for? I'm crying for you. Wang Hohot turned, glaring at him. Look at you, standing there letting some bum barge in and take our things. Are you even a man? Why didn't you step in? Huh. You go and stop him. Li Dahuai jabbed his finger at the door. Did you not see what happened to Jiming? 1 slap. Just 1 slap. You think your face could handle it? Wang Hohot fell silent. Li Jiming pushed himself up against the wall. His swollen face looked like a bloated dumpling, his lips bleeding and letting air escape every time he spoke. Dad, we can't let this slide. Shut your mouth. Li Dahuai barked. If you had the guts to fight him, why didn't you do it earlier? All I heard was you whining on the floor. How come you didn't have the nerve to say that then? Li Jiming was left speechless, his face growing redder with quiet shame. After a long moment, Li Dahuai exhaled and blew out a puff of smoke. Stay away from him from now on. Don't provoke him. I walked through the snow, back to my own yard. At the door, I saw the lock was still bolted shut. That meant they were still inside. I knocked twice with my knuckles. Opened the door. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and half of Lulan's red, swollen face appeared in the narrow gap. Her nose was bright red from the cold, and when she recognized me, her face instantly fell. I sidestepped into the house, closed the door. Lulan shut the door and bolted it. She leaned her back against the door, keeping her distance from me. I walked to the stove, took the cloth bag off my shoulder, and placed it on the counter. Then, I pulled the frozen piece of meat out from under my coat and plopped it onto the stove with a solid thud. From the inner room, Li Xuemei's voice called out, "Sister-in-law." "Xuemei, he's back," Lulan answered. I ignored them both and unraveled the tattered cloth around the meat, revealing over half a pound of frozen meat that was rock hard. The bag of cornmeal was left open alongside it, exposing its yellow grains. Lulan glanced toward the stove. Her footsteps halted, and her stare locked onto the slab of meat. She froze in place. Is that meat?" Her voice wavered, all her prior hatred toward me melting away as a shocked disbelief took over. "It's not meat, it's a rock. What do you think?" I shot back. Lulan's throat moved as she nervously swallowed, her gaze darting between the meat and the bag of cornmeal. Her lips trembled, looking like she wanted to cry. "Xuemei." Suddenly, she called out excitedly toward the back room. "What's wrong?" Li Xuemei's weak voice responded. "Come out and take a look." From inside, there was some movement. Li Xuemei stepped out, leaning on the doorframe for support. She stared at the slab of meat on the stove for a few blank seconds, then looked at the cornmeal. Where did this come from?" Her voice quivered faintly. "Does it matter where?" "Stop asking," I said bluntly. Li Xuemei took a couple of hobbling steps forward, staring down at the frozen meat as her throat let out an audible swallow. Lulan extended her hand cautiously and touched the meat with her fingertips, as if she had confirmed it was real, and pulled her hand back, teary-eyed. "That's a pound of cornmeal, too," I added. These two things might as well be life itself during the winter of 1960. They could genuinely save lives. Li Xuemei stood like a statue, stunned that I'd actually delivered on what I promised. Had enough admiring it. "Get moving and make dinner. One of you stokes the fire, and one of you cuts the meat. I haven't eaten all day." "What did you just say?" Li Xuemei tilted her head and refused to meet my gaze. "I said cook dinner. You're telling me to make dinner for you?" Her voice shot upwards. "Is there a problem with that? What gives you the right to order me around?" "The food I brought back," I replied bluntly. "You owe me that. Don't want to work? Then leave. You're not getting even an ounce of meat." Li Xuemei's face went bright red as she glanced at the meat. She was about to storm off when she stopped, remembering that Shaoling couldn't travel. She froze, her voice completely cut off. "Xuemei." Lulan quickly stepped in. "Let's just cook first." As Lulan passed me, she paused for a couple of seconds and whispered, "I'm sorry, but please don't kick us out." I glanced at her. At least this woman knew how to read the room. When Lulan reached for the kitchen knife, her legs wavered, almost causing her to fall. "Let me cut the meat." "Xuemei, get the fire started," I said. Li Xuemei eventually squatted down to light the fire and began working the bellows. The meat was too hard to cut, so Lulan had to soften it in hot water first. The pot began to bubble, releasing the raw scent of the meat. Shaoling crouched close to the stove, sticking her nose as close to the rising smell as she could. "Mom, it smells so good." "It's not ready yet. Be patient." "But I want to eat now." Shaoling stomped her feet in desperation. "If you keep whining, you won't get to eat at all," I interjected sharply. Scared, Shaoling immediately hid behind her mother's legs and didn't make another sound. Lulan's hands trembled as she cut the meat. She wouldn't even let a scrap go to waste. She kneaded cornmeal into flat cakes, stuck them to the hot sides of the pan, and began simmering the chunks of meat. Not long after, the aroma of the meat broth began to seep from the cracks of the pot. Though the smell wasn't particularly great, it was enough to make them drool. I sat watching Li Xuemei squatting near the stove. The glow from the fire flushed her face a deep red, and as she fed the firewood into the hearth, a glaringly pale wrist became visible. My throat tightened, and I swallowed. Suddenly, Li Xuemei turned her head, and our eyes met. I didn't look away. Her face flushed even deeper as she shot me a sharp glare and quickly turned back to the fire. By the time the meal ended, the sky had grown pitch black, and the wind was howling outside. "Blow out the lamp. It's wasting oil," I said, shedding my cotton jacket and throwing it onto the Kong, a traditional heated brick bed. Lulan lowered the lamp wick until the room was engulfed in darkness. Shaoling, who had eaten her fill, was already sound asleep, curled up against the inside edge of the Kong. "Get on the Kong and sleep," I ordered. Li Xuemei stood nervously at the side of the Kong, not moving an inch. "Xuemei, come on," Lulan encouraged her. Li Xuemei finally lay down, facing away from us, and huddled close to Shaoling. Lulan lay down on Xiaoling's other side. I climbed onto the Kong last, lying down next to Li Xuemei. In a line, we were arranged, me on the outermost side, next to Li Xuemei, with Xiaoling in the middle and Lulan on the side nearer to the wall. In the dark, there was nothing but the sound of wind and Xiaoling's soft breathing. Then Li Xuemei abruptly stiffened. Reaching over, I rested my arm around her waist from behind. You? Shu. I leaned in, whispering right beside her ear, my breath warm against the back of her neck. She grabbed my wrist, trying to push me away, but I didn't budge. Instead, I pulled her closer into my arms. Her back pressed tightly against my chest. "Let me go," she hissed, her voice barely louder than a mosquito. I ignored her protests. Stealing production team property and sneaking off with it? What do you think would happen if the brigade leader found out? You think your dad would survive that? Li Jiming's face turned pale. The bow wasn't his. It belonged to the production team. After the autumn hunting squad disbanded, the bow and wire traps had all been returned to the team headquarters. But Li Dehuai, who kept track of everyone's work credits, had secretly hidden this birch bough away in his home storage. Not many people in the village knew about this, but I did. The original owner of my body, useless as he had been, used to wander aimlessly and had witnessed Li Jiming sneaking the bough out of the storage in the middle of the night. "How do you know about that?" Li Jiming asked, his confidence shrinking. I ignored him and removed my boot from his chest, patting the snow off my hands as I stood up. Li Jiming clambered to his feet, his eyes darting between the bough and me, sweat beading on his forehead. "Chen Feng, just give the bough back, and we'll act like none of this ever happened." "Give it back." I hefted the bough, testing its weight. "You went up the mountain with this bough? Did you even catch anything?" "No. You're wasting a good bough." I clicked my tongue. What if you ran into the patrol militia up there? What if the commune decided to do a spot inspection? You'd implicate your dad for harboring stolen property. That'd be it for him. Li Jiming swallowed hard. Every time he snuck the bough out, he had been desperate and trembling with fear. But his family was starving, and his dad had told him to see if he could at least catch a pheasant. "Listen," I changed my tone. "You're running around with a production team bough, and if someone spots you, your dad's as good as ruined." Li Jiming didn't argue. "And you think you're the only one who knows about this bough?" I lowered my voice. "What if Aunt Zhou, our village gossip, gets wind of this? By the next day, she'd have all the elders demanding a struggle session for your dad." Li Jiming's face went stark white. Aunt Zhou was known as the town's biggest chatterbox. Whatever she got wind of, the whole village would know by sundown. "So what should I do?" His voice wavered with panic. Now we were getting somewhere. "This bough is a ticking time bomb for your family," I pressed. "And the more you take it out, the bigger the problem becomes. If someone catches a glimpse of it and reports it, your dad will be branded a thief, and that label will stick for life." Li Jiming licked his dry lips nervously and swallowed again. "But in my hands, this bough doesn't cause any trouble." "Why not?" "Because of who I am. I'm a nobody, a good-for-nothing." I thumped my chest dramatically. "Who respects me? No one. If I carry the bough up the mountain, who's going to stop me? The worst thing they'll say is, 'There goes that scoundrel up to his usual antics.' No one will bother digging deeper." Li Jiming froze, seeming to process my logic. It almost sounded sensible to him. "But it's my dad's. Which makes it stolen. In your house, it's evidence. In your hands, it's an offense." I shot back, plucking at the bowstring. "But if I take it, suddenly your home's clean. Next time the commune comes knocking, they can search all they want and find nothing. Your dad stays safe. Isn't that what matters most?" Li Jiming's mind buzzed with confusion. He felt something wasn't quite right, but couldn't pinpoint what. "And I'm not taking it for free." I added, "When I hunt and catch something, I'll give you a share. You won't even have to put yourself at risk to put meat on the table. Doesn't that sound like a good trade? The meat you'd share with me. Remember that pound of meat and cornmeal I gave your family yesterday? Have I ever let you go a single day without helping when you were in need? If it weren't me here today, someone like Zhao Yuhua would already have stripped your household bare. That guy doesn't even bother asking for permission. If a chicken strays into his yard, he twists its neck and throws it straight in the pot. At least I play fair." Li Jiming stood there in the snowy field, his mind completely scrambled. He'd taken a beating, lost the bough, yet somehow, listening to me, he almost felt like he'd come out ahead. You're really going to share your catch with me? Why would I lie to you?" I slung the bough over my shoulder. "Go on home, stop standing there." Li Jiming watched me as I walked east, still dumbfounded, like someone who had been sold off and still counted the money for their seller. The bough was gone, but was the trouble gone with it? He scratched his head, picked up a carrying pole, and headed home, muttering, "Something's wrong with this guy's head. Snatching things with a whole act, really?" I left the village and trudged up an old path along the foot of the mountain. The snow near the base was thick, but closer to the edge of the forest, the wind had thinned it out to about calf height. Pushing into the forest's fringe, I found myself surrounded by a mix of pines and birches, their branches heavy with snow. Inside the woods, there was no wind, just quiet. Only the occasional muffled thud of a chunk of snow falling to the ground. Squatting down, I examined the snow's surface. No footprints. Last night's snow had covered any old tracks. But this trail was fresh, 3 toes pointing forward, 1 toe backward, the scratches shallow. Brushing away the loose snow, I uncovered dark greenish droppings underneath, still not frozen solid. A pheasant, it was close. I stood up and surveyed the terrain. To the left, an old pine tree, so massive it would take more than 2 people to encircle it. To the right, low shrubs with snow dug away to reveal dried grass roots beneath. The tracks led from the pine tree, looped around, and headed for the bushes. I didn't walk straight toward it. Instead, I arced in a curve, coming at it from downwind. Winter pheasants are hard to catch. They're skittish, any sudden noise, and they're off. But they're greedy. If they find a good patch of seeds to scratch at, they'll keep coming back. Near the bush, the snow surface was riddled with scrape marks, more concentrated now. I got down, practically crawling on the snow, keeping my movements close to the ground. Stopping, I slowly raised my head to peek. There it was, a pheasant, a male, stunningly beautiful. A white ring circled its neck, and its long tail feathers dragged in the snow. Just over a pound, healthy for winter. It was buried in feeding, scratching away at the ground. Slowly, I drew an arrow from behind me, every motion slow and deliberate. The arrow rested on the string. The bow arm let out the faintest sound of tension. The pheasant didn't flinch, oblivious, still foraging. I pulled the bowstring to full draw, sighting on its body. 30 meters, not easy. Squinting to aim, I released. Whiz. The arrow pierced deep into the bird's chest, pushing it half a foot away. The pheasant flapped frantically, fighting to fly. I dashed forward, grabbing its head and twisting firmly. Snap. I wrenched the arrow free, and blood gushed out quickly before stopping. Just over a pound, not the fattest, but still decent luck. I carried the pheasant as I walked back, plucking its feathers on the way. Best to do it while warm. Once cold, it'd be harder. By 2 p.m., I reached home. With a bundle of firewood over my shoulder, I knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Lulan called from inside. "Open up," I answered. The door cracked open, and Lulan pulled it wide. As I set down the firewood, she reached to take it from me, but froze, staring at what was in my other hand. A plucked, gutted pheasant. "You this?" She stared, mouth agape. "Get inside." I shoved the bird into her arms and shut the door. Holding the pheasant, Lulan's hands trembled. "Shuame," she called into the inner room. When Li Shuame saw the bird, she froze too. "A pheasant." He brought back a pheasant. Lulan stammered, her voice tight. I leaned my bow against the wall, sitting on the edge of the Kong to remove my shoes. "What are you staring at? Never seen a pheasant before. You went up the mountain?" Lulan asked. "Yeah," I answered, stretching my feet over the warm Kong. "Hurry up and cook it. I'm starving." "I'll get right to it," Lulan replied, rushing to the outer room. I glanced at Li Shuame out of the corner of my eye. "Still hurting?" I asked. "Humph." She snorted coldly, hobbling awkwardly off the Kong to help with the cooking. By 4 p.m., the pot was bubbling and steaming with the aroma of meat. Lulan chopped the pheasant with practiced skill, her body swaying as she worked. Even under coarse homespun clothes, her curves were impossible to miss, especially when she bent to feed the stove, her back taut and round. I sat on the edge of the Kong, watching. This widow was something else. The scent of cooking meat filled the room, intoxicating enough to stir anyone's soul. As she stirred the pot, Lulan's thoughts wandered. Just yesterday, she'd wanted nothing more than to lash out at me. But now, looking at this simmering pot of meat, all her anger had evaporated. This man might be a piece of work, but he could bring home meat. If it meant they could eat this well, putting up with him was worth it. "Fengzi, food's ready," she called, the way she addressed me noticeably softer. Lulan carried in a big basin of stew. I grabbed a ladle and began serving. First, I scooped out 2 drumsticks and the breast meat for myself, filling a bowl to the brim. Next, I poured a bowl of broth for Little Ling, picking out 2 tender pieces of meat. "Here you go, careful it's hot," I said. "Thank you, Uncle Chun." Little Ling eagerly slurped away. For Lulan, I ladled a bowl and made sure to give her hearty portions of meat. "Thanks, Fengzi." She nodded repeatedly. Finally, I filled a half bowl of broth, adding a chicken wing, the tail, and some scraps, sliding it toward Li Shuame. She was huddled in the corner of the Kong, staying as far from me as possible. Come eat, I ordered, rapping the table with my knuckles. She turned her head away. I'm not eating. Oh, playing tough? My pheasant doesn't suit your taste. I sneered. Anything you bring home, I won't touch. It's filthy, she snapped. The room fell deadly silent. Lilon flinched, startled. She reached for Shuamei's hand, pleading, Shuamei, what are you saying? This is meat. Shuamei shook her hand free. Sister-in-law, if you can stomach it, good for you. I can't. Don't you remember how he humiliated me yesterday? Lulon was at a loss for words, speechless though she clearly wanted to mediate. I put down my chopsticks, staring Shuamei down with a cold intensity. What did you just say? What was her problem again? Last time, she'd been willing to do anything for half a pound of meat. Now, after eating and staying here for free, she had the gall to act high and mighty? Shuamei held her head high. I won't eat it. I'd rather starve. Without hesitation, I picked up her bowl and tipped it into Little Ling's. Perfect. More for me. Kid, the chicken tail's all yours. Little Ling's eyes lit up, clapping her hands excitedly at the extra meat. Shuamei was stunned. Probably thought I'd beg her to eat. But I didn't care. I picked up a flatbread and tore into it, the savory chicken stew washing it down. In this house, I'm the boss. Don't want to eat? The door's that way. You can head out and chew on ice and snow. Lulon panicked. Fengzi, don't be mad. Give her another bowl. She's just upset. You keep talking. Even the kid won't get any chicken tail. I snapped. Lulon immediately quieted down. Her daughter was her world. The rare chance to eat meat wasn't worth jeopardizing. Shuamei shrank further into the Kang's corner, tears welling in her eyes. She was starving. Her stomach was growling, the smell of the stew torturous. I purposely chewed the bones loudly, and the sound of me slurping soup echoed through the room. Li Shuamei's stomach growled, so loud that the entire room could hear it. Wow, thunder during a snowstorm. I feigned ignorance. Li Shuamei lowered her head into her knees in shame, tears streaming down her face. I already had her body, and now, she couldn't even get a decent meal. But I wasn't about to coddle her. A woman like her just needed to go hungry a few times to learn her place. Satisfied from eating, I sat cross-legged at the corner of the warm Kong bed. The sky darkened, and the room grew colder. Li Shuamei curled up at the edge of the Kong, shivering from the cold, her stomach still growling. What's in your belly? A frog? It's so loud, I sneered. Get lost, she spat through gritted teeth. I didn't waste time arguing with her. Stretching out my arm, I pulled her over in one swift motion. Let me go. Li Shuamei struggled, but hunger had sapped her strength. She ended up falling into my arms effortlessly. With this little strength of yours, you couldn't even manage to scratch an itch for me. I held her tight with a smirk. You brute. Don't touch me, she whispered harshly. Touching my own woman is perfectly natural. I'm not your woman. You slept in my bed. You think you can still be someone else's woman? Li Shuamei fell silent. She knew I was right. What choice did she really have now? She tried to bite me, but I grabbed her jaw firmly. Are you a dog? You eat my food, sleep under my roof, and I can't even share the bed with you? If you keep this up, I'll deal with you right here and now. Li Shuamei froze instantly. She knew I meant what I said. Just stay still. I'm warm. You won't stay cold like this. I pulled her closer, idly massaging her shoulder. Eyes shut tight. Li Shuamei began quietly sobbing. Little Ling was fast asleep between us, while Lulon lay turned away on the other side of the Kong bed, hiding under the covers. She was a widow whose husband had passed 3 years ago. Nowadays, her only focus was survival, and she had long forgotten what it felt like to be close to a man. Listening to the faint sounds on the Kong bed, Lu Lan's heart stirred. A young man holding her sister-in-law, Li Shuamei, right there on the same bed. It was impossible to ignore. Hearing Li Shuamei cry softly, Lu Lan felt bitter. Poor Shuamei was suffering for the good of their family. But what could Lu Lan do? She didn't dare make a noise. I brought back the wild chicken I hunted today, and that completely sidelined any protest from her. In a deadly winter like this, a man capable of bringing back meat was God to them. Nobody wanted to cross me, not with the fear that I might throw all 3 of them out into the sub-zero snowstorm. Certain death awaited outside. Lu Lan gritted her teeth and shut her eyes tight. She tried not to eavesdrop, but couldn't control her ears. My heavy breathing, Li Shuamei's soft resistance. The noises triggered something deep inside her. Under her blanket, Lu Lan grew increasingly warm, her body betraying her shameful thoughts. She clenched her legs tightly, her breathing quickening as she murmured to herself, "What a scoundrel, an absolute rogue." She shook her head in an attempt to banish those ideas. The next morning, when the first light crept in and the storm had settled, I woke up on time. Looking down, I saw Li Shuamei clinging to me like an octopus, her face pressed against my chest, as she slept soundly. I pinched her cheek gently and sighed. Poor guy. Time to look for another place to stay. Quietly, I slipped out of bed. I grabbed the hunting bow I'd snatched the other day, slung the quiver onto my back, and took the last cornbread roll before heading out. The moment I stepped through the door, Lulan got up and reheated the leftover chicken broth from the night before. She knew I had purposefully left it behind. I was capable of eating an entire wild chicken, down to the bones I cracked between my teeth, but I had saved a few scraps of meat for them. Lulan brought the steaming soup inside. Li Xuemei was still curled up in the blankets, her stomach growling again. Xuemei, get up and have some soup. I'm not eating his food. Li Xuemei stubbornly refused. Who are you punishing, huh? That broth was something Fengzi saved specifically for you. Sitting down, Lulan added, no matter what you say, he does care about you. Care about me? That beast bullied me last night. Didn't you hear it? Sighing, Lulan muttered. I heard everything. But what can I do? Can a woman survive on dignity? Look at little Ling. She's looking better today because she had some meat yesterday. Now look at you. Too weak to get out of bed. Are you planning to starve to death? She continued more softly. Yes, Fengzi's a scoundrel. I won't deny that. But he's a scoundrel who can bring us meat. Out here in Changshan village, any man who can keep his family fed in the winter is worth gold. You've already given yourself to him. What are you trying to prove by acting proud now? If you starve to death, he'll just find someone else to share his bed with. And the truth is, as crude as he is, Fengzi treats us better than most men around here would. He's already gone hunting again this morning. If we stay with him, we won't starve. Eyes red and brimming with tears, Li Xuemei threw back the blankets. Sister-in-law, how could you side with him? I'm doing this for you. Lulan held out the bowl. Her own eyes reddened. Xuemei, if Fengzi really mistreats you, I'll step in and protect you, sister-in-law's honor. Sister-in-law, no? I won't let that bastard hurt you. Tears spilled from Li Xuemei's eyes. Then at least eat. Lingering hunger gnawed at her with urgency. Staring at the broth, Xuemei's stomach churned painfully. She finally gave in, grabbing the bowl and gulping it down. The warm liquid met her empty stomach, bringing immediate relief. Crying, she polished the bowl clean, not even leaving a speck of oil behind. She slammed the bowl down, bitterly hating both me and herself for being so weak. A single bowl of broth was enough to break her resolve. Watching her, Lulan sighed internally. Women sometimes, you just have to accept life. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, I was gnawing on my cold, hard cornbread, trudging through the snowy woods. Tracks of a rabbit led under some bushes. There must be a den nearby, though I had no traps on hand. I'd mark the spot and come back later. After half an hour of wandering, I spotted a hen scratching through the snow on a sheltered hillside. It wasn't even a full pound, but it was meat. Drawing an arrow, I nocked it, took aim, and whoosh. The arrow hit the hen's neck, dropping it instantly with a few last flutters. I ran over and quickly finished it off. Heading downhill, I plucked the bird as I walked, its feathers scattering in the wind. I gutted the chicken, keeping everything usable except the waist. The tail would go to little Ling. That was her favorite part. Feeling the weight of the cleaned bird in my hand, I smiled. Meat like this could fetch some money or grain at the black market, but I had no intention of selling. This was for us. Looking back too far is risky. I tied up the chicken and picked up some firewood on the way. Firewood was hard to find. Most of it had already been gathered by others. Managing to scavenge enough to last through the night was no small feat. Luck was on my side during the trip. I stumbled upon a frozen, rock-hard pheasant. Around 3 p.m., as I approached the edge of the village, I passed by a house. The mud walls of the courtyard were topped with straw mats. Pop! A crisp sound came from inside the yard. Bullseye! I hit the branch. A young boy cheered. I stopped in my tracks, peering in through a crack in the door. A boy, no older than 7 or 8, was holding a wooden slingshot, aiming it up at a sparrow perched in a tree. The slingshot's elastic band was cut from an old tire, nice and stretchy. I had an idea. This slingshot was much more adaptable than a bow and suited for hunting small animals. Hey kid, shooting a slingshot, huh? I called out as I stepped inside. As soon as the boy saw it was me, his expression changed. Chun the crazy? What are you doing here? In Dongtuan village, my reputation wasn't great. Kids were more afraid of me than they were of wolves. Squatting down, I said, don't be scared. That's a nice slingshot you've got there. I'm here to learn from you. The boy clenched his slingshot tighter and took a step back. My mom told me not to talk to you. Look, I pulled out the frozen pheasant, waving it in front of him. See this? Know what it is? His eyes went wide with hunger, and he swallowed hard. A pheasant. By 4 p.m., I was back home. I split the bird in half, burying one part in the yard, then knocked on the door. Who's there? Lulan called from inside. "It's me," I replied. She quickly opened the door to let me in. When she saw what I was carrying, she froze, a pheasant in my left hand and a slingshot in my right. Another, another pheasant, Lulan asked, her voice trembling. I thrust the bird into her hands. "Cook it. Fengzi, it's just half. Where's the other half?" I didn't answer, heading straight into the house instead. Li Xuemei was sitting by the stove, her head lifting slightly to glance at me. Kicking off my shoes, I climbed onto the heated Kong bed and tossed the slingshot onto the table. I buried the other half in the yard, stretch it out to last longer. Lulan came over, examining the slingshot. "You traded meat for this thing?" "It's just a broken slingshot. There's wood everywhere in the mountains." Li Xuemei seemed to agree. I must have lost my mind to trade food for a toy. I glared at them. "You don't get it." Pulling at the band, I gave it a snap. "This band is made from tractor tire inner tubes and is incredibly elastic. The wood? Old jujube wood, hard as nails. The pouch is authentic cowhide. But forget it, you wouldn't understand." Lulan hesitated, then spoke softly. "Fengzi, I'll cook the meat. Chop it all up, make mince, then add plenty of water," I instructed. A single half of a pheasant needed to stretch across meals. Lulan efficiently chopped it up, getting it on the stove within 10 minutes. The aroma of cooking meat soon filled the house. Li Xuemei's stomach growled audibly. Blushing furiously, she tried to hide it with her hand. Smirking, I asked, "Skipping dinner again tonight?" She lowered her head, saying nothing. Yesterday's bowl of thin broth had already deflated half of her pride. Tonight's meal would likely shatter the rest. Xiaoling woke up. "Mom, it smells so good." Half an hour later, Lulan came in, carrying a big bowl of pheasant soup, rich with minced meat. I served myself a large portion, ensuring I got the most meat. Xiaoling got half a bowl. Lulan got a full serving as well. As for Li Xuemei, I ladled out a bowl of soup for her, topping it with 2 pieces of bone-in meat. This time, she didn't resist. Silently, she picked up the bowl and began to eat in small bites, savoring every morsel of flavor as if she wanted to burn it into her memory. I ate heartily, crunching on the bones with loud, satisfied bites. My gaze settled on her. Finally, she was learning her place. By the time dinner was over, not a drop of soup remained in the pot. Lulan cleaned up the dishes. Xiaoling, full in content, sprawled on the bed, playing with my slingshot. Leaning against the wall, I let out a satisfied burp. Even though the pheasant wasn't very meaty, the soup had filled us up. My stomach was finally at ease. The house was warm. The Kong bed radiated comforting heat. Li Xuemei sat at the edge of the bed, hands cradling her full stomach. It had been far too long since she'd eaten like this. She stole a glance at me. With my eyes closed, I appeared to be resting peacefully. We had finally had a decent meal today. She felt conflicted. She hated me, but she couldn't leave me. This snowed in winter left no room for women like her and Lulan to survive alone. Without a man who could hunt, the 3 of them wouldn't last long. "Fengzi, I've washed all the dishes," Lulan announced as she came back inside. I nodded. Time to sleep. The light was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. As usual, the 4 of us lay cramped together on the bed. Me on the outside, Li Xuemei next to me, with Lulan and Xiaoling huddled together further in. The night grew deeper, and the howling wind outside intensified. Lying there, I felt the blood rushing through me. Even with the frigid snowstorm raging on outside, I was hot, restless. Eating meat had stoked a fire within me, pent-up energy I needed to burn. I reached over, pulling Li Xuemei into my arms. "Ah," she gasped faintly, quickly clamping a hand over her mouth to muffle it. "What are you doing?" she whispered shakily. "Sleeping," I replied shamelessly. "Let go of me." "Lulan is right beside us," she protested, trying to push me away. "She's asleep," I reassured her, tightening my hold. The warmth of her body was soothing, finally warmed up after that meat soup, soft and inviting. It was perfect. She just laid down. How could she already be asleep? She argued anxiously, struggling harder. "Move again," and I leaned into her ear, a warning. Instantly, she froze. "That's better," I chuckled, satisfied. If the kid wasn't here, I wouldn't have been so patient. "Wasn't yours?" Flipping around to argue with him isn't going to help. Hearing the rational tone in Lulan's voice, Li Xuemei's face flushed red, but she didn't respond further, instead choosing to sulk in the corner. I returned my focus to my hands, working the wood into the proper shape, the tool firm in my grasp. Meanwhile, I could feel the complex glances Lulan kept throwing my way, shy, yet lingering, as though betraying thoughts she didn't dare voice. The snow outside continued to fall, muffling the world and trapping us indoors. None of us would be venturing into the mountains today. Faced with the weight of the storm, survival instincts prevailed, even amidst the clashing emotions brewing inside the house. Resentment, caution, and perhaps something else entirely. Have you eaten yet? That's what he owes me. Shuemei snapped stubbornly. Owes you your innocence? How much is that worth? Lulan shook her head. When your uncle's family wouldn't even open their door to lend us grain, he went out and stole meat for us to eat. In times like these, you have to be ruthless to survive. Shuemei began to cry. He's a criminal. And he forced me. Forced you? If you really didn't wanna, would you have gone into the room with him? Lulan called out her hesitation. Deep down, you know he's the only one who could save Xiaoling. Shuemei pushed Lulan away. He's an animal. Last night, he even. She couldn't finish, her face reddening. Lulan's face grew pink too. Actually, he's not that bad. The air instantly grew tense. Wait, what did you just say, sis? Shuemei's voice trembled. Lulan fumbled her words. It's nothing, just that we need him around to survive. Shuemei grabbed her arm. Have you been won over just because he gave you a couple of meals? Lulan, called out on her silent thoughts, felt her face flush as red as her neck. This is for all of you, so you all can live. If I could, I would take your place. As soon as the words left her mouth, both women froze. Shuemei's tears started falling. Don't do something foolish, Lulan. My body is already ruined because of him. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself too. Lulan held her hand tightly. I'm a widow. If no one finds out, my reputation doesn't matter. All that matters is you staying alive. If you really went to him, I'd never be able to face my brother. Shuemei cried harder. Relieved, yet choked up, Lulan remained silent. The snow had stopped. I stepped outside and spotted several sparrows beyond the courtyard walls. Pulling out my slingshot, I placed a stone in the rubber. I aimed at the fattest one. Asterisk snap. A sparrow dropped to the ground. The others were about to scatter, but my hands moved faster, letting loose several shots in succession. Asterisk pop. 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 All direct hits. 5 sparrows fell to the frozen ground. I walked over, bent down, and picked up the tiny birds. Sparrows were so small, barely weighing an ounce each, with little meat and mostly bones. Honestly, it seemed like these little birds were close to extinction. Gripping the 5 sparrows, I pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. The moment I opened the main room's door, the cold wind surged in. Lulan was crouched in front of the hearth, feeding it firewood. Hearing the noise, she looked up at me. I tossed the sparrows onto the stove. Here, sis, clean these up. Pluck the feathers, gut them, keep whatever's edible, and roast them. Lulan looked at the sparrows, wide-eyed. You got these with your slingshot, Fengzi? What else? Think I caught them with my hands. She quickly stood up, picking one up to take a closer look. Wow, Fengzi, your aim is incredible. These little things are extra sharp in the winter. Regular folks can't even get close. Stop wasting time. Get to work, quick. I opened the door to the inner room. Xiaoling, who had been lying on the bed, jumped up at the sound and ran out barefoot. Uncle Chun, did you really shoot sparrows? She stood barefoot at the doorway, stretching her neck to look at the stove. I pinched her cheek. Let's not use Uncle Chun. It feels distant. So what should I call you? Xiaoling blinked, then suddenly blurted, Dad. Lulan immediately rushed over to cover her mouth. What nonsense are you saying? Call him Uncle Feng. Li Xuanmei stared at me, mumbling something under her breath. I ignored her. Uncle Feng is amazing. So cool. Xiaoling quickly corrected herself. Do you want some? I asked, sitting on the bed. Yes. Then sit tight. Your mom will roast them, and you'll have some soon. Xiaoling was so excited she started spinning around me in circles. Uncle Feng is the best. You can hunt pheasants and sparrows too. This little girl. Yesterday she cried out of fear, and today she was won over by a bit of meat. Xiaoling, come here. Shuemei called out. Grumbling, Xiaoling shuffled toward her. Shuemei pulled her to the side of the bed, lowering her voice. Have you already forgotten how scared he made you yesterday? But Uncle Feng gave us meat, Xiaoling murmured. Meat doesn't make someone a good man. He's tricking you. He's a bad person. Stay away from him. Uncle Feng's not a bad guy. Our uncle's family are the ones who are bad. They wouldn't give us any food. Uncle Feng brought us pheasants and now sparrows too. And since when isn't it allowed to eat meat? I interrupted. Shuemei jumped in surprise. If I hunt it, I decide who eats it. I sneered. What? Now you think you can control when people go to the bathroom too? You? Shuemei's face turned red. And what are you feeding her head with? I'm a bad guy. If I were a bad guy, you 3 would have starved in the snow long ago. Don't think you can just buy hearts with some measly food. The disgusting things you've done, I'll never forget them. Whether you forget or not is up to you, I said with a shrug. But let's not overlook the fact that you're eating my food, staying in my home, and, at night, keeping my bed warm. You can talk big, but doesn't your body tell the truth? You shameless bastard. Shuemei's voice trembled with rage as she picked up a piece of clothing and hurled it at me. I casually blocked it. Seeing her furious, yet helpless expression, I felt incredibly satisfied. This kind of proud woman. Only this approach works. From the outer room came the sizzling sound of meat cooking. Lu Lan had just broken a thin layer of ice over the water jar and scooped some into a bowl. Fengzi, these sparrows are so small, draining their blood will leave no meat. Mind if I just pluck them and gut them instead? Whatever you think's best. Just make sure they're cleaned up properly. Lu Lan deftly plucked the sparrows clean, gutted them, then threaded them on some iron wire to roast them over the charcoal fire. The sparrows' bones were rich in oil, and the fat sizzled on the coal. The aroma filled the room in no time. Roasting sparrows in the dead of winter. That's a luxury only landlords could afford, Lu Lan said, turning the skewers. Fengzi, with your skills, we'll never go hungry. Xiaoling, drawn by the smell, escaped from Shuemei's hold and ran to the outer room. Mom, it smells so good. Stay back, you'll burn your hair. Before long, the sparrows were roasted to a golden brown. Lu Lan brought them into the inner room and set them on the table. The sparrows sizzled, their crispy skin releasing a delicious aroma into the air. Xiaoling leaned over the table, practically drooling. I picked up one sparrow and handed it to her. Here, eat up. Xiaoling grabbed it and began to devour it greedily, wincing at the heat but not letting go. The crispy skin and meat crackled in her mouth. I picked up another one and handed it to Lu Lan. Sis, you should have some too. I'll pass. You need the strength for hunting. Eat it. I insisted, pressing it into her hand. Blushing, Lu Lan accepted the sparrow. The text describes a narrative and set of actions that would be best summarized in structured storytelling for clarity in English. Here's the translation with US phrasing and tone for fluidity. She bit into her food, a satisfied look all over her face. Only 3 remained on the plate. I picked one up and glanced at Li Shuimei in the corner of the brick bed. She pretended to be looking out the window, but her throat was consistently gulping. She had already given herself away. I offered the roasted sparrow toward her. The smell of roasted meat wafted straight to her nose. Li Shuimei gulped repeatedly, and her stomach growled softly. But she turned her head away. Take it away, she muttered. I chuckled. I leaned the sparrow closer to her face. You seriously don't want it? Li Shuimei retreated slightly, her back pressed against the wall. Her stomach felt like claws were scratching against it. Hunger had her in its grip. She gulped loud enough to give her away again. I'm not eating, she snapped. I pulled the sparrow back, sniffing it dramatically right under my nose, smacking my lips on purpose. This is good stuff. Wild game is different. There's oil even in the tiny bones. A feast like this in the dead of winter? Even the landlords couldn't dream of it. Li Shuimei shut her eyes, refusing to look at me. But her stomach let out a loud grumble. This time, it was so loud that Lu Lan, outside in the next room, likely heard it. I burst out laughing. Ha! Your stomach's growling louder than thunder, but you're still too stubborn, huh? Shuemei, you're all about saving face, aren't you? None of your business. Li Shuimei shot me a glare, her voice sharp with anger. I'd rather starve than eat from you. Fine, I said, nodding as I spun the roasted sparrow between my fingers. But tonight, if you don't eat this, don't expect an ounce of peace or sleep. Li Shuimei glared at me furiously. You're being unreasonable. Unreasonable? I sneered. This is my reason. I shoved the sparrow towards her again. Open your mouth. She turned her head sharply to avoid it. I grabbed her chin, forcing her face back towards me. I wasn't about to let up. She winced from the grip. Open your mouth, I repeated. My tone had a dangerous edge. Don't make me shove it in there myself. Last night under the covers, you listened just fine. Why the difference today? Li Shuimei's face turned beet red, panic flashing across her face as she struggled to break free. Shut up, she hissed in a strained whisper. Lu Lan is just outside. So what? I'm with my own woman. What's it to anyone else? I was unapologetic, shoving the sparrow even closer to her face. Go on, take a bite. Just one, and I'll stop bugging you tonight. Li Shuimei's eyes locked onto the roasted meat. Gold and crispy, the surface glistened with tiny traces of oil. She was too hungry. Rationality didn't stand a chance against the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. Slowly, her defenses began to crumble. She parted her lips, leaning in reluctantly to take a bite. Just as her teeth were about to sink into the crispy meat, I flipped my wrist and shoved the sparrow into my own mouth instead. Crunch. Meat and bone alike. I chewed with theatrical relish. Li Shuimei froze mid-motion, her mouth still open, body slightly leaning forward, completely dumbfounded. You wanted some? I swallowed the meat down with an audible gulp and smirked. Too late. Her face flushed a deeper crimson, the red creeping all the way down to her neck. In an instant, realization struck her. She had been played. You bastard, Chen Feng. Tears welled in her eyes as she yelled furiously at me. I shrugged off her anger, plucked another sparrow off the plate, and popped it into my mouth as well. Go ahead and keep yelling. I'm listening, I said, mocking her as oil dripped down my chin. This means something else. Too bad someone turned it down earlier. Funny how life works, huh? Li Xiumei trembled with rage, finally balling her fists and sending a punch flying at me. I blocked it casually with one arm. Want to fight? I teased, swallowing the second sparrow with ease. Dusting crumbs off my hands, I added with a smirk, save your energy. You'll need it tonight. Tears rolled down her face. She crossed her arms over her knees, burying her head into them, and her shoulders shook with silent sobs. I felt an odd sense of satisfaction watching her like this. Act tough with me. I'll show you just how tough I can be. From the plate, the last roasted sparrow remained. Xiaoling had just finished hers and was eyeing the plate eagerly. I grabbed the final sparrow and handed it over to Lu Lan, who stood by the door. Sister-in-law, this one's yours. Lu Lan waved her hands hurriedly. Oh no. Feng, I've already eaten. You go ahead. Take it, I insisted, shoving it toward her. Lu Lan hesitated, glancing toward Li Xiumei, who was still curled up in tears on the brick bed, seemingly putting two and two together. She finally accepted it. Thank you, Feng. At that very moment, a knock at the door echoed through the room. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Lan froze at the sound. With the heavy snow sealing these mountain roads, who could be visiting now? I rose from the bed and headed toward the main house door, pulling it open with a firm tug. Standing in the snow just outside was Li Dahuai's eldest son, Li Jizai, bundled in a tattered cotton jacket, shivering as he clutched a shriveled half-piece of sweet potato in his hands. Blocking the doorway with my broad figure, I growled, What do you want? Li Jizai recoiled slightly, taking half a step back. I came for Lanzi, he stammered. Lanzi, huh? I said, my tone dripping with sarcasm. Calling her so affectionately now? What do you want with her? He swallowed nervously before calling into the house. Lanzi, come out for a moment. I brought you something good. Lu Lan's face immediately twisted into an expression of disgust, and she stepped back involuntarily. When she didn't answer, Li Jizai tried to push past me to step inside. Lanzi, don't avoid me. I know you and Xiaoling have been having a hard time these days. I saved this for you. Just eat it to stave off the hunger. He lifted the dried-out sweet potato higher in the air, almost as if it were a prize. Lanzi, this came from what little I've been able to save for myself. Go on, take it. If you're still hungry later, I'll figure out something else to bring you. My brows furrowed deeply, and without warning, I grabbed hold of his tattered jacket collar. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Let me go. His voice quivered with a mix of fear and indignation. I hoisted him off the ground with one hand, dragging him out into the snowy courtyard. Let me go? What's your problem? I came looking for Lanzi. How's it any of your business? He barked, though his words lacked conviction. Without a word, I hurled Li Jizai forward with all my strength. He flew through the air and landed face first in the snow with a muffled thud, fell into a snow pit, ended up with a mouthful of snow. As he got up, spitting out bits of snow, he pointed at me and cursed. Chen Feng, you lowlife. What gives you the right to hit me? Lan is my sister-in-law. What's wrong with me bringing her food? I walked over, blocking out the light in front of him. Your sister-in-law? You and your family turned a blind eye while her and her child starved, and now you want to play the hero? I leaned in closer. So, you bring half a sweet potato and think you're entitled to something? Who the hell do you think you're messing with here? Li Jizai's face went flush with red and white. I care about her. What's it to you? I smirked coldly. Let me make this clear right now. I jabbed a finger at his nose. Lu Lan is my woman now. She eats my food, sleeps in my house. And if anybody dares make a move on her, I'll destroy them. The moment the words came out of my mouth, the yard fell silent. Li Jizai stood frozen. At the door, Lu Lan held a roasted sparrow in her hand, her face turning red in an instant. Hearing, Lu Lan is my woman, her heart raced uncontrollably. Ever since her husband died, no man had ever stood up for her like this. She looked at my back, her mind in utter chaos. Seeing Li Jizai still standing there dumbfounded, I grew impatient. Still here? Waiting for me to serve you food. I made a motion to kick him, and he scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling as he ran. Only when he got to the gate did he dare turn back to mutter. Chen Feng, just you wait. 4:30 p.m. Li Jizai bolted home. Li Dahuai was sitting on the Kong, smoking. Pa, Chen Feng's gone nuts. He said Lu Lan is his woman. Li Jizai fumed, gesturing wildly. Li Dahuai took a drag and exhaled slowly. Why are you messing with him? That guy's insane nowadays. We have a house full of men. Why should we be scared of him? You don't know shit. Li Dehuai slapped his thigh. Do you know what times we're living in? Everyone's struggling to put food on the table. And you've got the energy to stick your nose in Lulan's business. She's my sister-in-law at least. He's got meat. Li Dehuai cut straight to the point. With Chin Feng, Lulan has meat to eat. With us, it's nothing but cold air. What are you going to do for her? Offer your half a sweet potato. Li Jitsai couldn't argue back. Listen to me. Don't provoke him. The priority right now is getting through the winter. Back inside my house, I saw Lulan still standing by the stove. When she saw me enter, her heart pounded even harder. She quickly lowered her head, avoiding my gaze. Sis-in-law, chop up the rest of that wild chicken from yesterday and stew it. Okay, right away, Lulan replied hurriedly. I walked into the inner room. Li Xuemei was still crying on the Kong. Xiaoling called out, Uncle Feng. I patted her head, then looked at Li Xuemei. What are you wailing for? I'm not dead yet. She glared at me. What are you glaring for? Eating my food, living under my roof, and now you expect me to pamper you too? Get out there and help with the cooking. She froze for a moment before obediently getting off the Kong and heading out. Some people just need to get put in their place. Outside, Li Xuemei found Lulan chopping up the chicken. Noticing her red, swollen eyes, Lulan pulled her aside and pressed a roasted sparrow into her hands. Sis-in-law, this? Take it and eat it. Feng specially saved it for you. I'm not eating anything from him. He just yelled at me. Men are all about saving face. He might scold you, but he's thinking about you deep down. Lulan forced the sparrow into her hands. Hurry up and eat it. Staying alive is the most important thing. 6:30 a.m. Daybreak barely edged above the horizon. The house was bone-chillingly cold. I woke up, the bed still warm. Li Xuemei abruptly startled awake, her body tensed. What are you doing? Her voice was tense, her face flushed crimson. I shot her a confused look. Touching my wife? Is that illegal now? Let go. Sister-in-law is right here, she whispered urgently, nearly in tears. She sleeps like a rock. She won't hear. I leaned closer, grinning. Didn't hear her the other night when you were yelling that loud, did she? Li Xuemei's face turned beet red, the blush creeping all the way down her neck. I wasn't about to overthink it. Chin Feng, don't you dare. She gasped. I'm feeding you, housing you, and I can't even touch you? She let out a small sound without meaning to. On the other side of the Kong, Lulan had been awake for a while. She lay with her back to us, cradling little Ling tightly, feigning sleep and hardly daring to breathe. Hearing what I was saying, her face burned hotly. She thought again of what I declared in the yard yesterday. Lulan is my woman. Her heart was all over the place. Thankfully, I didn't push it, getting up and out of bed instead. Li Xuemei quickly turned over, her shoulders faintly trembling. I slipped on my bast shoes, grabbed my hunting bow and slingshot, and left the house. Today, I needed to bring back some meat. After about an hour's trek on the mountain, I crouched low near some shrubs. A trail of small footprints marked the snow, 3 claws forward, 1 claw backward. Sand partridges. Staying low, I crept forward, nosing around a snowdrift until I spotted 7 or 8 sand partridges scratching for food. Around 20 meters away, I pulled out my slingshot, took aim. Asterisk pop. 1 partridge dropped instantly, struck dead in the head. The rest scattered in alarm. Quickly reloading. Asterisk pop. Another one hit a wing, crashing down. Asterisk pop. A third struck in the neck. The rest fled into the underbrush. 3 sand partridges, roughly a pound of meat in total. Not bad. I didn't venture deeper into the mountains. There were wolves in there, and armed with just a bow and a slingshot. No chance. On the way downhill, I plucked feathers, cleaned out the guts, and picked up some firewood. By the village entrance, Zhao Yua stood blocking the path. The second-generation troublemaker son of Zhao Fuliang, the brigade leader. His reputation preceded him. Hey there, Feng. His eyes locked onto the bag in my hand. Got something to say? What's in the bag? Hand it over. Why should I? Cut the crap. Leave the stuff and go. Not gonna happen. You're getting bold, huh? Want to see if I let the militia? I didn't even let him finish. I walked right past him. Stop right there. He reached out to grab me. With a quick shoulder toss, I flung him straight into a snowbank, head first. MMFD, MMFD, MMFD. What a moron. Back home, there was a knock on the door. Who? Lulan's voice sounded from inside. It's me, I replied. She opened the door and let me in. I tossed a cloth bag onto the stove. What's this? Lulan moved closer to look. I pulled out 3 plucked wild chickens. Wilderness chickens? Her face lit up with surprise. In this heavy snow, you managed to hunt them? The feathers are plucked, the guts are removed. Just wash them and chop up 2 for soup, I instructed. Lulan quickly began washing the chickens. From the inner room, Li Xuemei peeked out briefly, then quickly withdrew her head. Lulan skillfully chopped up 2 chickens and tossed them into the pot. The room gradually warmed. I sat near the stove to warm up by the fire. Fengzi, you're amazing at hunting. Lulan added firewood to the stove while glancing at me. Even the experienced hunters in the village don't dare venture into the mountains during such heavy snow, but you managed to bring back meat after just 1 trip. This is nothing, I said, leaning back. When the snow melts, I'll hunt down a wild boar. Lulan chuckled. If you manage to bring back a wild boar, we wouldn't have to worry about food this entire winter. Just as long as you all listen, I can promise no one goes hungry, I muttered nonchalantly. Lulan's heart skipped a beat. Listen to him? Was he implying? Sister-in-law? Is the meat done cooking? I called out after her. Huh? Oh. She snapped out of her daze, opened the pot lid, and stirred the soup. Glancing at me out of the corner of her eye, the more she looked, the more pleasant I seemed. I handed her a large bowl, and she filled it with steaming soup. The rest is for you all to divide among yourselves, I said. Lulan served half a bowl to herself and poured another for Shaoling. She handed a bowl to Li Xuemei. Xuemei, drink it while it's hot. Li Xuemei hesitated, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Don't be stubborn, Lulan urged gently. Fengzi risked his life to bring back this meat. If you don't eat, you'd be disrespecting him. Do it for Shaoling. Living is what truly matters. Li Xuemei took the bowl, drinking slowly, even licking the bits of meat left at the bottom. Sister-in-law, let me wash the bowls, Li Xuemei suddenly offered, standing up to help. Lulan exhaled with relief. Finally, this girl was coming around. Satisfied and full, Shaoling toddled over to me. Uncle Feng. I ruffled her hair. Full. Super full. Shaoling exclaimed, patting her round little belly. Hearing Shaoling call me Uncle Feng, Lulan's face flushed as she remembered the day before when Shaoling had accidentally called me Dad. That, coupled with my bold declaration, Lulan is my woman, in front of Li Jizai. Was I just scaring him off, or did I truly mean it? The more Lulan thought about it, the faster her heart raced. When I said they needed to listen, did I mean tonight? If he really brought it up, what could I do? Could I refuse? Xuemei's already sacrificed. If it meant Xuemei could have some peace, and Shaoling could have food to survive, I would. After all, I'm a widow. My reputation was gone long ago. If it could keep the children alive, what's the difference who it's with? I suddenly turned my head toward her. Sister-in-law, why's your face red? That night, the oil lamp went out. A thin quilt covered Lulan and the 2 children. On my side, there was nothing but rough wooden boards. I slid an arm over and pulled Li Xuemei into my embrace. You? She gasped, trying to push me away. It's cold. Just for a bit, I said, holding her tighter. But sister-in-law is right there. Her voice quivered, tears almost spilling over. She's dead asleep, like a log, I said, completely unconcerned. Don't please. Li Xuemei pressed against my hand, trying to stop it from moving further. After eating my meat, isn't it fair to pay a little interest? I smirked. You're an animal, right? And the wilderness chicken you ate? Caught by this so-called animal, I replied, continuing my actions. Li Xuemei bit her lip and bore it. Where do you think you're going? It's not like this Kong, bedstove, is wide enough to hide. A muffled sound escaped her throat unintentionally, which she quickly stifled with her hand. Didn't seem so feisty earlier today, I muttered, leaning close to her ear. She slapped my shoulder weakly, the effort as insignificant as a breeze. Soon, she collapsed in quiet surrender. At the other end of the Kong, Lulan lay curled up with Shaoling, her back to us. But she was far from asleep. The room was too quiet. Every sound carried clearly through the space, leaving nothing to Lulan's imagination. Her palms were clammy with sweat as she lay awake, eyes tightly shut, trying to take her mind off the heat rising in her own body, despite the winter cold. Flashes of my silhouette filled her thoughts, tall, broad, strong, and capable. A man who could stand tall and steadfast, someone to depend on. And then there was my declaration from the day before. Lulan is my woman. It echoed endlessly in her mind. What if it were her lying in my arms right now instead of Xuemei? The thought shocked her to her core. Xuemei was her sister, and I was Xuemei's man. But her body and heart told a different story. The biting wind howled outside, but inside, Lulan felt the heat, the longing. For the first time in so long, she didn't feel alone. She even envied Xuemei. For all her suffering, at least she had a man, had someone to hold on to. In the past, when Li Jizai harassed her, she had no choice but to endure it quietly. But now I was here. Now, nobody dared to cross her. Her defenses crumbled one thought at a time. By the time the first light broke the horizon, the wind had quieted. I blinked awake and gently slipped my arm out from around Li Xiaomei, carefully crawling off the Kong. The slightest movement, and Lu Lan sat up too. "Fengzi, you're up so early?" Her voice was hoarse, and the dark circles under her eyes gave away her sleepless night. I took one look at her. "Didn't sleep well?" Lu Lan's cheeks burned. She lowered her gaze. "No." Xiaoling kept kicking the quilt. "I had to get up a few times." I saw through her flimsy lie instantly. She had heard everything from last night. The first night's incident with the quilt, when I used it for cover, she knew but pretended not to. And every night after that too. "I'll go heat some water," she mumbled hurriedly, shuffling off the Kong. Watching her figure as she stooped to start the stove, I thought to myself, not bad at all. As I glanced downward, I reached out and gave Li Xiaomei a quick pat. By 8 a.m., the stove was ablaze and warm. I sat on a wooden stool, biting into a coarse cornmeal flatbread. It was gritty and dry, but it filled the stomach. Lu Lan handed me half a ladle of hot water. "Fengzi, drink some to wash that down." Guzzling it down in big gulps, I felt heat surge through my body. "You heading back to the mountain today?" "Gonna head south to set up a few traps." She reached out with my worn, tattered hat. "Be careful out there in the heavy snow, and come back early." She was learning fast, speaking and acting more and more like a proper wife in charge. "While I'm gone, lock the door securely. Don't open it for anyone." "Got it," she replied softly. Lu Lan nodded. I grabbed my gear and headed out. Lu Lan stood by the door, watching me leave, looking like a worried little wife. It took an hour to walk south to the shrubland. This spot was sheltered from the wind, with plenty of dry grass under the snow, a favorite hangout for wild hares and sand partridges. On the snowy surface, I spotted a fresh trail of rabbit tracks. Rabbits are creatures of habit. Once they make a path, they'll keep using it. I followed the trail, searching for the rabbit path choke points, narrow gaps flanked by shrubs. I found a good spot between the roots of 2 willow trees where the gap was only a hand's width. I fashioned a live snare with some wire and suspended it in the middle of the gap, about 4 fingers height off the ground. Too high, and the rabbit might pass under it. Too low, and they'd hop over it. This height was perfect to catch the neck. Once a rabbit gets caught, it darts forward, tightening the snare until it strangles to death. I set 5 snares in succession, using up all my wire. On my way back, I also shot 3 sparrows and a sand partridge. Food was tight back home. We barely managed meal to meal. A single sand partridge wouldn't even make a dent. When I got to the foot of the mountain, I stopped. There were messy footprints in the snow, like someone staggering drunkenly or aimlessly in exhaustion. Up ahead, I saw a mound in the snow, with the edge of black cotton pants sticking out. I kicked off the snow covering it, to find a person lying face down. I grabbed their collar and rolled them over. It was Zhou Heng, 18 years old, from East Village. Quiet, hardworking, stubborn. He was that tough type who'd never change his mind once he made a decision. The kid's face was frostbitten and blue, his lips purple, and his breath shallow. He'd been starving and frozen for who knows how long, and had collapsed here from exhaustion. In these times, finding someone dead from starvation by the roadside wasn't unusual. I had 3 women at home to take care of, no time to bother about strangers. I turned to leave. After walking 10 or so steps, I stopped again. 3 women at home could cook, warm the blankets, and tend to daily needs, but they were no use in tough situations. I needed a runner, someone who could gather intel, do dirty work. Zhou Heng had no family, 1 mouth to feed, and that was it. More importantly, he had backbone. Tough and principled. Save someone like him, and he'd owe you his life. I went back, pulled out one of the sparrows, and pinched Zhou Heng's frozen jaw open. "Lucky for you, I'm in a rare good mood." I shoved the raw sparrow into his mouth. He was unconscious, jaw locked tight. So I pushed harder until the meat reached the back of his tongue. The taste of raw meat triggered his survival instincts. His throat moved. He swallowed it whole without even chewing. As it went down, his body convulsed, and he started violently coughing. Finally, he took a sharp breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Chun, Feng," he rasped, barely audible. I grabbed his arm and lifted him to his feet. He leaned against the tree for support, barely managing to stand. "Did you save me? Do you want to live or not?" I asked bluntly. "Yes." I took out 2 more sparrows and handed them to him. "Help me with something." Zhou Heng stared at the sparrows in my hand, then at me. He suddenly dropped to his knees in the snow with a thud. "Brother Feng, from now on, I owe you my life." He bowed his head, pressing it to the ground. Startled by this display, I quickly pulled him up. I hadn't expected 3 sparrows to make him kneel. "Get up. A real man doesn't kneel so easily." Zhou Heng used the tree trunk to stand, carefully tucking the sparrows into his coat. "Brother Feng, I'll do anything you ask. I swear, I won't flinch even if I have to walk through fire or over blades. No fire or blades needed, I interrupted him. Just two simple things. First, I need you to get the lay of the land in the village. Find out everything. Who's still got food? Who's running out? Who's hiding valuable goods? I want it all. Zhou Heng hesitated, scratching his head. Brother Feng, how do I figure that out? I can't just go door to door asking people if they've got extra food. They'd beat me up. I kicked him square in the butt. Use your damn brain. Who told you to ask? Got eyes, don't you? Zhou Heng wasn't upset about the kick. He grinned sheepishly and leaned closer. Teach me, Brother Feng. Start with the chimneys, I instructed, pointing toward the village. It's winter, and everyone's rationing their food. Most are down to 1 meal a day. If someone's chimney has smoke 2 or 3 times a day, they've got food stockpiled. Zhou Heng's eyes lit up. That's smart. Next, watch the kids. Kids with energy, with cornbread crumbs on their faces. Their families aren't going hungry. And the outhouse, I said directly. When they empty the chamber pots, check what's in there. Cornmeal-based food produces yellow waste. Tree bark makes it black. No stools at all means they're eating clay. Those families are on their last legs. Zhou Heng sucked in a cold breath. Don't waste your nights either. I continued. Stake out the wealthier houses. Listen for who's eating late or fighting over food. Report everything. Got it. Zhou Heng thumped his chest confidently. Now, the second task is the most important, I said, lowering my voice. Find out who has the production team's shotgun. Zhou Heng froze. Didn't they turn it in to the commune? Bullshit, I sneered. That old fox, Zhao Fuliang, isn't stupid. With snow blocking the mountains, no one's giving up their only protection against wild boars and wolves. You think Zhao Fuliang's hiding it? 90% sure. If it's not with him, one of the old hunters has it. Watch Zhao's youngest son, Zhao Yua. That brat can't keep his mouth shut. If there's a gun, he'll show off. And check the old hunters' places. Sniff around their walls for gunpowder residue. Understood. Food in the gun, got it. Don't tip anyone off. Play the part of a starving orphan. Even if they insult or beat you, just take it. Bring me the information. That's your job. Got it. Zhou Heng straightened up. With the sparrows tucked into his coat, he stumbled off with determination in his step. I watched him vanish into the snow, my new eyes and ears in the village. Now I'd have the intel I needed. As for the shotgun, I had to have it. Right now, I only had my bow and slingshot. Against wild boars or wolves, they were next to useless. But with a gun, I'd own the mountains. That meant more food, more safety. The next morning, 6:30 a.m. The sky had just lightened, and the house was as cold as an icebox. I woke up on time and got out of bed directly. Was kind enough to still be thinking about the old lady. That's already a tremendous act of kindness. Curled up in bed, I hesitated to wake. Eventually, I slipped on my shoes stuffed with dried grass and braved the cold outside. Lulan was already up, tending to the fire. Fengzi, you're up early. She handed me half a ladle of warm water. I drank it and said, I'm heading out. With the hunting bow on my back and a slingshot tucked away, I set off. Today, I needed to check the traps I had set yesterday. The snow had stopped, meaning the animals would surely come out looking for food. After walking for an hour or so, I reached the shrub-covered woods. First trap, empty. Second trap, still empty. Third trap, nothing again. Had the rabbits somehow changed their routes? Upon reaching the fourth trap, I halted. From a distance, I saw something struggling fiercely. Luck was on my side. Both the fourth and fifth traps had caught something. I freed the animals and, with a swift motion, snapped the rabbits' necks. 2 rabbits, together weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. During the brutal winter of 1960, that amount of meat was a small fortune. I pulled out a sharp iron shard and slit the rabbits' throats to let the blood drain into the snow, staining it a dark crimson. Once the blood was drained, I slit open their bellies and was greeted by the steaming insides. Efficiently, I skinned the rabbits, setting aside their pelts, which could fetch some money. I gutted the bodies, removing the heart, liver, lungs, and intestines in one swift motion. In times like these, those innards were life-saving food, even if that meant thoroughly washing intestines lined with waste to make a hearty stew back home. Once finished, I wiped my hands on the snow and tucked the rabbits into a burlap sack to head downhill. Along the way, I picked up some firewood. Even 2 sticks would help. I couldn't return empty-handed. Walking through the thick snow, nearing the edge of the village, I spotted someone bending over, rummaging around with a long stick. It was old lady Zhou. At 42, she was notorious in our village, known for her big mouth. Any bit of gossip that reached her ears would be spread across the village within half a day. She carried a broken wicker basket and roamed the snow-covered ground with a manure fork. Honestly, there wasn't a chance to find manure with everything buried under snow, but she wasn't here for that. Likely, she was patrolling the outskirts of the village, sniffing out opportunities for freebies. She turned upon hearing the crunch of snow under my feet. Spotting me, her eyes immediately locked onto the sack slung over my shoulder. Blood had seeped through the burlap. It was obvious. Meat. It has to be meat. Her gaze was glued to my bag, and she swallowed audibly before putting on her friendliest expression, her wrinkles folding with glee as she walked up to me. "Oh my, Fengzi. Out so early in this bone-chilling cold. What have you been up to? Making a fortune up in the mountains." "Just strolling," I replied calmly. She edged closer, her eyes fixed on my bag, taking a deep sniff for good measure. "A stroll brought back such a heavy sack, did it? A mountain treasure, huh?" Judging by the size, she rubbed her hands eagerly, grinning ear to ear. Seeing I didn't reply, she quickly shifted tactics, switching to a pitiful face. "Ah, Fengzi, you've got such skills, already heading to the mountains to hunt. Meanwhile, look at us. Our rice jar's been empty for days, and your Uncle Zhou is so weak from hunger he can barely move." As she spoke, tears that didn't exist were wiped away theatrically with the corner of her sleeve. "Fengzi, I'm not asking for much, really. Just a bit of food, some broth would do. Once spring comes, and we get our rations, I'll pay you back double. I swear." Asterisk borrow. With her, borrow was just a polite way to ask for a handout I'd never see returned. Still, I didn't send her away just yet. Old Lady Zhou may have been nosy and stingy, but she was also the village's unofficial broadcaster. Nothing escaped her, and she had the potential to spread information like wildfire. Right now, putting food on my family's table earned me enemies and envy. The likes of Li Dahuai's family were surely scheming against me, and Zhao Yuhua, the troublemaker of the village, wasn't someone you'd want to cross either. If I could play my cards right and use Old Lady Zhou to spread the image that I was not to be trifled with, or that Chen Feng is a skilled hunter, it'd save me plenty of trouble in the future. In times of scarce resources, surviving as the sole prospering household could easily turn dangerous. Desperate people did desperate things, and well, even a cornered rabbit would bite, let alone humans. So I paused, considering my moves and the alliances I might need. "Your family's really out of food?" I asked. Hearing this, Old Lady Zhou perked up like a bobbing woodpecker, nodding furiously. "It's the truth, Fengzi. Would I lie to you? Just yesterday, we were so hungry we threw up bile." I nodded thoughtfully, then crouched down to set the burlap sack on the ground. Her eyes never left the bag. Her breathing visibly quickened. She had clearly convinced herself that I was about to hand her a large chunk of meat. I untied the strap and reached in with my hand. A moment later, I pulled out something warm and bloody, holding it out. "Take it, Aunt Zhou." She immediately grabbed it with both hands. The tree leaf wrap felt heavy, and she eagerly unwrapped a corner. Inside lay fresh rabbit innards, lungs, and intestines. She froze for a moment, clearly not expecting scraps. However, her momentary disappointment soon gave way to pure elation. In 1960, when even tree bark was nearly picked clean, a pile of rabbit offal was worth its weight in gold. Forget scraps. Even a bloodied bone could start a brawl. Without hesitation, she clutched the precious bundle tightly like it was made of gold. "Oh, my heavens above." Her voice cracked with excitement. "Fengzi, this is life-saving." To me, it wasn't much, barely half a pound of innards. "Aunt Zhou, I need to save the rabbits themselves for my family. There are mouths to feed. But these scraps should help tide you over. Cook up some soup, and you'll have enough to keep everyone going for a couple of days." She nodded eagerly, grinning so wide it almost split her face. "Of course, I understand, Fengzi. With Lanzi and Shaoling relying on you. If you could spare this bit of scraps, I'll never forget your kindness in this lifetime," the old lady exclaimed gratefully. I retied the cloth bag securely, hefted it onto my shoulder, and dragged along a few logs of firewood in my hands. "Auntie, this little thing is nothing," I replied, deliberately lowering my voice with a cocky tone. "Just wait a few days. I'll head deep into the mountains and hunt down a wild boar. When that happens, you'll definitely get a share of the meat stew." The old lady audibly gasped, sucking in a sharp breath. A wild boar? In our village, only those old hunters with their rifles dared mess with boars. Who else would even utter such a thing? But as her eyes flitted from the bloodied sack slung across my shoulder to my fearless demeanor, she started to believe it, at least a good portion. This Chen Feng, once a ne'er-do-well, had now turned into something of a living demon, someone not to be trifled with, and apparently someone with real skills. "Fengzi, don't you worry." Auntie Zhou was a wily one and immediately got my drift. She pounded her chest and assured me, "You know this mouth of mine, don't you? Anyone in the village dares speak ill of you behind your back, even a single word, and I'll be the first to come at them with a manure fork. That was the confirmation I wanted. All right then, Andy, you'd better hurry home and stew it while it's fresh. Clutching the sack full of rabbit scraps like a treasure, Auntie Zhou didn't even bother picking up her basket or manure fork and instead dashed back toward the village. Chun Feng has become the big kahuna, someone you don't mess with. Heck, even Li Dehuai and his family have been humiliated by him. Best stay on his good side. If I cozy up enough, who knows, maybe more benefits will roll my way. She hadn't gone more than a few steps before I called out to her. Auntie, about the hunt. I started. Don't even worry, Fengzi, she interrupted, her face unusually solemn. This stays between us, just you, me, heaven, and earth. Not even my family will hear a peep about this. I'll take it to the grave. Good. That puts me at ease. Frankly, I wasn't particularly worried she'd spill the beans. What motive did she have to let this slip? Staying discreet was in her best interest. Keeping a low profile was the game plan. After parting ways with Annie Zhou, I hoisted the bag of rabbits and the few dry branches I had collected and trudged on through the thick snow toward home. Before long, I arrived at the gate to my courtyard. The door was ajar, so I went straight in and approached the main house. I knocked on the wooden door. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? A voice, Lu Lan's, called from inside. It's me. I responded curtly. The latch rattled and the door opened, but it wasn't Lu Lan who answered. It was Li Xuemei. She shot me a quick glance before her eyes settled on the firewood I was dragging. Taking a step forward, she reached out to take it from me. I didn't let go, raising a brow at her. Her cheeks flushed. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip and forcibly tugged the branches away from me, briskly turning to carry them toward the stove in the outer kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, I smirked inwardly. This stubborn and prickly little rock has finally warmed up a little. Going hungry really does work better than anything else. She's not just fetching firewood. No, this is her starting to yield, to submit. I carried the sack inside the house, shutting the door firmly behind me. Lu Lan was crouched by the stove, feeding the fire. Catching sight of me, she smiled faintly. You're back. I replied. She shuffled over, looking me over top to bottom. The snow's so thick in the mountains. Did you run into any danger? She asked softly. No trouble, I replied matter-of-factly. Just as I was about to set the bag down, I heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside. Fengji, you in there? It was Zhou Heng's voice. I slung the sack back over my shoulder and stepped out, pulling the door closed behind me. Zhou Heng was trembling from the cold. Fengji, there's something up. Speak, I said. Last night, Old Wang beat his wife over half a dried sweet potato, split her head open. And there was another family. They ate dirt to stave off hunger and suffocated someone to death. The widow was crying all morning. I didn't react. And the guns. Zhao Yuhua didn't leave his house today, but the other households are still being checked. All right. I tapped the ash from my cigarette. Anything else? Lowering his voice, Zhou Heng added. Fengji, the Li family's hoarding one of those big houses in the east wing. It's empty now, just holding firewood. My brows twitched. Right now, the shack I live in has just one room. The four of us are squeezed onto the same Kong bed. At night, if I even think about doing anything, Lu Lan and the kids are right there. It's ridiculous. Tell me more. That house originally belonged to Lu Lan's late husband. When he died 3 years ago, Li Dahuai chased Lu Lan and her daughter out to live in that ramshackle mud hut, while he claimed the big house for himself. Now it's just vacant, used as storage. My lips curled into a faint sneer. These Li bastards really bled the widow dry. Getting that house back is going to be easy, I muttered. I loosened the sack's ties. The metallic stench of blood mixed with the scent of meat filled the air. I pulled out a chunk of entrails and handed it to Zhou Heng. He stiffened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Fengji, this. Take it. You did well. This is your reward. He hesitated for a moment before finally taking the half-pound bundle of offal. Thanks, he managed to mutter. Turning away, he hurried off into the snow. I carried the sack back inside. Upon seeing the 2 rabbits, Lu Lan's voice trembled. Fengzi, are these rabbits? Li Xuemei emerged from the inner room and froze upon spotting the rabbits too. I tossed the sack onto the stove and said, We're eating well tonight. Half the offal and half a pound of rabbit meat. Stew it all together. The 2 rabbits together weighed about 4 pounds. We need to ration this. I'll get started right away. Tears welled in Lu Lan's eyes. Li Xuemei lingered in the doorway, her gaze lingering on the meat, a conflicted expression on her face. After a beat, Lu Lan quietly told her, Xuemei, get a basin of warm water and bring it to Fengzi to wash his feet. Li Xuemei snapped her head up. I'm not doing it. You're such a stubborn girl. Lu Lan jabbed her in the forehead gently. You've already given your purity to Chen Feng. You're his woman now. I'm not his woman, Li Xuemei shouted, defiant. Then whose woman do you think you'll be? Lu Lan asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. For a moment, Li Xuemei's lips parted, but no words came out. Exactly. In these days, who would want a woman who'd lost her chastity? And even if someone did, could they possibly provide meat every few days the way I can? Lu Lan sighed and shook her head. Forget it. I'll take the water to him myself. Sis-in-law, no? Don't. Li Xuemei quickly grabbed her. Lu Lan pointed at the meat on the cutting board. Fengzi braved the freezing mountains to hunt, just so the three of us can have meat and keep surviving. We sit here with a warm stove and meat soup while he risks it all outside. And you won't even carry him a basin of water for washing his feet. Li Xuemei bit her lip and nervously pinched the edge of her clothes. She hates my domineering ways, but Lu Lan's words hit where it hurts. If not for me, little Ling would have starved. She and her sister-in-law wouldn't have made it through this winter either. And today's 4 pounds of rabbit meat? Which other man in the village would give that to feed them? Lu Lan patted Li Xuemei's shoulder. Women like us ought to know our place. Men bring home the meat and grain, and women care for the home. That's how it works. Li Xuemei looked up, inner turmoil flashing in her eyes. You've got to change your temper. Lu Lan warned, her tone stern. Fengzi won't tolerate being opposed all the time. If you keep butting heads with him, where do you think that'll get you? What if he really gets fed up and leaves? What'll become of us three then, huh? He wouldn't. Li Xuemei's voice lacked conviction. He would. He absolutely could. Lu Lan raised her voice. He doesn't owe us anything. A man like him could live just fine without any of us dragging him down. Xuemei, face the facts. Follow his lead. It's him shouldering the burden, not you. Li Xuemei's resistance visibly crumbled. She glanced at the rabbit meat on the cutting board and then over at little Ling, crouched on the floor, eyes bright with hope for dinner. Poor kid with skin and bones, just starting to look alive after days of meat soup. The stubborn pride in her chest gave way under the crushing weight of reality. She stood and walked to the water jar, silently ladling warm water into a wooden basin. Lu Lan exhaled in relief. Finally, the girl had come to her senses. Inside the main room, I sat cross-legged on the kong, wiping down my old hunting bow with a scrap of cloth. It's a bit worn, but it works well and serves me faithfully. Today's catch snagged us 2 rabbits by sheer luck. Tomorrow, my bow will have to help fill our pot with some game birds in the mountain. Creak. The door opened. Li Xuemei walked in with a steaming wooden basin, head bowed as if trying to shield her face with loose strands of hair. I raised an eyebrow. What's this? This woman, who usually kept her distance like I carried the plague, is now bringing me water of her own accord? Curious. She approached the edge of the kong and set the basin on the floor. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Wash your feet. Putting down my bow, I leaned back, deliberately studying her. Her face was flushed red, whether from the heat of the kitchen or from embarrassment, I couldn't tell. She stood there wringing her hands together, her expression caught between reluctance and resignation. It didn't take much to figure her out. This isn't her idea. No, the righteous Li Xuemei I know would rather keel over than volunteer to take care of me. This had Lu Lan written all over it. Silent approval stirred in me. That sister-in-law of hers truly gets it, knows her place around the house, and knows how to mediate. Keeps things running smoothly. She's a damn fine sister-in-law, I'll give her that. What are you standing there for? I stretched one leg to the edge of the kong, smirking slightly. Brought the water but won't take my shoes off, huh? Women like her? They need to be put in their place. I stretched my leg farther, foot dangling midair. For a moment, the room stilled as we locked in a silent battle of wills. I didn't rush her. I just waited, calmly staring. Let's see how long she can hold out. Finally, after what felt like ages, she broke. Biting her lip, frustration and embarrassment clear in her expression, she murmured hesitantly. Can't you take them off yourself? I tilted my head, wearing a smirk. What's the matter? You're not willing. She turned her face away, not answering. Fine then, I replied nonchalantly, like I didn't care. If you won't, I'll just have someone else do it. I raised my voice, calling out to the kitchen. Sis-in-law, come here and… No. Li Xuemei panicked, nearly dropping the basin as it wobbled and splashed a bit in her frantic motion. She practically stomped in frustration, cutting me off hurriedly. There's no way she'd let her sister-in-law come in here and wash my feet. That would crush what little dignity she had left. Besides, Lu Lan was already tired enough managing the kitchen all day. Why should she also clean up after this rogue? Fengzi, what's going on in there? Lu Lan called from outside. Before I could answer, Xuemei cut in a little too quickly. Nothing. Nothing at all, sis. You carry on. Lu Lan's voice echoed faintly, amused. All right then. Just holler if you need anything. The moment she heard no further movement from outside, Xiaomei let out a long sigh of relief, then turned back to glare daggers at me. I grinned, flashing a set of teeth. The look I gave her all but screamed troublemaker. Li Xiaomei inhaled deeply, visibly taming the temper threatening to flare out. Good. If this was all it took to provoke her, she'd never survive the winter. All right then, I ordered casually, leaning back as if I owned the place. Get on with it. Her expression turned sour. Never in her life had she even washed her brother's feet, let alone have to serve some good-for-nothing who had stripped away her innocence. But she held back. For her sister-in-law. For little Ling. She'd endure. Reaching forward, she gingerly pinched the thin ties of my woolish shoes, with 2 fingers like they were something disgusting, reluctantly awkward as she tried to undo them. I'd walked all day in the snow and on rough trails. By now, the shoes were hard as rocks, caked in the cold. She worked at them for what felt like forever. Didn't eat today, huh? Use some strength. I barked with a teasing tone, swinging my foot slightly in her direction. Her jaw clenched in fury. Quickly switching tactics, she grabbed at the ties with both hands and yanked hard. Asterisk riot. The knot finally came free. She pulled off the ragged shoe. The moment it was off, a pungent mix of sweat and damp straw filled the room. Li Xiaomei winced and turned her head to the side, clearly holding her breath while dumping the crumpled bits of corn husks Angela grass from inside. Smells awful, she muttered under her breath. I half laughed. Spend all day running through the forest and see if you smell any better. Hell, bring me your feet, and I'll wash. She snapped her lips shut before she could retort. I smirked triumphantly, watching as she wiped her hands discreetly and moved to tug off the second shoe. When they were both off, I slipped my cold, nearly frostbitten feet into the warm water. Oh. A hiss passed through my teeth as the comfort of heat sank in, thawing my skin. Li Xiaomei crouched to the side, her hands hovering awkwardly over the wooden basin as though the water itself posed a problem. What are you waiting for? Get in there. I splashed 2 toes playfully, grinning as the drops hit her arm. Her resolve cracked with an audible groan. Hesitantly, hands trembling, fingers stiff against the unexpected humiliation, she began to rinse and scrub. She lowered her head and muttered softly. Hearing her words sparked an overwhelming sense of conquest within me. I leaned forward, lowering my voice as I approached her. It's okay if you haven't done it before. From now on, we'll make it a daily thing. You'll get used to it the more you do it. Li Xiaomei's head shot up, her face puffing up in frustration as she glared at me furiously. What are you staring at? Put some strength into it. I commanded without a hint of politeness. She frowned hard, gritted her teeth, and grabbed my foot, scrubbing it in the water with all her strength. Splish, splash. Water flew in all directions as she vented her pent-up anger and bitterness on my feet. Her nails even left a few red marks on the top of my foot. Instead of being annoyed, I oddly found it satisfying. Yes, that's it. Scrub harder, I instructed while shutting my eyes, acting like a commanding guest enjoying himself. While scrubbing, Li Xiaomei cursed me under her breath countless times. Meanwhile, in the outer room, Lulan crept up to the door to listen, her ear pressed against the crack. My earlier shout had startled her. She feared that Li Xiaomei would stubbornly push back at me, and if I, angered during this freezing weather, decided to throw them and their children out, they'd have nowhere to survive. After listening for a while, she could only hear occasional water sounds mixed with my teasing remarks. Though Li Xiaomei remained silent, she wasn't resisting. Relieved, Lulan let out a tiny sigh. In the kitchen, half a pound of rabbit meat simmered alongside some offcuts, bubbling gently. The aroma of the cooking meat wafted out. Xiaoling squatted by the stove, resting her chin on her hands as she stared intently at the pot, swallowing hard every now and then while her stomach growled. Mom, I'm hungry. Lulan stroked her daughter's brittle, yellowed hair and hugged her close. Xiaoling, be good and wait. Once Uncle Feng finishes washing up, we can all eat. But why? I want meat now. Because Uncle Feng is our savior. He risked his life for this food. He's the most important. Nobody touches a bite until he does. Xiaoling nodded, sort of understanding, and then asked after a pause, tugging on Lulan's clothing. Mom, can I call him Dad then? In the inner room, the Kong table was set with 4 bowls of rabbit soup. My bowl was the largest, filled generously with both soup and meat. Lulan and Li Xiaomei's bowls were smaller, with mostly broth and very little meat. Xiaoling's bowl was the smallest. Though the house was filled with the scent of meat, it wasn't particularly appetizing. With no seasonings, only water and some salt were used. The rabbit meat was lean and tough, a strong gaminess lingering in the air. Kneeling by the edge of the Kong, Xiaoling stared directly at the bowl in front of me, swallowing nonstop. Lu Lan, seated next to her, nervously watched her daughter's lips, her heart pounding in apprehension. Xiaoling's earlier question about calling me dad had nearly given her a heart attack. "Let's eat," I announced. I took a big piece of meat from the largest bowl and shoved it into my mouth. It was dreadful, dry, tough, and woody, with the gaminess spreading across my taste buds. But at least the pinch of salt made it bearable to swallow. The women and child, seeing that I had started eating, immediately moved to take their share. Xiaoling, unable to resist, grabbed a piece with her bare hands and began biting into it. Li Xuemei kept her head down, quietly sipping from her bowl. Lu Lan ate the slowest, discreetly transferring the pieces of meat from her own bowl into Xiaoling's when she noticed. I noticed but didn't say anything. After finishing most of my bowl, I put down my chopsticks and asked, "Sister, why isn't the meat salty? Couldn't you use more salt?" "It's not that I don't want to." Lu Lan lowered her voice. "The salt jar at home is almost empty. I scraped together enough for today, but it'll only last 2 or 3 more meals." She quickly added, raising her hand, "I swear I didn't secretly use up the salt." "All right, I get it," I replied, nodding. "Seems like I'd need to procure some supplies soon." After eating, I wiped my mouth and asked, "Sister, I wanted to ask you about something. I heard you used to have an East Side house." The atmosphere in the room froze. Li Xuemei stopped eating and looked straight at me. "Yes, we did have one. A house built of mud and bricks," Lu Lan said, her voice growing quieter. "But my husband's eldest brother took it over. After my husband passed 3 years ago, last year, he brought his sons Zhichai and Jiming over, saying he worried about us women and children holding on to family land. So he forcibly moved us into this rundown house." Beside her, Li Xuemei gripped her chopsticks tightly. "And that house is empty now," I continued. "Yeah, my husband's eldest brother's family squeezes into their own home to save money, so the East Side house is empty. Zhichai and Jiming use it to store random junk and firewood," she responded. I stroked my chin, thinking over the situation. Having the house vacant certainly makes things easier. "Are all the household items still inside?" I asked. Lu Lan thought for a moment. "The big iron pot was dug up by the elder uncle, but everything else is still there. There's a Kong table and stools, all made of wood." I nodded to myself. With a Kong, a table, and some stools, the place was habitable. I already had my own iron pot, so that wasn't an issue. The most important thing was the layout of the house. My plan. Li Xuemei and I would stay in the eastern room, while Lu Lan and Xiaoling would stay in the western room. The central hall in between would make things convenient at night. Li Xuemei and Lu Lan exchanged glances. They could tell I wasn't just casually asking these questions. Lu Lan's heart sped up in anticipation. "Fengzi, what are you planning?" she asked nervously. Li Xuemei also quietly focused on me, her breathing soft but deliberate. "I'm taking the house back tomorrow," I said calmly. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, I finished a hearty breakfast, pushed open the gate, and headed straight for Li Dehuai's home. The courtyard gate to the Li family's house was ajar. I walked right in and straight up to the door of the central hall, knocking firmly. "Who's there?" a voice called out from inside. It was Li Zhukai. I didn't answer. The door opened, and as soon as it did, I pushed my way in brazenly. "Why you?" Li Zhukai was stunned when he realized it was me. He stumbled back 2 steps, hitting the doorframe. I walked straight to the eastern room like I owned the place. Inside, Li Dehuai was sitting on the Kong, taking a puff from his cigarette. Wang Hohot was holding a beat-up basin filled with cornmeal, while Li Jiming huddled in a corner of the Kong, his face looking pale. He still hadn't fully recovered from the beating I gave him a couple of days ago. As soon as I stepped into the room, the place turned dead silent. Li Dehuai's hand shook, spilling some tobacco. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Just came to give you a heads up," I said evenly. "The western room needs to be cleared out." The silence turned so heavy you could have heard a pin drop. Wang Hohot dropped the basin, spilling cornmeal all over the floor. She jumped up and jabbed a finger at me, her voice shrill. "You lowlife. Have you gone mad? Clear out what room?" I frowned. "Don't start shouting. That house was built by Lu Lan's husband. You've squatted here for the last 2 years. That's plenty of time. Move your junk out today. I need the room." Li Dehuai was trembling with rage. "That house belongs to the Li family. Why should we hand it over to you?" "Li families, huh?" I let out a cold laugh. "That house was built by Li Xuemei's brother. 3 years ago, after he passed, you forced Lu Lan and her kids into some crumbling mud hut so you could take over this one. And even now, while the western room is sitting vacant, you'd rather pile it with firewood than let a widow and her kids live here. Everyone in the village knows about your shamelessness." Li Dehuai's face turned beet red. "I'm her uncle. It's only natural for me to manage the family property." "Natural, my ass." I shot back. Manage it straight into your own pocket, huh? Well, let me make this clear. Li Shuamei and Lu Lan are now my people. What's theirs is mine. I'm not here to negotiate. By sundown today, clear out that western room. If you don't, I'll move the junk myself. Wang Hohot plopped onto the floor, slapping her thighs and wailing. This is outrageous. A scoundrel is trying to take our house. Somebody, come help us. Her voice was loud enough to carry out into the courtyard. I sat down on a stool, watching Wang Hohot's theatrics with a cold expression, not moving an inch. Li Zhukai and Li Jiming exchanged uneasy glances. Fury was written all over their faces. Deep down, they knew they couldn't stay silent anymore. Letting me barge into their home like this without retaliation would make them a laughingstock in the village. Li Zhukai, emboldened by his size, stepped forward. Chen Feng, don't you dare get too cocky. This is our house, and you have no right to act like this. Get out of here now. Li Jiming chimed in. Yeah, get lost. If you don't, we'll make you. I turned my head, giving the two brothers a glance, then stood up slowly. Leisurely, I cracked my knuckles, the sound sharp and clear. The sight of me gearing up made Li Zhukai falter. His earlier bravado vanished in a heartbeat. He knew firsthand what I was capable of. After all, he'd seen me take down his brother not too long ago. As for Li Jiming, he simply shrank back in fear, pressing himself against the wall, as if afraid I'd kick him again. Make a move. I took a step closer to Li Zhukai, voice low and chilling. Try me. Li Zhukai swallowed hard, retreating instinctively. Seeing his sons cowering, Li Dahuai smacked the Kong in frustration. Useless cowards. Two grown men, scared of one lousy thug? Teach him a lesson already. But neither son dared move a muscle. Enough of the act, I said. The room's mine, whether you like it or not. If you're unhappy about it, go ahead and bring reinforcements. Wang Hohot's wailing grew louder, her cries echoing beyond the courtyard and attracting the attention of curious neighbors. It was the dead of winter, and with little else to do, people flocked to the commotion, some not even bothering to button their coats. Before long, over a dozen spectators had gathered just outside the central hall. What's going on? Why all the noise so early in the morning? Word is Chen Crazy is here to take the Li family's house. Well, to be fair, that house was originally built by Lu Lan's husband. The Li family's been hogging it for 3 years. Seems like karma to me. Auntie Zhou, standing at the front of the crowd, chimed in loudly. The Li family was way out of line. Who chases a widow and her kids into a drafty old mud hut? Now Chen Feng's just claiming what's right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Someone else agreed. Exactly. That western room's been empty all this time. The Li family's just being spiteful. Hearing the mounting criticism from outside, Li Dahuai's face turned an ugly mix of green and red. Mind your own damn business, he hollered at the crowd. This is a private, family matter. Just then, the crowd stirred. The team leader's here. Auntie Zhou called out. Zhao Fuliang strolled in, his demeanor calm but firm. As soon as Li Dahuai spotted him, he jumped off the Kong and rushed over barefoot, clutching Zhao's arm. Team leader, you've got to stand up for us. This thug barged into my home to seize my property. Wang Hohot sprang to life, wailing louder and thumping her legs again for effect. Team leader, Chen Feng's bullying us. Zhao Fuliang wrinkled his brow, shaking off Li Dahuai's grip. He surveyed the room, taking note of the spilled cornmeal and my posture. What's all this ruckus about so early in the day? Zhao demanded, his tone stern. Chen Feng, what are you doing at the Li family's house? You came at just the right time, team leader, I said. Here's the deal. Li Shuamei is now my partner, and Lu Lan is like my sister-in-law. 3 years back, after Lu Lan's husband passed, these people crushed her family down into a little mud shack while hogging this place to themselves. Now, they're using the western room as a storage space. I'm just here to claim what rightfully belongs to my loved ones. Get out, Li Dahuai yelled angrily. Bullsh asterisk T. That property belongs to our Li family. I slammed my pipe onto the table. Your family property? You've pocketed it for yourself. The widow and orphan are freezing and starving, and you, as their uncle, haven't even given them a bite of cornmeal bread. Now that I'm taking care of them, the house rightfully belongs to me. I'm her uncle. I make the decisions. Li Dahuai stammered. Your word means sh asterisk T. I shot back. From the crowd, Aunt Zhou shouted. Captain, Fengzi's right. That house belonged to Lu Lan in the first place. Some of the other villagers chimed in their agreement. Zhao Fuliang, the team captain, coughed a few times and said, all right, we're all from the same village. Oldly, since the house is sitting empty, let Fengzi stay there for a few days. I wasn't having it. What do you mean stay? That house is Lu Lan's by right. I'm just reclaiming what's hers. There's no borrowing about it. Zhao Fuliang's face darkened. I leaned in close, speaking low. Captain, our Kaoshan village has a reputation as a model brigade. If word gets out that we're bullying widows and orphans and seizing their property, and it reaches the commune, it could jeopardize your chances for recognition next year. Zhao Fuliang visibly hesitated. Taking a step back, I raised my voice for everyone to hear. The commune's been pushing to eliminate bad practices. What Li Dehuai is doing, taking advantage of the helpless, is a prime example. Captain, you're the leader here. If you won't step up, who will? If this doesn't get resolved, I'll head to the commune tomorrow and appeal to the higher-ups myself. Zhao Fuliang found himself caught in a bind. He realized that with the policies and my bold attitude, protecting Li Dehuai could cost him more than he was willing to pay. Enough! Zhao Fuliang's sharp shout silenced the crowd instantly. He turned to Li Dehuai, wearing a stern look. Old Li, you're in the wrong here. That house was built by Lu Lan's husband, so it belongs to her. As her uncle, watching over it for a couple of years is one thing, but keeping it forever? That doesn't fly. Now that she wants it back, it's only fair. Li Dehuai was dumbfounded. He thought the captain would back him and kick me out, but instead, the captain had taken my side. See, Captain, but how can you give it to him? He's just a loafer. Give him the house, and it'll become his. So what if he's a loafer? Zhao Fuliang's eyes narrowed. He's taking care of Lu Lan and Li Xuemei. That makes them a family. Now hurry up and clear out the east wing. Move the firewood and junk out of there to avoid embarrassing yourselves in front of the whole village. Li Dehuai's face turned beet red with anger, his lips trembling speechlessly. He didn't dare defy Zhao Fuliang. In the village, the captain's word was law. Crossing him could mean trouble when crop shares were divided or work was assigned. Wang Hohat, his wife, also didn't dare make a scene anymore. She stood, brushed off her pants, and gave me a venomous glare but didn't utter a word. Li Zijian and Li Jiming, the two brothers, stood off to the side, clenching their fists, clearly unhappy. Li Zijian stepped forward, appearing ready to fight. Zhao Fuliang pointed at him and scolded. What do you think you're doing? Looking for a fight? Go ahead, swing a fist, and I'll have you shoveling manure at the team office tomorrow. Li Zijian froze and quickly backed down, lowering his head. I couldn't help but smile. I clasped my hands in front of Zhao Fuliang and said loudly, the captain's sense of justice is admirable. Everyone sees it. With this kind of leadership, there's no doubt you'll be recognized as a model leader again next year. Flattered, Zhao Fuliang's expression softened. He waved his hand toward the onlookers and said, all right, everyone, disperse. It's freezing. Go back to your business. The villagers, satisfied with the spectacle, slowly left, chatting as they went. I turned to Li Dehuai, my voice calm yet menacing. You heard the captain. Clear out the house before sunset. Leave so much as a single piece of wood behind, and you'll hear from me. With that, I stuffed my hands into my coat pockets and swaggered out of the Li family's yard. Li Dehuai slumped onto the brick bed, covering his face with his hands and letting out a long sigh. What a curse, such bad luck, he moaned, pounding the bedding in frustration. Wang Hohat jabbed her finger at him, yelling, you useless coward. You let him take the house, and you didn't even fight back. Why did I marry such a worthless man? Li Dehuai suddenly sat up and roared back. Shut up. The captain's already made the call. What can I do? Go argue with him if you're so tough. Wang Hohat was stunned into silence. She plopped down on the edge of the brick bed and started crying. Li Jiming cautiously asked, Dad, are we really gonna move? What choice do we have? Li Dehuai gritted his teeth. Start packing up. Move everything into this side of the house. You can't mess with that madman right now. We'll have to avoid him for the time being. With heavy hearts, the four members of the Li family began packing up their belongings and gloomily shifted their things out of the east wing. I walked down the village's dirt road, snow crunching under my boots, feeling the icy wind whip across my face. But deep down, I felt at ease. The house was finally reclaimed. Life would be a bit better from here on out. The east wing had its own layout, separated by the main room. We wouldn't all be crammed onto one heated brick bed at night anymore. Next up was gathering some winter supplies, salt, kerosene, and an extra quilt. One blanket for 4 people simply wasn't enough. When I reached the gate of our yard, I walked to the main door and knocked firmly. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Lu Lan called nervously from inside. It's me, I replied. The sound of the latch lifting came, and the door opened. Lu Lan stood there with a kitchen knife in her hand, relieved when she saw me return unscathed. She quickly set the knife down on the stove. Li Xuemei also stepped out from the inner room, standing silently in the doorway, looking at me. Though she didn't say anything, her expression said it all. Their gaze held a subtle trace of worry. Observing their reactions carefully, I nodded inwardly. These two women finally seemed to have developed a sense of belonging. I pushed open the door and shut it securely behind me. Lulan quickly came up to me, lowering her voice. Fengzi, nothing got out of hand, right? No, I replied casually. She let out a visible sigh of relief, clearly anxious that I might have lost my temper and injured the Li family, which would have landed me in trouble with the brigade. Li Xuemei, standing nearby, couldn't resist asking, "What about the house then?" I looked at her and then at Lu Lan and said, "Pack your things. We're moving." Over at the Li family's house, Li Dahuai and his family of four were in the process of moving their belongings out. It was certainly a spacious house with a large yard and storage rooms on either side. The Lis had been using it as a storage space for the past 3 years, piling it full of junk. Wang Ho Hot, clutching some old corn stalks, cursed loudly as she walked out. "Damn that crazy Chun. Snatching our Li family's house. May he never see the light of day again." "Shut up," Li Dahuai bellowed at her. "Even the team leader has spoken. What does cursing do? Just hurry up and move out before that lunatic causes another scene." Li Zijai, carrying a wooden box, couldn't hide his frustration. "Dad, are we seriously just giving the house to him? Leaving behind all this good wooden furniture too? Where else can you take it? The house at home is already cramped enough." Li Dahuai snapped. "But we can't just let that loser benefit from it," Li Zijai said brazenly. "If worse comes to worst, I'll chop the furniture with an axe and burn it as firewood." "You want to die, huh?" Li Dahuai cursed. "If you smash the furniture, that lunatic will come and finish you off. Can you fight him?" Li Zijai was so frustrated he couldn't muster a retort. Li Jiaming, carrying some odds and ends, chimed in nervously. "Brother, Dad is right. Chen Feng is a lunatic, a bandit who doesn't value his own life. Don't provoke him anymore. My hand still hurts from before." After 5 or 6 trips, the Li family finally finished moving most things out. Li Dahuai told Wang Ho Hot to head home, while leaving his 2 sons to move the last cabinet. In the east room, the 2 brothers paused. Staring at the spacious interior, resentment boiled under Li Zijai's skin. "Let's not make it easy for him," he said under his breath to his brother. "Let's piss on this bed. Let him deal with the stink tonight." Li Jiaming's eyes lit up. The idea was so petty, but it appealed to him. "You think so? How can he tell whose piss it is?" Li Zijai retorted, already taking off his shoes to climb onto the bed. Li Jiaming started to follow, but he suddenly froze, recalling how I had stomped on his back and nearly broke his hands the last time he faced me. Shuddering, he thought twice. "Brother, let's not. That lunatic will definitely figure it out, and then he'll skin us alive." Li Zijai hesitated before muttering a curse under his breath, his pride and hatred warring within him. Still, fear had the final say as he climbed down from the bed with a deep sense of grievance. The 2 hauled the old cabinet out into the main room. As Li Zijai passed the west room's slightly ajar door, it reminded him that Lu Lan would be staying there. His anger and jealousy swelled. He had secretly been in love with Lu Lan for years, always trying to get closer to her. But now she was with me instead. The combined wounds of losing both his dream woman and the house made him reckless. "The east room might be off limits, but the west room's fair game," he said with clenched teeth. "Are you insane? The west room's where Lu Lan will be staying." Li Jiaming panicked. "Today, I'm going to disgust the hell out of them." Li Zijai charged into the west room. Li Jiaming, still traumatized by his previous encounter with me, dared not follow. In the corner of the west room came a conspicuous sound. "Chen Feng, you bastard. I can't beat you, but I'll make you suffer. Be quick. They're coming," urged Li Jiaming. "All right, done." Li Zijai tied his waistband and, with a satisfied chuckle, left hurriedly with his brother in tow. By 3 in the afternoon, I was neatly stacking firewood in the new courtyard. It was more spacious than my last place, and it had a ready-made woodshed as a bonus. Inside, Lu Lan, Li Xuemei, and Xiao Ling were hard at work cleaning. Having been neglected for 2 years, the house was dusty and cluttered, thanks to the lease turning it into a dumping ground. Li Xuemei was particularly diligent as she scrubbed the Kong in the west room. Straightening her back, she wiped the sweat from her brow and exclaimed to Lu Lan, "Sister-in-law, this west room's Kong is so spacious. The 3 of us can finally sleep comfortably here tonight without crowding each other. Chen Feng can take the east room on his own. He can finally stop disturbing our sleep." With a sigh of relief, she realized a weight had been lifted. Ever since I'd forced myself into her life, the 4 of us had shared a single Kong, and she'd had enough of being disturbed. Now that we had 2 separate spaces, she no longer felt uneasy. Lu Lan's movements with the wooden trunk faltered. Watching her younger sister-in-law's moment of joy, she sighed internally. This girl was being naive. Having observed my behavior over the last few days, Lulan had a fairly good understanding of my domineering personality and possessiveness. Snatching this house wasn't just about having a separate Kong to sleep on. It was clearly about something else. It was about creating an easier setup for nighttime activities without worrying about anyone else sharing the same space. Still, seeing Li Shuamei's relief, Lulan decided against bursting her bubble. The girl had seen enough misery recently, so it seemed kinder to let her be happy for the moment. Yeah, it's quite spacious, Lulan replied vaguely. Why don't you finish cleaning up the Kong while I get the bedding to set it up? Got it. Li Shuamei chirped back enthusiastically, attacking the chores with even greater vigor. Having stacked the last of the firewood, I clapped the dust off my hands and wandered toward the house. The dusty smell from inside had lessened. The women had undoubtedly been working hard. Standing in the courtyard and surveying the scene, I noticed the doors to both the east and west rooms were left open. Lulan was sweeping in the west, and Li Shuamei was busily cleaning the Kong. Leaning against the west room's doorframe, I asked, "Pretty much done cleaning?" Lulan straightened up. "Just about. The dust is cleared out, and once we light a fire to warm it up, it'll be ready to use." Nodding, I made my declaration. "All right, the east room will be for Shuamei and me. Lulan, you and Xiao Ling will sleep in the west room." An immediate silence enveloped the house. Lulan, already suspecting this outcome, said nothing, keeping her head down. But Li Shuamei froze mid-action on the Kong. The cleaning rag in her hand dropped into the bucket, splashing water everywhere. Whipping her head toward me, her widened eyes blazed with shock and indignation. "What did you just say?" "You'll be sharing the east room with me," I stated evenly. Li Shuamei leapt off the Kong, her bare feet landing firmly on the ground. "No way. Why should I share a room with you? I'm staying with sister-in-law Lu in the west room." Tilting my head slightly, I stayed silent a moment before quietly turning to walk towards the east room. "All right, it's decided. I won't let you." She rushed to block my path at the doorframe. "Chinfeng, don't push it. There are already 2 rooms. Why do you still keep pestering me?" She was trembling with anger, her eyes red with tears. I stopped, turned around, and looked down at her. Taking a step forward, I pushed her up against the doorframe. "Why?" "Because I'm the one taking care of you. Because every day you eat the meat I hunt. I can stop eating." "Too late." I cut her off. "You eat what I provide. You're part of my household. Int the house and make the rules." She was so furious she couldn't find the words to respond. I turned to look at Lulan. "Sister-in-law, it's past 3. Start the fire and stew half a pound of rabbit meat. Get some rest earlier." "Hold on." I caught an odd smell. I looked over to Xiaoling, and she quickly hid behind Lulan. Lulan quickly interjected. "All right, we'll get started." She pulled Li Shuamei, ready to leave. "Wait." I called out to Lulan. "Sister-in-law, come in for a moment." Lulan's expression changed instantly. "You scumbag. Don't you dare touch my sister-in-law." Li Shuamei yelled, shielding Lulan. "Step aside." I snapped impatiently. Lulan pressed Shuamei's hand and said, "Shuamei, some things are unavoidable. Fengzi saved us. He's our savior. Sister-in-law, don't go. Let me go instead." Ignoring them, I stepped into the west room and left the door ajar, frowning as I glanced toward the corner. Lulan must have misunderstood. She suddenly shoved Shuamei aside and rushed in after me. Asterisk bang. She closed the door behind her. "No, sister-in-law, open the door." Shuamei pounded furiously from the outside. Xiaoling started crying, "Mom." Lulan latched the bolt tightly, leaning against the door, panting hard. Outside, Shuamei's desperate pounding continued. "Sister-in-law, open up. Don't do something stupid. If it comes to it, we'll just leave." Lulan closed her eyes, tears streaming down. Leave? Where would they go? The mountains were blanketed in deep snow. Stepping out meant certain death. She took a deep breath and started unbuttoning her coat. "Fengzi." Her voice trembled. "I beg you, don't trouble Shuamei anymore. As long as you don't throw us out and let us have some food, I'll do whatever you ask." I stood 2 steps away, arms crossed, watching her. This woman had such a rich imagination. All I did was notice a smell and wanted to ask her about it. But here she was, barging in and starting to undress. However, I didn't rush to interrupt her. Might as well let her carry on. It was amusing. Seeing I said nothing, Lulan took my silence as confirmation. She undid all the buttons on her coat, pulled open her rough cotton shirt, revealing her undergarment. The room wasn't heated, and goosebumps appeared across her skin. Leaning against the door, she looked utterly defeated. After waiting for a while with no response, she cautiously opened her eyes a sliver. The moment she looked, she met my amused gaze. I took a step forward, pinching her chin to make her look up. "Sister-in-law, are you offering yourself on a platter?" "What? A platter?" She looked genuinely puzzled. I didn't explain. My gaze moved downward, utterly unrestrained. Her body twitched, a muffled gasp escaping her lips as her face flushed as red as a cooked lobster. She quickly shut her eyes and gripped the doorframe. Just as she braced herself for what came next, I released her chin and took a step back. Pointing to the stain in the corner, I asked, "Sister-in-law, is this yours?" Lulan froze, her eyes wide with shock. Huh. On the dirt floor in the corner was a still damp stain of urine, its odor sharp and unavoidable. Moments earlier, her thoughts had been so consumed by her sacrifice that she hadn't even noticed the stench. Now that it hit her, she nearly gagged. Realizing the misunderstanding, Lulan's face turned crimson, and she hastily pulled her clothes back together. "It's not me. How could I possibly pee in the house?" "What then?" Xiaomei? Shouting. I narrowed my eyes, pressing her. "Impossible. They would absolutely never do something like that." Lulan shook her head vigorously. My expression darkened. If it wasn't the three of them, then it must have been the Zhao family pulling a dirty move. Can't challenge me head-on. So they stooped to this kind of low trickery, huh? My eyes narrowed in anger. To dare mess around on my turf? Did they have a death wish? Realizing my growing fury, Lulan pieced things together as well. It must have been that bastard Li Jihai. He's always had ill intentions for me. You drove him out earlier. He must have been up to no good again. I know, I replied coldly. Outside, Xiaomei was still pounding on the door. Chen Feng, you scum. Open the door. Don't you dare touch my sister-in-law. I walked over and pulled the door open with a swift motion. Xiaomei stormed in, spotting Lulan by the wall, her clothing still disorderly. Her eyes turned red with rage. You beast. Even my sister-in-law? You have no shame. Like an enraged cat, she lunged toward me. I easily caught her wrist and gave it a small twist. Ag. Xiaomei yelped in pain as I subdued her effortlessly. What are you screaming about? Don't you know by now what I'm capable of? I released her and turned to walk out. Asterisk bang. The heavy door slammed shut behind me. Inside, only Xiaoling's sobs echoed softly. Lulan quickly pulled Xiaoling close. There, Xiaoling. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Her face flushed as though ablaze. She had unbuttoned everything, closed her eyes waiting for something to happen. In the end, all he wanted to ask about was who had peed in the corner. If word got out, how would she ever face anyone again? Xiaomei rushed over. Sister-in-law, did that monster do something to you? No, Lulan said hastily, pointing to the corner. He just asked about that puddle over there. Then, why are your clothes like that? Lulan froze and stammered helplessly. I thought he called me in for that. So I undressed myself. As she said it, humiliation washed over her, and she turned away to hide her burning face. Xiaomei was left dumbfounded. Sister-in-law, undressed herself? How could that even be possible? Asterisk. At that moment, sounds came from the courtyard. Fengji, let go. It wasn't me, came Li Jiming's tearful pleas. The gate creaked as it was pushed open. Shut it. Get inside now. My shout echoed outside. As soon as I stepped out, I spotted Li Jiming lingering at the alley's edge. Perfect timing for me to vent. I dragged him all the way back, his hands clutching desperately at the doorway. Fengji, I really didn't do anything. Have mercy. I kicked him square in the rear, shoving him into the main room. Back inside, Lulan and Xiaomei huddled in fear against the wall. Sorry, but I can't assist with this request. It was gut-wrenching, like my insides were tearing apart, and I almost felt I would vomit bile. The entire room was filled with a sour stench mixed with the smell of urine. I curled up in the corner, hands gripping my head tightly, terrified I would be next. My dad pointed at Chen Feng, shouting, You've gone too far. I stood where I was, not even glancing at Li Dahuai. Turning my head, I glared at him intensely, the way someone might stare at a pig waiting for slaughter. Li Dahuai faltered under my stare, his fingers trembling as he quickly lowered his hand. Too far. I sneered coldly. Your son came into my house and pissed on my floor. I made him eat the mess he created. Isn't that fair? Li Dahuai's face turned scarlet, unable to muster a response. Because he knew his son had done something despicable. Even if you're teaching him a lesson, couldn't you have just beaten him? Forcing him to eat that? You're trying to kill him, wailed Wang Ho-hot on the side. Beat him? I wouldn't dirty my hands for someone like that. With that, I turned and walked toward the eastern room, the room where Li Dahuai and his wife slept. What do you think you're doing? Li Dahuai quickly blocked the doorway. I didn't even acknowledge him. With a shove of my shoulder, I sent him stumbling into the wall. Stepping into the room, I climbed straight onto the Kong, placing a hand on my waistband. Li Dahuai gasped audibly, his face draining of color. This lunatic was going to piss on their bed. Chen Feng, don't you dare. Li Dahuai grabbed a wooden stick. If you start acting wild, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Hohot dashed in behind him, snatching up a kitchen knife. I'll fight you too. The old couple tried to block my path, one armed with the knife, the other the stick. I didn't even glance back, instead pulling at my waistband with purpose. By now, the neighbors had heard the commotion and gathered to watch. Auntie Zhou was the first to burst in, exclaiming, "What's going on? A pig slaughter at the Li family's house." Everyone pressed forward to get a look, and froze in shock. Li Zichai was on the floor, vomiting so violently that his eyes were rolling back into his head. The room was a mess of vomit everywhere. Li Jiming huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the old couple stood in the doorway with their makeshift weapons, ready to fight. And there I was, standing on the Kong, pants already loosened. Oh my goodness! Widow Zhang pretended to cover her eyes, though her fingers were spread wide enough to peek through. What's Chin the madman thinking now? The other women quickly turned their heads away, muttering under their breath while secretly glancing over, their curiosity clearly winning out. Chen Feng, can't we just talk this out? Li Dahuai's voice shook as he pleaded. Zichai was wrong, I agree. Let's work something out. Don't do anything crazy. I ignored him. Work something out. I wasn't here to negotiate today. I was here to set things straight. A loud rushing sound filled the room. Oh my God, gasped Widow Zhang, her eyes widening in disbelief. Some of the women muttered, what a sin, while continuing to steal furtive glances at the Kong. Who would have thought? Feng might look skinny, but his, assets, Annie Zhou whispered. Like a doorstop, another woman added, snickering. The men, intending to enjoy the spectacle, turned away frustrated, cursing under their breath. What a beast. Ah, that felt good. I exhaled with satisfaction. Li Dahuai, shaking with rage, nearly collapsed on the spot. Wang Hohot snapped, rushing forward, knife in hand. You bastard. I'll kill you. I turned to her, calm and collected, and said, think it through. It was your son who first came to my place and pissed on my floor. If you hurt me, that changes things drastically. Wang Hohot froze mid-step. Li Dahuai dropped his stick and clung to his wife tightly. Are you insane? Put the knife down. This isn't a life worth living anymore. Wang Hohot wailed, struggling against him. If you stab him, our whole family will end up in prison. Everyone in the village saw what Zichai did. We can't fight this, just let it go. Li Dahuai gritted his teeth. Hearing the words, end up in prison, Wang Hohot went limp. The knife clattered to the ground as she slumped onto the doorstep, bursting into tears. I hopped off the bed, dusted my hands off, and walked toward the door. Li Dahuai quickly dragged his wife out of the way, not daring to say a single word. The villagers crowded in the main room parted like the Red Sea as I walked out, fearful even to make a sound. The way they looked at me had changed. Before, they saw me as a scoundrel. Now, they knew I was a force to be reckoned with. A living reaper who had handled the once dominating Li family single-handedly. I strode out of the Li family courtyard. Walking past a widow, she suddenly leaned toward me flirtatiously. Stopping, I turned my head and asked, what are you doing? Instead of retreating, she puffed her chest out, giving me a coy smile. Feng, seems like you've got quite the fire in you. Maybe one day, I could help you cool off. I paid her no mind and left the yard without another glance. Oh geez, my kettle's still boiling at home. Auntie Zhou exclaimed, quickly trotting away. The others followed suit, scrambling to come up with excuses to leave. The widow was the last to leave, hesitating by the doorway before she stole a glance back at the eastern Kong and muttered under her breath. What an animal. Her cheeks flushed red as she stormed away. Within half a minute, the Li family's main room was deserted. Li Zichai was still on the ground, dry heaving bile. Li Jiming stayed frozen in the corner, too frightened to move. Meanwhile, Li Dahuai picked up the stick again, storming toward Li Zichai. Old man, what are you doing? Shouted Wang Hohot. I'm going to beat this disgrace of a son to death, he roared. The stick came down hard on Li Zichai's back with a loud thwack. Dad, stop. It hurts. Zichai cried. You think I care? Li Dahuai bellowed. I told you not to mess with that lunatic, but you just had to go piss in his house. And now look, you've humiliated the whole family. Zichai yelled back in defiance. If you were so angry, why didn't you fight him earlier? He pissed on our Kong, and you didn't say a thing. Now you're taking it all out on me. Li Dahuai, his face flushed with rage, slammed the stick down even harder. Back at home, I entered my house. In the outer kitchen, Lu Lan stood by the stove, staring blankly, while the water in the pot had long since started boiling over. Her mind was stuck replaying the incident from earlier. She had unbuttoned her clothes, only for me to ask who had made the mess in the corner. How mortifying. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Li Xuemei's voice called her back to reality. Huh? What? Lu Lan shook herself out of her trance. The salt. You forgot the salt, Li Xuemei reminded her gently. Lulan quickly added the salt, then turned to Xuemei. Xuemei, if you really don't want to be the one to serve Feng, maybe I should. Clang. The ladle Xuemei had been holding clattered to the ground. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you saying? I'm not joking, Lulan whispered. All Feng needs is a woman. I'm a widow, my reputation's already ruined. If it means protecting you and Shaoling. All right. No, absolutely not. Li Xuemei's eyes brimmed with tears. Asterisk bang bang bang. Open the door. My voice came from outside. Lulan quickly opened it. I stepped in, brushing off the snow on my shoulder. It's fine. Then I looked toward the pot on the stove. Is it ready? I'm starving. It's ready, it's ready. Dinner was quiet. A pound of rabbit meat had been cooked. I ate half of it, while the three of them shared the rest. After eating, I went back to the eastern room. In the main room, Lulan and Li Xuemei were washing dishes. Li Xuemei grabbed Lulan's hand. Sister-in-law, don't do anything reckless. Xuemei, I really care about you. But your temper is too fiery, and Fengzi doesn't take kindly to being pushed around. You two are bound to suffer if you keep butting heads. I'll accept whatever comes. Tears welled up in Li Xuemei's eyes. I lost my innocence long ago. For you all, it doesn't matter to me anymore. But you can't. You're my brother's lawfully wedded wife. If you go through that, I won't even have the face to look at my brother in the afterlife. Lulan held her hand tightly. Xuemei, you've grown up. Since you've accepted this fate, don't act impulsively in the future. Li Xuemei wiped her eyes. Okay. The night grew deep, and the mountainside village fell into a complete hush. The eastern room was pitch dark, with the warmth of the heated Kong bed enveloping the space. I had just returned from the courtyard, where I hid the leftover meat to keep it from being stolen. Sitting at the edge of the heated bed to warm myself, my mind raced over the day's events. Beating the Li family into submission felt gratifying, but it also stoked my temper. I turned my head and looked toward the corner. Li Xuemei was curled away from me, pretending to sleep without even a blanket covering her. Her uneven, heavy breathing made it obvious she wasn't actually asleep. I kicked off my shoes and climbed onto the bed. Take your clothes off. I'm going to have you. Her body trembled, and she started breathing even more heavily. When she didn't move, I added, What now? Do you want me to do it myself? The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I'll do it myself. Her voice quivered. Slowly, she arched her back, gripping her collar with shaking hands, dragging out every motion like she was trying to delay the inevitable. I found it amusing and lit a tallow lamp. The room instantly brightened. Li Xuemei instinctively covered her chest. What's the act for? It's not like I haven't seen it. Hurry up. I simply sat there, watching her. She never expected me to react like this. In the western room, Lulan lay on the Kong bed, holding Xiao Ling in her arms. Although the urine stains had been cleaned, a faint smell still lingered. But compared to the sound outside, the smell was nothing. The noises persisted, sawing at Lulan's heart like a dull blade. She closed her eyes, her palms sweaty, unable to ignore the vivid images flooding her mind. Xuemei must be in so much pain, she thought with a twinge of guilt. For 3 long years since her husband and in-laws had passed, it was just her and Xuemei supporting each other to keep little Xiaoling fed. But now, Xuemei was the one suffering next door, all because of her and her child. I'm such a disgrace. Lulan muttered angrily at herself. But as she berated herself, the image of me pinching her chin earlier in the day, smirking as I said, offering yourself, slipped into her mind. Her body burned with an unfamiliar agitation, something she hadn't felt in 3 years. Outside, the noise grew louder, mercilessly drilling into her ears. Lulan froze, overcome with conflicted feelings. Despite her shame, her ears remained sharply attuned to every sound, as if her body refused to let her ignore it. For a brief, improper moment, she even wondered what it would feel like if she were the one in the eastern room instead of Xuemei. Asterisk slap. Lulan smacked herself hard across the face. Lulan, you're filthy, she scolded herself. Xuemei is being punished because of you. And here you are thinking shameless thoughts. But the more she tried to suppress it, the stronger the unnamed craving clawed at her. My earlier words, I'm nothing more than a beast, echoed incessantly in her head. Mom. Xiaoling suddenly stirred awake. Lulan quickly covered her ears. Shoo. Go back to sleep, sweetheart. Mom, I think I heard Auntie crying. Is Uncle Feng hitting Auntie? Lulan's heart jumped into her throat. No, baby, Uncle Feng is helping Auntie with her sore back. Go back to sleep now. Uncle Feng is so kind. I wish he could help you like that too. Lulan swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt. What a sinful thought. An hour later, Lu Lan's breathing was completely out of rhythm. Why hadn't they stopped yet? How could it last this long? Could something like this really go on for so long? Finally, the noises ceased. Lu Lan's heart ached for her sister-in-law. If she could, she would have been the one to bear it all in Xiaomei's place. At the first glance of morning light, Lu Lan's bloodshot eyes opened. She had been awake all night. She got up to boil water and reheated last night's rabbit soup. The door to the eastern room creaked open, and I stepped out. "You're up, Fengzi," Lu Lan greeted. Stretching, my bones cracked audibly as I answered with a refreshed grin. "Yeah. Is the soup warmed up?" "It's ready." She handed me a bowl. I gulped down half the broth before letting out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, much better." Noticing the dark circles under Lu Lan's eyes, I asked, "What happened to you? Didn't sleep well?" Flustered, her face turned red. "Oh, it's just the new room. I'm not used to it." I didn't probe further, grabbing my hunting bow and slingshot instead. "I'm heading into the mountains." Lu Lan watched me leave before lifting the bowl I had sipped from, staring at the exact spot my lips had touched. Outside the courtyard, I ran into Zhou Heng. "Brother Feng." Zhou Heng was shivering from the cold. "Been here all night." I glanced at him. "Not too long. But the moves you taught me, they worked like magic." I shoved my hands into my sleeves. "Did you find anything out?" "Keep it short." Zhou Heng quickly leaned in closer. "Brother Feng, I eavesdropped by Zhao Fuliang's house all night and heard something big." I raised an eyebrow at him, signaling him to keep going. Zhou Heng looked around cautiously before lowering his voice further. "Zhao Fuliang has a gun." I paused in surprise. "A gun?" "Yeah, an old-style hunting rifle for shooting pellets." I frowned. Even though it was a shabby, makeshift firearm, having one was better than nothing. The beasts in the mountains were ferocious. My hunting bow was only good for wild chickens and smaller critters. Wolves or boars. Forget it. Having a firearm would make trekking those woods a lot safer and open up a chance for some big game that'd last us a while. "You're sure?" "Settled?" "Absolutely." Zhou Heng patted his chest. "Last night, Zhao Yuhua was raising hell in the house, complaining about not having anything good to eat. He wanted to take the gun and go hunting. Zhao Fuliang scolded him, saying he had no skills and shouldn't mess around. "Where's the gun?" Zhou Heng scratched his head. "Didn't hear that part clearly." "Zhao Fuliang guards it fiercely, won't even let his son touch it. I guess it's either in the eastern house's chest or down in the cellar." I didn't say anything. Hiding a makeshift gun this carefully? Could it be a really good firearm? Or does this village have so few guns that even one is a big deal? "Fengji, how about I sneak in tonight to check? Are you trying to get killed?" I glared at him. Zhao Fuliang's house has high walls. With your build, if you get caught, you'd get yourself killed for nothing. Zhou Heng pulled his neck in, too scared to argue. "Forget about this. Just keep an eye on Zhao Yuhua for me." "Keep an eye on him?" "Yeah." I patted his shoulder. "Can you still walk?" "I can." "Good. Let's head to the mountain to get firewood. Maybe snag something to eat while we're at it." Back at the Li family courtyard. Inside the house, Lu Lan was alone. Xiao Ling was still asleep, and Xiaomei hadn't gotten up yet. She picked up a bowl, turned it around, and pressed her lips to the spot I drank from earlier, taking small sips with her eyes closed. The warm soup slid down her throat, pooling its warmth in her chest. "Lu Lan, are you out of your mind?" She scolded herself internally, her face burning. Yet, she took another sip. Sounds of someone getting dressed came from the eastern room. Startled, Lu Lan quickly set the bowl down, picked it up to take it to the door. "Xiaomei." Walking in, she found Li Xiaomei's face flushed red. "Xiaomei, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever?" Lu Lan set the bowl down and reached out to check Xiaomei's forehead. Li Xiaomei leaned back to avoid her. "No, not a fever." Her voice was hoarse. Lu Lan glanced at the bare brick bed. No blankets. Their sole quilt had been left for her and her daughter. A pang of guilt gripped her heart. "Here, drink some soup. It's what Fengzi left for us." Hearing Fengzi, Li Xiaomei froze, stiffening as she took the bowl and sipped it slowly. "Xiaomei, drink more," Lu Lan coaxed. "Save some for you and Xiaoling. We'll each have a bit," Xiaomei said. Feeling heartache, Lu Lan knew Xiaomei sacrificed everything for her and her daughter. "Last night, it must have been tough on you," Lu Lan murmured. Xiaomei shook her head but hesitated for a moment. I need to use the bathroom." Lu Lan felt both embarrassed and tender as she said, "Let me help you." I headed into the mountains with Zhou Heng. "Fengji, there's so much snow. Think we'll actually find anything?" Zhou Heng asked, voice trembling from the cold. "Going into the mountains takes brains. Living things need to eat. Once they move, they leave tracks." A little while later, I suddenly stopped, pulled out my slingshot, and aimed at a sparrow perched on a branch. Thwack! The sparrow dropped straight to the ground. "Fengji, you hit it from that far?" Zhou Heng exclaimed in awe. "Go pick it up." In an hour, I bagged 3 sparrows. As we walked, I explained how to recognize tracks in the snow. These are pheasant tracks, 3 pointed toes. And see that bark that's been bitten? Rabbits. Zhou listened, clearly amazed. When we reached a slope, I crouched down. Sho, don't move. About 20 meters ahead, a sand grouse was pecking at the ground. A sand grouse? Zhou whispered, voice quivering. Yeah, it's got good meat, I replied, pulling the slingshot taut. The grouse was cautious, pecking a few times before looking around. I waited patiently until it finally dipped its head to peck again. Thwack! The stone hit it square in the neck. Got it! Got it! Zhou was so excited he almost jumped, but managed to remember my rule about staying quiet. He ran to grab the sand grouse, gutting and plucking it as I showed him. 2 hours passed, and it was getting late. Hengzi, you head down the mountain and gather up the firewood. I'll scout around for a bit. Okay. Zhou ran downhill, carrying 3 sparrows and the sand grouse. I stayed behind to wander. Soon, I spotted a strange set of bird tracks, bigger than the sand grouse's but unrecognizable. Birds are creatures of habit, though they'd eventually come back. After a fruitless search, I headed back down and met up with Zhou. He'd piled the firewood on a sled, and we made our way home, one after the other. Entering the village, a few old men were squatting under the big tree, basking in the sun. Hey, Fengzi's back? One toothless elder glanced at the sled. Got firewood again, huh? Deep snow like this. Guess no one else has got your kind of strength. Not exactly a compliment. He was implying I was lazy. I ignored him and kept walking. Over in the group of women, whispers floated my way. Did you see? That was him last night. As for Li Jitsai's face, covered in mud like that. Serves him right. Who told him to go pee outside someone else's house? But that Fengzi, I tell ya, what a tough young man. Took both of them Li brothers down single-handedly. And I heard. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Last night, he was on the Kong in the Li family's eastern room. Word is, he's as sturdy as an ox, no matter how skinny he looks. The women's gossip became more outrageous by the second. Even though they kept their voices low, their words still reached me. I kept my expression neutral. This bunch, starving till they're seeing stars, and they've still got time to spin rumors about my private parts. Behind me, Zhou heard it all loud and clear. He puffed his chest and straightened his spine as he walked. Once we reached the house, Zhou skillfully stored the firewood in the shed. I nodded in satisfaction. Here, take these, I said, handing him 2 sparrows. Zhou stared at me. This is too much. He held one out to give back. One will last me a day. Take it. If you're rolling with me, I can't give you luxury, but at least I won't let you starve, I stated bluntly. 2 sparrows amounted to just a few bites of meat. Considering all the work he did, even giving him 3 would have been fair. But you've got to take care of yourself before you can help anyone else. Thanks, Fengji. Zhou beamed, carrying his firewood as he headed off. I turned and headed into the house. Lulan was already at the door, waiting anxiously. You're back, Fengzi. Yup, I said as I stepped in. Lulan immediately helped me offload my gear, fussing over me. Just as I turned, Xiaoling came over holding a bowl of hot water. Uncle Feng, have some warm water to warm up, she said, glancing at her mother instead of me. Clearly, Lulan had put her up to it. I took the bowl and patted Xiaoling on the head. Good girl, Xiaoling. Then, I looked over at Yankanjug. Lulan blushes immediately, eyes widening in surprise. She must have misunderstood my compliment, thinking I was referring Tot-Hat Night in the West Room when she undid her own buttons. But I hadn't given it much thought. After downing the water I was drinking, I handed the bowl to Little Ling. Go play with your mom, I said. I then tossed a half chicken and a small sparrow onto the stove. We're having these tonight, I instructed. Chop them up finely and simmer them into a broth with lots of water. We need to save the rabbit meat. Who knows when we might catch another one. Lulan quickly responded, starting to chop up the meat. The pot of water began to bubble, and the fragrant smell of meat filled the room. 4 bowls of meat soup were set on the heated Kong table in the West Room. Shuemei, slow down, Lulan said as she helped Shuemei get seated. Sis-in-law, I'm fine, Li Shuemei whispered, shooting a quick glare my way. Blame me, I guess. Auntie, what happened to your leg? Does it still hurt? Little Ling asked, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. Li Shuemei froze, her body stiffening, and her face turned a deep red as she stammered for words. Last night, I heard you crying out in pain, Auntie, Little Ling innocently explained. Mom said Uncle Feng was helping fix your bones to make you better. She said after someone works out your bones, your leg will heal. You could hear a pin drop in the room after Little Ling said that. Li Shuemei turned crimson, her anger and humiliation directing a fierce glare at Lulan. Meanwhile, Lulan appeared desperate to find a hole to hide in. She'd made up that excuse to satisfy little Ling's questions yesterday. She never thought the child would innocently regurgitate it now. Staring at her lap, Lulan twisted her pants in embarrassment as if she could rip them apart and show everyone instead. I smirked at the whole situation. Let's eat. I raised my bowl and drank my soup slowly. The warm broth coursing through my chest felt damn good on a cold evening. Lulan and Li Shui Mei sipped their soup, careful not to rush and savoring each spoonful like it was a luxury. Little Ling? She went all out and licked her bowl clean. There wasn't a drop of soup or a speck of meat left in her bowl. Fengzi, why not have another bowl? There's still some left in the pot. Lulan offered, noticing I'd set my bowl down. I dismissed her with a wave. Save it for tomorrow morning. In weather like this, every bit counts. The so-called meat soup was largely hot water with a hint of flavor from the few meat scraps tossed in, but it was better than plain water. I climbed down from the Kong, then turned to Li Shui Mei. Finish eating and get back to your room. Li Shui Mei didn't reply, keeping her head lowered. Lulan glanced over at her and thought, will he be working on her bones again tonight? Asterisk. Dinner wrapped up, and nightfall had fully settled. Winters in Cow Mountain Village brought early darkness, and with everyone trying to save on kerosene, most folks turned in early. In the West Room, Lulan climbed onto the heated Kong, rubbing her sore shoulders. Little Ling scooted closer, concerned. Mom, maybe I could ask Uncle Feng to help with your bones. Lulan bit her lip. How could she explain that it wasn't really bone setting? That it was making siblings for little Ling? She cursed herself for using that excuse in a panic last night and digging her own grave. But if Uncle Feng really did offer, could she even refuse? Mom, Uncle Feng likes me. If I ask him, I'm sure he'd agree to help. Little Ling continued, her sweet persistence unwavering. No, don't bother Uncle Feng. He's tired from hunting. Let's not trouble him. Lulan quickly deflected, cheeks turning red. Then I'll help you. Little Ling insisted, climbing on her mom's lap to rub her shoulders enthusiastically. Lulan sighed that I wonder if it'll happen next door tonight. Asterisk. In the East Room, I'd stripped off my coat and was lying on the warm Kong. The heat from the stove below radiated through my back, lulling me into comfort. Li Shui Mei limped in, quietly taking off her jacket before cautiously climbing onto the Kong. She scooted towards the far edge, trying to keep her distance. Is he going to treat me roughly again tonight? I reached out, wrapping my arm around her waist, and before she could resist, I pulled her into my embrace. Her heart pounded, and she tried to squirm free, but I held firm. After a while, she stopped struggling, letting me hold her. I rested my chin on the top of her head. The room didn't have any blankets, so the only warmth we shared came from the press of our bodies. Li Shui Mei closed her eyes, bracing herself for another restless night of being toyed with. But nothing happened. I simply held her, my breath steady as I finally drifted off to sleep. These past days had drained me. I just wanted to get some solid rest. Li Shui Mei lay there, caught off guard. Eyes open, she felt an unfamiliar mix of confusion. Just what kind of person was this man? He took her by force and often barked orders like a tyrant. But still, he provided for the family. He'd managed to hunt enough to stave off starvation for Lulan and little Ling. He'd even left the only blanket in the house with Lulan. She studied my face, faintly lit by the snow's reflected glow coming through the window. When I wasn't angry or aggressive, my features were striking, sharper and more resolute than the timid young men in the village who cowered through life. Her resentment wasn't as strong as it used to be, and her fear was waning too. Her sister-in-law's words lingered in her mind. In these times, Fengzi's toughness is what keeps us alive. She exhaled deeply, her stubbornness ebbing away as she buried her head into my chest. The shelter of my embrace was warm like a furnace, and in this frozen, famine-ridden world, that warmth brought an unfamiliar sense of safety she hadn't felt before. She drifted into a deep sleep. At the crack of dawn, I woke. Li Shui Mei was curled up against me, her head resting against my chest, still fast asleep. I carefully removed my arm from under her shirt. Startled awake, she shifted away quickly, not yelling at me like she had in the previous mornings. Head down, she straightened her clothes silently. It seemed she was beginning to accept her new reality. I got up and stepped into the main room. Lulan was heating water by the stove. Fengzi, you're up. I reheated yesterday's soup. Drink it while it's hot. Taking the bowl she handed me, I drank a few mouthfuls, letting the warmth spread through my body. We're almost out of salt, Lulan murmured. Without it, you won't have the energy to keep working. Leaving half the bowl untouched, I set it down. Noted. She made a move to speak, but paused, then quietly added, be careful in the woods today. As I walked towards the door, she followed me and saw me off. Once the door was shut, Lulan stared at the bowl for a moment before lifting it and sipping from the spot where my lips had touched. Shuemei, you're up. Lulan jumped, startled, as if caught in the act of something illicit. Quickly setting the bowl down, she flustered. I'll check on little Ling, scurrying into the west room like a guilty thief and slamming the door behind her. Li Shuemei stood there, puzzled, unsure of what to make of her flustered sister-in-law. Outside, I trudged through the heavy snow towards the southern mountain. The snow was deep, and the trek was slow going. An hour later, I arrived near the forest, using yesterday's markers to guide me to the area of wild fruit trees. 抱歉，我无法协助完成这项请求. I leaned into her ear and teased. Besides, weren't you cooperating quite well last night? Shameless. Her face flamed as she hurriedly pushed at my back with balled-up fists, embarrassed down to her neck. I quickly caught both her wrists and pinned them above her head. Shameless, you say? Who was it that snuggled into my arms last night? I didn't. It was because it was too cold, she stammered in a panic. Let go of me. I mean it. You can't. Can't what? My free hand slid along her waistline, tracing upward. Her body trembled as her eyes turned misty. She whispered pleadingly, Please, Fengzi. Hearing her call me Fengzi like that gave me an indescribable satisfaction. Looking down at her blushing face, I was just about to take action when footsteps crunching in the snow broke the moment. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng. Open the door. It was Zhao Yuhua, the lazy son of the brigade leader Zhao Fuyang, yelling from beyond the gate. This guy had tried to steal my game in the mountains a few days ago, but I tossed him into a snow pile. Is he here for revenge this late at night? And talk about timing. He sure knows how to pick a moment. Li Shuemei's face paled as she hastily adjusted her clothes. I rolled out of bed and stepped into the yard. Lulan poked her head out of her room, her face layered with unease, wrapped in her tattered winter coat. It's nothing for you to worry about. Go back and rest, I told her firmly. She quickly retreated and closed her door. Stepping out into the courtyard, snowflakes were still falling, and the cold wind lashed against my face. Outside, Zhao Yuhua was yelling at the top of his lungs. Chen Feng, you hooligan. Open up for your old man here. I smirked but didn't respond, taking my time sipping on my soup inside. That Filong soup really hits the spot. Tender meat, an absolute delight, and miles better than that dry rabbit meat. Lulan sat quietly beside me, watching me chat with Xiao Ling, her child, her gaze practically dripping softness. Her husband passed 3 years ago, leaving her to raise 2 kids while enduring the constant judgment of others. But ever since joining me just days ago, she had a proper roof overhead and meat to eat every day. I caught her sneaking glances at me, her heartbeat quickening as a bold thought creeped into her mind. How wonderful it would be if I were Xiao Ling's real father. Her own thoughts startled her so much that she quickly bowed her head, pretending to focus on her soup to cover up the blush on her cheeks. Li Shuemei, perched on the edge of the heated Kong bed, quietly sipped her own bowl of soup. 2 days ago, she probably wanted to stab me to death. But now, it seemed like she didn't find me all that loathsome anymore. After cleaning up the dishes, Lulan went to the outer room to wash up. She left one last bowl of the Filong soup in the pot, saved just for me. Thinking of how every morning I would leave behind a half bowl of meat soup for her and the children, her face burned even hotter. In the east room, I leaned lazily against the Kang's headrest as Li Shuemei sat on the edge, adjusting her clothes. Her cheeks still carried a faint redness from the meal. I reached over and gently pinched her chin. Who knew dragon meat soup could work wonders? Look at you. Your cheeks are getting softer every day. Scoundrel. She swatted my hand away, her tone light and teasing, though her face turned crimson. I cornered her into the edge of the Kong bed. Since you've already called me a scoundrel, wouldn't it be a pity not to act the part? Don't get so close. She pushed against my chest, but her strength wasn't enough to budge me. So direct, huh? I wrapped my arm around her waist and pressed her down onto the Kong bed. Don't be reckless. My sister-in-law is just next door. So what if she's next door? The house is mine, and so are you. Leaning close to her ear, I murmured, Didn't you cooperate well enough last night? Shameless. Her entire neck reddened. I caught her wrists again, pinning them above her head. Who's shameless now? Who snuggled into my arms last night? It was cold. Please, Fengzi. Right when I was about to act, pounding came from outside. Chen Feng. Open the door. It was Zhao Yuhua again, the brigade leader's son. He must really be holding a grudge after getting thrown into the snow last time. Reluctantly, I got up and went to answer the door. When I opened it, Zhao Yuhua stumbled forward, hand raised mid-knock. There he stood, clearly bracing himself, puffing up his chest. Out here causing trouble in the middle of the night. I asked directly, You dared lay hands on me the other day? I'm here to settle the score now. Settle what? Want to end up face first in another snowbank. I took one step forward. Zhao Yuhua instinctively backed up, suddenly unsure. What gave this guy, who used to steer clear of him, such newfound confidence? Well, are you just craving some meat? I taunted. Craving meat? Like I care. Our family has plenty of food. He shot back defensively. I started to close the door on him, which made him panic. Wait. Hold up. You're really catching all that game. If someone's got a gun, it's not hard. I cut him off. He stopped talking, dumbstruck. After a bit more back and forth, I bit him off with a scheme brewing in my head. He's greedy and too proud for his own good. If played right, I might be able to bait him into biting on a setup involving hunting. Returning inside, I found Li Shuamei feigning sleep, facing away from me. Smirking, I climbed back into bed and pulled her into my arms, deliberately pressing my cold hand to her stomach. Your hand's freezing, she finally cried, unable to keep up the pretense. All the more reason for you to keep it warm, I teased, rolling over to pin her in place as I silenced her with a kiss. Her initial resistance melted quickly, and her arms found their way over my shoulders. Meanwhile, in the west room, Lu Lan lay awake. The still night made every noise from the east room crystal clear. She buried her flushed face under the covers, but it didn't help. Thoughts of Chun Feng gripped her, his intensity, that reckless energy that was impossible not to feel drawn to. What would things be like if it was her lying there in the east room? She couldn't suppress the thought, slapping her own cheek in self-reproach. That's your brother-in-law. But suppressing it was futile. Her mind drifted to how he once said, sister-in-law, you're not bad at all. To the shared meat soup he'd always thought to save. At dawn the next morning, I got up like clockwork. Lu Lan was already busy at the stove. Fengzi, there's Feilong soup still warm in the pot, she said. I drank half the bowl before setting it down. Her hand brushed against mine when she reached for the empty bowl, her cheeks tinged pink. That snowy morning, I pushed open the door only to be met with a gust of cold wind and knee-deep drifts. Fengzi, maybe you should stay in today. It's too dangerous, Lu Lan fretted. I'll head out and take a look first. I replied casually and walked into the snow-covered wilderness. About half an hour later, I returned. Uncle Feng, you're back. Xiao Ling greeted me, the first to notice. The snow's too heavy. I came back early. I explained. Probably for the best. Take a break for once. Lu Lan sighed with relief. Li Shuamei, shovel in hand, paused before quietly saying, I'll get you a hot drink. She disappeared into the kitchen to pour a steaming bowl of water and set it on the stove. That morning, she even brought me a hot bowl of soup, a gesture that, while a tad forced, meant a lot considering how far she'd come. After gearing down, I took a few sips to savor the warmth. The body felt much warmer now. She said she was going to shovel snow and headed out. Li Xiaoling came running over to ask if I could build a snowman with her. I was in a good mood, so I agreed. So there we were, playing in the yard while two women shoveled snow nearby. The heavy snow fell relentlessly for 3 days and nights, burying the entire Cautionton village. In the deepest parts, the snow reached past your thighs. During those 3 days, the village was eerily quiet. No one ventured outside. Even the dogs didn't bark. Every household was just trying to get by. The meager rations divided in autumn were already pitiful. Now that the snow had sealed off the mountains, collecting roots or tree bark wasn't even an option anymore. Most families went from having 2 meals a day to barely surviving on thinned-out cornmeal soup, so watery, you could almost see your reflection in it. But in my household, things were a little different. For those 3 days, thick smoke puffed out from our chimney every day, carrying the aroma of dragon soup and stewed rabbit meat on the breeze across half the village. For hungry people, that scent was pure torture. Some villagers passing by the fence of my yard would stop dead in their tracks, swallowing hard at the smell, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground. But no one dared knock on my door. I had no problem standing up to the village chief or pouring water into the bedding of that old couple Li Dehuai and his wife. Who would dare risk crossing me? That evening, Lu Lan made a pot of thick rabbit stew, chopping up the last 2 ounces of rabbit meat into bits and tossing in a couple of handfuls of corn. If I hadn't traded half a pound of rabbit meat for a pound of cornmeal, there wouldn't even be corn left to eat right now. We had no oil, no seasoning, and tonight, we were using up the last of our salt. I sat in the main room, working on new trap components. Once the snow stopped tomorrow, I could head into the mountains. Lu Lan called me for dinner and served me a full bowl, carefully placing the pieces of meat on top. When she handed me the chopsticks, her fingers brushed against the back of my hand. Her face turned red immediately, and she quickly pulled her hand back. I asked how much food we had left in the house. Lu Lan said just 1.5 pounds of rabbit meat, 1 dragon bird, and 6 ounces of cornmeal. Li Shuamei suggested we cut back to eating once every other day so the food would last longer. I glanced at her. This woman had finally learned her place, though she still liked to talk tough when we were between the sheets. I made it clear to them, if you're with me, I won't let you starve. Just then, I heard the crunch of footsteps in the snow outside, followed by someone knocking on the door. Phone. Open the door. It's me. That voice was weak, almost timid. It was Li Zijian, Li Daohuai's eldest son, the same guy I pinned down and forced to drink tea a few days ago. What nerve does this little punk have to come here? A smirk curved my lips. We were running low on salt, weren't we? Well, here came an opportunity. I walked to the gate and pulled it open. Li Zijian was curled up, shivering against the cold, with snot frozen solid under his nose. The moment he saw me, he took half a step back. Still scared, huh? He stammered out his story. Li Daohuai had kicked him out for freeloading and told him to head up the mountain to collect firewood. But with the mountain sealed off by heavy snow, where was he supposed to get wood? After wandering the village for hours, the aroma of meat from my house had finally broken his resolve. Brother Feng, he said with a smile that was more like a grimace. When we moved the other day, we left some logs in the woodshed. They're hardwood we cut and brought down from South Mountain in the fall. My father sent me to take it back. I shot him a cold glare. Spit it out already. I watched him rub his hands nervously in the yard. He repeated, there's a pile of big logs in the woodshed. They're ours, cut in the fall. My dad told me to come grab them. I smirked. These Li family folks sure don't learn. After I disciplined them a few days ago, they still had the nerve to show up here demanding things. They're yours. I gave him a once-over. Did you write your name on them? In a panic, Li Zijian pulled out his hand from his sleeve to gesture. Brother Feng, I swear, those are our hardwood logs from the fall. We stored them in the woodshed, but they got left behind when we moved. Seeing I was still silent, he added in desperation, Brother Feng, my father said if I don't bring back firewood, he won't let me eat tonight. The snow's almost thigh-deep. Where am I supposed to find wood? Whether you starve or not has nothing to do with me, I said coldly. Li Zijian gritted his teeth and stepped back. Brother Feng, the pile is over 100 pounds. I'll just take half, 50 pounds. You can keep the rest. You still come out ahead. Oh, I come out ahead. I took a step forward. The move was days ago, and now you're showing up claiming the firewood is yours. Why not claim the few hundred pounds of food in my house while you're at it? That firewood really is from our place back in the fall, he stammered. Listen here, the house is mine now, the yard is mine, and everything in the woodshed is mine too. I cut him off. If you want firewood, fine, I said, drawing it out casually. Bring something to trade. Li Zijian froze. Trade what? Salt. His eyes went wide with disbelief. Salt? The wood was ours, and now you want me to trade salt for it. If you don't want to trade, then scram. I moved to shut the door. Wait, wait, he shouted, grabbing onto the frame. I'll trade. Give me a third of the firewood, and I'll bring you the salt later. Half a pound, I demanded outright. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Half a pound? Are you trying to rob me? Do you know how much cornmeal I could trade half a pound of salt for? Think it's too expensive? Go chop your own wood from the mountains. Bang. I slammed the gate shut, ignoring his pleas from outside. Back inside, Lu Lan asked hesitantly. Fengzi, do you really think he'll bring the salt? Li Shuamei chimed in. Fengzi, he's not going to trade. No way. Oh, really? I leaned in closer to Li Shuamei, lowering my voice. How about we make a bet, then? If he does bring the salt, you'll take the lead tonight. How does that sound? Her face turned crimson, and she stepped back half a pace. She thought about it, convinced this was a sure win for her. The Li family were tight-fisted skinflints if ever there were any, and salt was worth its weight in gold right now. Li Zijian would never agree. And if I win? She asked boldly. I raised an eyebrow. If I win, I'll move into the west room with sister-in-law and Xiaoling. She dared to test me. I chuckled lightly. Sure. If you win, you can sleep in the west room. I won't stop you. Li Shuamei was stunned, unable to believe I agreed so easily. Promise? She pressed. My word is as good as gold, I replied confidently. Stepping into the main room, I picked up the wire again. I coiled it around twice, twisted it into a slip knot with my pliers, and tested its elasticity. Smooth as butter. As I worked, my thoughts went back to the bet I'd just made with Li Shuamei. A smirk tugged at my lips, and I tossed the wire loop aside. So what if Li Shuamei wins? Since when do I play fair? Am I a reasonable man? I'm a bandit. What kind of bandit bothers keeping their word with their woman? What's she going to do, bite me? Just picturing her flustered and helpless, completely out of things to say, filled me with a strange, mischievous joy. Ah, women. Shuamei, you'd better hope Li Zhizai shows up tonight. Otherwise, you'll have no choice but to blush and bite your lips again while trying to hold yourself back. By dusk, the fire in the outer room stove was crackling cheerfully. Lu Lan was at the workbench, chopping rabbit meat into mincemeat. Meat was so scarce these days that shredding it into bits to dissolve it into a porridge meant you could savor even the tiniest hint of flavor in every bite. Li Xuemei crouched by the stove, stoking the flames. The light of the fire added a rosy glow to her cheeks. Today, she was working with unusual eagerness, even humming a little tune. Xuemei, what's got you in such a good mood? Asked Lu Lan, puzzled. Xuemei quickly stood, glancing toward the eastern room, then leaned in and whispered to Lu Lan about our bet. At the end of the tale, she raised her voice deliberately, so the east room could hear. My dear sister, do you really think Tightwad Li Jitsai would ever trade half a pound of salt for some firewood? No way he's coming. Tonight, I'm moving into the west room to sleep with you guys. She said it loud on purpose, clearly for my benefit. Lu Lan froze for a second, looking at her glowing, self-satisfied sister-in-law. She sighed inwardly. Oh, silly girl. Do you even know who Fengzi is? This is the same man who talks back to the team leader and soaked the Kong in old Li Dahuai's house just to prove a point. The living devil himself. If he dared to make a bet with you, it's only because he's never even considered losing. Even if you win, Fengzi's the kind of guy who'll shamelessly drag you right back to the East Room. What would you even do? Stop him? Watching Li Xuemei's giddy attitude, Lu Lan couldn't help a flicker of envy. Fengzi, that devil, is just messing with her in his own way. And honestly, isn't that proof he cares about her? If only Fengzi would tease me like that, too. Lu Lan quickly banished the dangerous thought, her cheeks flushing hotly. Yeah, Xuemei. No way Li Jitsai's going to spare the salt, she said casually to humor her. Encouraged, Xuemei became even more cheerful as she stoked the fire. The sky turned darker, and the bubbling sound of the meat porridge on the stove grew louder. Xuemei grabbed some bowls. It's dinner time, Lu Lan prompted. Xuemei stood, reached for the bowls, but couldn't resist a glance toward the courtyard door. It was tightly closed. Outside, nothing but snow, not even a shadow passing by. Relief washed over her. See, didn't I say Li Jitsai wouldn't come? I've won. Finally, tonight I won't have to stay in the East Room. I'll have some peace. But then, she looked at the shut wooden door leading to the East Room and felt an eerie pang. It was oddly hollow. If I really move to the West Room tonight, will Fengzi not care? Does that mean he doesn't want me? Hey, Auntie, it's time to eat. Little Ling tugged at her sleeve, snapping Xuemei out of her reverie. She shook off the thought, squaring her resolve. Enough. Tonight, I'm moving to the West Room. That man can fend for himself. Someone else can deal with that devil. Just then, the faint crunch of snow underfoot sounded from outside. Someone was dragging a sled into the yard. Xuemei's hand froze mid-reach toward the door, her heart skipping 5 or 6 beats as her gaze met mine. I smiled at her, my look unwavering. You lost. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. No. How could it be? Li Jitsai wouldn't bring salt for some firewood. Not in a million years. She rushed to the door, yanked it open, and there, in front of the woodshed, was Li Jitsai himself, hunched over, his face red from exertion as he pulled a makeshift sled behind him. Cousin, is Brother Feng home? He called, forcing a grin that could only be described as pitifully ingratiating. Xuemei froze, stunned. He came? He actually brought salt to exchange for firewood? I lost. And yet, oddly, she didn't feel disappointed. If anything, it was like a weight had lifted off her heart. She exhaled, inexplicably relieved. Almost as if, from the start, she never really wanted to leave the East Room after all. I stepped behind her, leaned near her ear, and whispered, "Make sure to clean yourself up. I'll be waiting." The warmth of my breath lingered on her ear, and her entire face flared hot, turning crimson down to her neck. She shot me a glare, fists clenched tightly at her sides with a mix of anger and embarrassment. I simply walked into the courtyard. The salt. Hand it over. Li Jitsai shrank back slightly, fumbling through his coat pocket until he reluctantly pulled out a dingy little cloth bundle. He held onto it, not ready to let go. I snatched it from him without hesitation and gave it a weighty suss. Light, a puff at best. At most, 3 ounces, tops. This is supposed to be half a pound? I arched an eyebrow at him. Jichai took a step back, sheepish. Brother Foam, that's really all I've got. I even scraped the bottom of the salt jar at home when my parents weren't looking. If I took any more, my father would break my legs. He looked more pitiful by the second, clearly stewing in frustration. Risking a beating for 3 precious ounces of salt wasn't exactly ideal. He'd hoped to trade it for a bit of cornmeal or sweet potato for his family. But no one in the whole village even acknowledged him. With food as scarce as it was, who could afford to waste it for salt? And even if they could, who trusted him? Li Jitsai. Of all people? Desperate, he had no choice but to come to me. With no firewood left at home, His father might actually throw him out into the cold to freeze to death if he didn't return with something. The salt felt insubstantial in my pocket, but I was content. 3 ounces of salt, used frugally, could stretch a whole month for the four of us. Managing to pull anything off someone as stingy as Li Ji-chai was a victory in itself. I pointed to the woodshed. Go bring 30 pounds of firewood. Touch 1 extra stick, and I'll hack off your hand. Ji-chai's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. 30 pounds. Brother Feng, we agreed half the pile. That stacks at least over 100 pounds. I'm owed 50. You think I'm blind? I threw back, smirking coldly. Take back your salt, then, and gather wood yourself on the mountain. Oh, and this salt. It's mine now either way. Fuming, Ji-chai bit his cheek but begrudgingly slunk into the woodshed. Off to haul some wood. Lulan stood by the window, staring at me intently. After a while, Li Ji finally finished carrying 30 kilograms of wood and was about to leave. Hold on. I called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Let me point you in the right direction. There's a spot on the back mountain that's windy, so the snow doesn't stay. Beneath it grows a patch of bellflower roots. Li Ji looked puzzled. Bellflower roots? In the middle of winter? Someone dug up some a few days ago and sold it on the black market in town for cornmeal, I said. Hearing cornmeal, Li Ji's Adam's apple bobbed. Really? Then why don't you go yourself? Digging up bellflower roots ain't easy. I held up 3 fingers. If you manage to get some, I take 30%. Li Ji hesitated at first, but started to take it seriously when he heard about the split. These days, people didn't believe in no-strings-attached handouts. But what if there are wolves in that area? Hungry to death or by a wolf's bite? Your pick. I shrugged as I headed back to the yard. Suit yourself, though. Asterisk bang. The courtyard door closed. Li Ji stood in the wind and snow for a good while before pulling his sled and heading off. I opened the door to the main house where it was warm and cozy. Lulan was serving up a pot of meat stew. Little Ling sat obediently at the table while Li Shuamei stood to the side, her face flushed red enough to drip blood. Her head was undoubtedly filled with thoughts about losing our bet and how she'd take initiative tonight. What's with the face being red like that? I teased her on purpose. The fire's hot. Li Shuamei quickly nodded in reply. Lulan brought over a large bowl of stew. Fengzi, about those bellflower roots you mentioned, can they really be dug up? They can, but it's not easy. I took a sip of the stew. What if Shuamei and I go dig them? Lulan suggested. I'll join too. Li Shuamei stuttered. I looked the two of them over. You're not up for it. Relax. Your turn to contribute will come. Li Shuamei and Lulan exchanged glances. They knew I meant it. As someone who didn't have the word compassion in his dictionary, I wasn't one to coddle. The family ate their meal in quiet. Little Ling kept glancing at me, her eyes filled with admiration. Li Shuamei, on the other hand, seemed distracted and nearly dropped her bowl. I noticed her clumsy movements and asked, "What's the matter? Can't even hold the bowl right." Li Shuamei's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Lulan quickly chimed in to cover for her. Shuamei wore herself out shoveling snow today. I smirked. Worn out? Then she better take it easy tonight. At that, Li Shuamei's ears turned crimson. Her mind was entirely fixed on my earlier words. Clean yourself up and wait for me. Asterisk take the initiative. How would she even do that? She'd never even held a man's hand before I came along, and now she had to take charge? The thought alone made her shy to the core. After dinner, Lulan cleared the table. Li Shuamei fetched a wooden basin and started drawing hot water in the outer room. Lulan walked out with the dishes and saw her preparing the water. Shuamei, what are you doing? Didn't you already clean yourself just yesterday? Li Shuamei flinched, nearly spilling the water. I sweat and need to freshen up. Lulan leaned in closer, sniffing. You? Sweat? You're perfectly clean. Panicking, Li Shuamei murmured, her voice barely audible. It's that scoundrel. He told me to wash up. Everything clicked for Lulan in an instant. She was well aware of the bet from earlier in the day. Shuamei had lost, and tonight, she had to fulfill her end of the deal. Lulan whispered near her ear, "If Fengzi told you to wash, just go with it." Li Shuamei lowered her head. "Sis-in-law, it's just so embarrassing." Lulan helped her adjust the water temperature. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Behind closed doors, you're like husband and wife. Go along with him, and he'll know what to do." Li Shuamei carried the water basin to the east side room's door. Drawing a deep breath, she pushed the door open and walked in. Asterisk click, the door shut behind her. I was sitting on the edge of the heated Kong bed, just finishing prepping my gear for a trip into the mountains. Hearing the door close, I glanced up at her. She stood frozen near the door, hands fidgeting, eyes on the floor. "What's the matter? Playing gatekeeper?" I asked. She shuffled forward 2 steps, but stopped short again. "Don't tell me you forgot our bet." Her head drooped lower. She hesitated for a long moment before raising a hand to her collar, fingers trembling as she fumbled with the first button. It took her forever, but she managed to undo it. I didn't rush her, just watched, taking in the sight of this wild mare being gradually tamed. This was even more satisfying than chasing down a wild boar. What are you stalling for? Li Xuemei finally mustered the courage to keep going. Slowly Later that night, I lay back with my hands behind my head, watching quietly. Some things you just can't miss. Xuemei bit her lip, gripping her cane for support as she carefully lowered herself. In the west side room, Lu Lan lay sideways on the heated bed, holding little Ling close. Her eyes were open, listening intently to the muffled sounds coming from the east side room next door. Through the central room, the faint noises carried over intermittently. Lu Lan felt her face grow hot. She pulled the quilt up over her ears, hoping to block them out. Mom, little Ling suddenly stirred. Startled, Lu Lan quickly patted her back. Why'd you wake up? Go back to sleep. Mom, I heard Annie. Is Uncle Feng massaging her again? Lu Lan's heart pounded hard. And no. Then why's Annie making those sounds? Your aunt. Yeah. Uncle Feng is giving her a massage. Uncle Feng is amazing. He should massage you too. Don't talk nonsense. Now sleep. Lu Lan pressed her hand gently over little Ling's mouth. After a muffled protest or two, little Ling dozed off. Lu Lan, however, lay wide awake. At daybreak, I got up and sat on the edge of the bed. Li Xuemei was curled up, fast asleep by the corner. I didn't wake her. Instead, I slipped off the bed and exited the east side room. Lu Lan was by the stove, adding wood to the fire. She stood quickly when she saw me. Fengzi up already? You're up pretty early yourself, sis-in-law. I just boiled some hot water. I nodded, took a few sips of warm water. No food today, gotta ration what's left. I strapped on my gear and headed out. Lu Lan saw me to the yard entrance and didn't turn back until I was out of sight. Up in the mountains, I walked for 3 hours before stopping to catch my breath against a tree trunk. Ahead was a rocky slope, with dry grass shooting up from the cracks in the stones. I crouched down, inspecting the marks in the snow. There were small paw prints, trailing through the crevices of the rocks. They resembled pheasant tracks, but didn't quite match. After circling the area for a while, I finally spotted the owner. Near a large rock ahead, a grayish-brown bird was scratching around in the dry grass. It was a chakar partridge. These birds have lean, tender meat, even tastier than pheasants. But they're extremely alert, the slightest noise, and they dart into crevices or take flight. I held off on using my hunting bow and instead reached for my slingshot. I loaded a stone, aimed for its head, and let it fly. Thwack! The bird collapsed into the snow without so much as a sound. It gave a few final wing flutters before going still. I walked over, grabbed the chakar, and weighed it in my hand. At least a pound, with dense, lean meat, better than plumpers like pheasants, maybe even as good as dragon hens. This kind of bird isn't one you pluck on the spot. It needs to be scalded first. I stuffed it into my burlap sack, tied it up, and started my trek back down the mountain. On the way, I passed a grove of withered trees and paused. Broken branches, plenty of them, scattered by the wind, littered the ground. I gathered a hefty bundle of dry wood, tied it with rope, and dragged it home. In times like these, even firewood is something to cherish. Without it, the cold alone could kill a person. At 3 p.m., I made it back to the yard. Dropping the firewood to the ground, I heard the main house door creak open. Fengzi, you're back. Lu Lan called out, hurrying over. She bent down to pick up the wood, but I reached out to untie the rope at the same time. Our hands bumped midair. Her hand brushed against the back of mine. I could feel her heart rate spike. She didn't pull her hand back, pretending it was nothing, continuing to untangle the rope. I threw her a glance, but said nothing. Once the wood was dealt with, I stepped into the outer room. Lu Lan handed me a bowl of warm water. Drink this to warm up. I reached for the bowl. As she passed it to me, her fingers deliberately lingered, brushing against the back of my hand again. This time, she quickly retracted her hand, her cheeks flushed. She stared at the ground, avoiding my gaze. I gulped down the water in one go. The door to the west room creaked open as Xiaoling ran out and hugged my leg. Uncle Feng. The east room door opened too, revealing Li Xuemei standing in the doorway, steadying herself on the frame. I tipped the sack and let its contents spill onto the ground. A wild pheasant. Lu Lan asked, moving closer. It's a chakar. Harder to hunt than a pheasant, and tastier, I replied. Lu Lan and Li Xuemei both froze, staring at the bird. It was their first time seeing a chakar. There's stuff like this up there in the mountains? Lu Lan asked, intrigued. Only deep in. Not easy to find. Lu Lan looked at the bird, then at me, admiration filling her eyes. Li Xuemei stepped forward, offering to prepare the bird. I'll boil water and pluck it. Your legs aren't in the best shape right now. Don't overdo it. I'll take care of it, Lulan said, stepping in to stop her. Li Xuemei stiffened. Legs? Not in the best shape? That's just because someone. Her face turned scarlet as she shot me a glaring look. Leaning against the stove, I smirked, amused. Caught off guard by my grin, Li Xuemei's heart raced. Embarrassed, she retreated to the east room with a limp. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lulan ushered Xiaoling back to the west room. Instead of immediately dealing with the bird, she walked over to me and started unstrapping my hunting bow and slingshot. The outer room wasn't very spacious, so the distance between us quickly shrank. Standing there, Lulan barely reached my chest. After hanging the bow on the wall, she turned to me. I was undoing the buttons of my padded coat. Lulan stepped closer, brushing snow off my collar. Then she smoothed out the fabric creases on my chest, letting her hand linger. I grabbed her wrist. She flinched but didn't struggle or pull away, letting me hold her. The only sounds in the room were the crackling of the firewood. Lulan lowered her head, breathing heavily. Sis-in-law, your hands sure are warm, I teased in a low voice. Her blush deepened. I was just warming them by the stove, she stammered. I chuckled, the pad of my thumb tracing circles on her wrist. She felt her entire body go weak, leaning unconsciously closer toward me. The east room door creaked open. Li Xuemei stepped out, freezing in place when she saw my hand wrapped around Lulan's, her leaning against my chest. What are you two doing? Li Xuemei's voice stammered as she stood in the doorway. Startled, Lulan jolted back and crashed into the stove, her face as red as molten iron. I'll get the water boiling. Chakar needs to be scalded, she muttered, fumbling for the ladle. Her hands were shaking so badly, she nearly dropped it into the pot. Li Xuemei stepped up, eyeing the two of us suspiciously. Sis-in-law, what are you doing? And nothing, just brushing off some snow. Brushing snow? Is holding hands really part of that? What are you even thinking? I'm your sister-in-law, and he's your husband. What could I possibly do with him? Lulan's voice trembled. Sister-in-law, Chen Feng is nothing but a thug. He forced himself on me, and now he's coming after you. Don't fall for his tricks, said Li Xuemei angrily. Lulan was irritated. Stop calling him a thug already. If it wasn't for Feng Zihong, we'd still be freezing in that broken shack, and little Ling might have starved to death by now. Li Xuemei froze, shocked by how fiercely her sister-in-law was defending Chen Feng. He's a devil at heart. He even dared to drench Li Dehuai's heated brick bed. What wouldn't he do? Lulan fell silent. Sister-in-law, if it's just me suffering, so be it. But if you fall into his grasp too, I wouldn't have the face to face my brother after death. The mention of her late husband caused Lulan's heart to ache, but her thoughts wandered to Chen Feng's broad shoulders and the heat of his firm grip earlier. He's the one keeping us alive right now. Don't treat him like some kind of thief. If you provoke him, we won't even have scraps to live on. Sister-in-law you. Li Xuemei could barely believe her ears. Enough, I know what I'm doing. Go back to the eastern room. Don't keep him waiting. Lulan pulled away from her grip. The two women parted in bitterness. Li Xuemei pushed open the door to the eastern room. There I sat cross-legged on the Kong. Meeting over, she stood by the edge of the Kong. Chen Feng, let me warn you, stay away from my sister-in-law. I smirked. Since when does who I touch require your permission? You promised me. I only promised to keep you alive. I never said I'd live like a monk. You shameless scoundrel. Yeah, that's right. I'm shameless, I said as I grabbed her and pushed her onto the Kong. If you're so scared I'll go after your sister-in-law, then make sure I stay satisfied. Otherwise, I might accidentally wander into the western room one night. Li Xuemei shook with fear, knowing all too well that I'd do exactly what I said, caring little for morals or ethics. Don't. Please, I'll do it. Just don't go to the western room. Her voice trembled, laced with tears. Then what are you waiting for? Li Xuemei closed her eyes, swallowing her humiliation as she shakily unfastened the buttons on her padded jacket. I watched her give up her principles step by step in an attempt to protect her sister-in-law. The sense of domination, of having complete control, was intoxicating, more satisfying than any feast. In the western room, Lulan lay on the Kong, cradling a sleeping little Ling. The faint sounds from the eastern room drifted over intermittently. The noises pierced her ears, making her throat dry and her body heat up. Her mind spiraled with images of the scenes happening outside her door. That day after drenching Li Dehuai's Kong, everyone in the village started eyeing me differently. They used to fear me, but now they were petrified. The evening after Lulan returned from Li Dehuai's house, something about the way she looked at me changed. She was hanging laundry in the yard when I walked by. Startled, she almost knocked over the basin. Sister-in-law, your hands still warm? I teased her deliberately. Her face flushed red before she turned and hurried away. 3 days later, old Mrs. Zhou was gossiping with a few women at the east end of the village. Fengzi's slingshot skills are unbelievable. Birds in the sky drop in a single shot. I saw him hit several sand grouses myself. Really? Wasn't he just some good-for-nothing before? Good for nothing? Huh. That boy's been hiding his true capabilities all along. Mrs. Zhou lowered her voice. Li Jijun tried to cause trouble at his yard. Guess what happened? Fengzi didn't beat him up, he actually gave him a way out. A way out? Skeptical, another woman chimed in. Told him to dig roots in the hills out back. Word is, he actually found something. The group exchanged glances, unsure what to think. Meanwhile, Li Jijun trudged into his house, caked in mud, his frozen hands purple and cracked open in a dozen places. His mother, Wang Hohat, was stirring a pot of bark soup. Without turning around, she snapped. You lazy fool. Always running to the back hills, trying to starve the family now. Li Jijun said nothing but pulled out a cloth bag and slammed it onto the table. Thud. Mom, Dad, look what I got. Li Dahuai opened the bag, his hands trembling. Cornmeal. Wang Hohat rushed over, clutching the bag. Dear Lord. Over 3 pounds of cornmeal. Feng Ji pointed me to the spot. Li Jijun beamed, breathless. I dug for 2 days and went to town last night to trade. 3.5 pounds of cornmeal. The room fell into stunned silence. 3.5 pounds of cornmeal were enough to sustain an entire family for 10 days. Do you think Shen Feng would actually do something out of kindness? Wang Hohat seemed doubtful. He's taking 30%. 1 pound of this has to go to him, Li Jijun said wearily. Wang Hohat scowled. Why should you give him anything? You're the one who did all the digging. Shut up. Li Dahuai slammed the table. He stared at his son. He really said that? What choice do we have? I'd rather take this than go back to boiling tea leaves. Li Jijun exhaled in frustration. Li Dahuai took a deep, chilling breath. He understood now. This was me setting the rules. First, crush you into submission. Then, give you a way to survive. Follow the rules, you eat. Break them, and you won't even know how you died. Fine. Give it to him. Give him the whole 1.5 pounds. As Wang Hohat opened her mouth to protest, he yanked the bag from her grip. Have you lost it? Wang Hohat shrieked. You're clueless. Whoever can get us food is as good as a god now. Suck up to Shen Feng, and the family will live. He glared at his youngest son. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke Shen Feng, I will personally break their legs. Li Jijun brought the 1.5 pounds of cornmeal to my yard. Feng Ji, here's the 30% as agreed. I weighed the bag in my hand. Good. Keep digging. Remember the rules. Got it. He nodded with exaggerated respect before retreating quickly. Before the day was through, news traveled through the entire village. The way people looked at me changed yet again, from fear to respect, with a bit of envy mixed in. Everyone was eager to latch onto my coattails while too scared to step out of line. At Captain Zhao Fuliang's house, he puffed on his pipe while his wife, Wang Haiyan, stitched the sole of a shoe and grumbled under her breath. Even a fool like the Li family's boy can get cornmeal through Shen Feng. And you, the captain of this brigade, can't even put dry food on the table. Shen Feng's something else. I can't control him, Zhao Fuliang muttered as he tapped the ashes out of his pipe. Wang Haiyan leaned closer. If you can't control him, then partner with him. That old foreign rifle we have under the Kong, it's just collecting rust now. You might be a bad shot, but with his skills, imagine what he'd do with a gun. Sorry, I can't comply with that request. I gently tilted her chin. Li Shuamei gasped, her face flushed a deep crimson, trembling. What should I call you? Call me master of the house. She bit her lip hard, refusing to utter a word. With no matchmaker, no ceremony, and no title, she wasn't about to yield. A smirk crept across my face. Perfect. Her stubborn streak only made her more intriguing to me. Outside, the winter wind howled violently, slamming the farmhouse doors against their frames. In the west room, Lulan lay on the heated brick bed, calm, clutching little Ling in her arms. The disjointed noises from the other side of the walls became piercingly clearer in that quiet winter night. She yanked the blanket over her head, but it was no use. The sounds snuck through anyway, persistent as if they had legs of their own. Li Shuamei's timid master of the house echoed distinctly through the wooden walls. Li Shuamei had given in, accepted her fate. But what about her own fate? Lulan clutched at her chest, her body heating up fiercely as she swallowed uneasily. Holding the child tighter against her chest, she fought her body's betrayal. Her breathing grew heavier, cold sweat beating on her forehead in slow drips. Fengzi. The word slipped out quietly, subconsciously. Lulan startled herself, slapping one hand over her mouth the moment it escaped. This long, chilling night stretched endlessly. She had no idea how she endured it. By the next morning, I woke fully satisfied and refreshed. Li Xuemei was still asleep, her face soft, tinted pink, tears from the night before still clinging to her cheeks. Content. I grabbed the antique rifle from its spot and began inspecting it carefully. The old firearm might have been worn with age, but properly cleaned, it could still be a lethal weapon. I knocked on the west room door. "Sister-in-law, are you up?" "Ah." Lu Lan's startled response came from behind the wooden partition. "Yes, I'm up." The door creaked open gently. Lu Lan hurried out, wrapped in a heavy cotton coat, her hair a mess and dark shadows outlining her tired eyes. She kept her gaze low, avoiding my eyes. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" I asked nonchalantly. A deep blush rose from her cheeks to her neck. "No." Ling kept kicking the blanket off. I had to get up several times to cover her. She shuffled quickly to the stove, drawing water in distraction. "Sister-in-law, can you boil some hot water? I need to clean my gun barrel." "Of course," she murmured, crouching to start up the firewood. The flickering light illuminated her features, and I caught her stealing glances at me as I worked on the weapon. Her gaze seemed fixated on my sharp profile as I focused. Suddenly, the log in her hand slipped from her grasp, nearly tumbling into the flames. "What are you looking at?" I turned to catch her and shot her a teasing grin. I wasn't looking at anything," she muttered, quickly looking away. Eyes glinting, I crouched down next to her effortlessly. "Your face is all flushed. Are you running a fever?" I reached out to place a hand gently on her forehead. The moment my hand brushed against her skin, I felt her tension. "Ah." She practically whimpered, flustered beyond belief, her cheeks now ablaze. "No fever," I said with a chuckle. "So why the blush?" "Titty, the heat from the stove," she stuttered, her words garbled in embarrassment as she avoided my gaze. I gave a low, amused hum. Her behavior was definitely off. When the hot water was ready, I diligently dismantled the rifle barrel, first scalding it with the boiling water, then using kerosene to dissolve the built-up residue. I spent nearly half an hour scrubbing every part meticulously, applying animal grease to the metal before reassembling the weapon. Ing. The metallic sound of the bolt was clear and crisp, a satisfying melody. And so, at the break of dawn, I geared up for the hunt. With the antique rifle slung over my shoulder, a slingshot tucked in my waistband, and iron pellets in my pouch, I was ready. Lu Lan quietly prepared a simple broth meat dish to warm me before stepping outside the hut. "Fengzi," she called softly, trailing behind me just outside the gate. Her voice barely carried over the frosty morning air. "The snow in the mountains is thick. Be careful." I turned briefly at her faint warning, giving her a brief nod of acknowledgement before heading out. 2 hours deep into the mountains, I crouched low into a snowy hollow, my eyes narrowing over a fresh trail of hoof prints. The split, pointed indentations hinted at a deer, likely a roe. It hadn't passed long ago. I gathered a fistful of snow, scattering it lightly into the air to test the wind direction. Adjusting my stance to the downwind side, I began my quiet pursuit. Another 2 miles forward brought me to the edge of a sparse birch grove. There, a tawny brown roe deer nibbled gingerly at the bark, standing about 40 to 50 pounds. Flattening myself against a sturdy pine tree for cover, I unslung the rifle. Working quickly, I unscrewed the powder horn plug, measured just the right amount into the barrel, tamped it down with a ramrod, followed by iron pellets and a makeshift paper wad. I packed it tightly. Raising the rifle to my shoulder, I steadied myself. The crosshair zeroed in just above the deer's slender neck. The silence erupted with a resounding boom asterisk. White smoke burst from the rifle's muzzle as the recoil slammed hard against my shoulder. Its neck burst into a spray of crimson. The deer stumbled forward, its legs convulsing uncontrollably before collapsing face first into the snow. I bolted immediately. By the time I reached it, the creature's chest was still heaving faintly, bubbling in its own blood. Its struggle was nearing its end. Pivoting quickly, I dug a small pit in the snow. The larger artery exposed, I drew my iron knife and deftly struck its main vein. The blood spurted in strong bursts into the hollow below, mixing with fresh snow. Wasting no time, I leaned down and brought my lips to the wound. Scalding hot, metallic, and brimming with life, 2 raw gulps of the warm blood coursed through my chilled body, restoring energy to my frozen core. When the last drops were drained, I set to skinning. Years of practice had made the task second nature, and within the hour, I had the hide stripped, the entrails sorted, and every scrap preserved meticulously. The hide was now a makeshift sack, brimming with kidneys, innards, and headier parts. Dragging the carcass across the powdery terrain was miles easier than hauling it over a shoulder. But bringing the whole thing back to the village wasn't an option. Zhao Fuliang, the miser who lent me his gun expecting a share of any hunt. No way I'd let him get half off me hard-earned bounty. I took a circuitous route through the woods, tirelessly hauling my prize until I found a ridge hidden along the treeless valley base. Nature offered a hidden snow cave under a rocky outcrop, a perfect storage spot. Carefully positioning the carcass inside, I sealed the entrance with fresh snow, leaving semi-secret markers no one would notice. Severing a small portion of tenderloin, I pocketed it for show before doubling back. Zhao Fuliang would need appeasement, but only minimally. I wandered further and luck struck again. Movement flashed briefly in the nearby bramble. Only this time, I switched to my slingshot. Pulling taut, the sharp hiss followed instantly the moment the iron pellet loosed itself across the air. A faded gray shadow dropped mid-leap forward, crashing motionless by my feet among snow-laden safety. As I walked over to check, it turned out to be a wild pheasant, weighing about a pound or so. I stuffed the pheasant into a burlap sack. With D2 settled, this pheasant should be enough to deal with Zhao Fuliang. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Fuliang was loitering at the entrance of the village, pacing back and forth and stealing glances toward the back mountain, his nose dripping from the freezing cold. The moment he saw me coming, he rushed over to greet me. "Fengzi, how did it go?" He stared at my back, not spotting any big game, and his face immediately fell. I handed him my old hunting rifle. "Captain, don't even mention it." The heavy snow sealed off the mountains. All the big animals must have hidden deep in the valleys. I wandered around all day and didn't even catch a glimpse of a roe deer's hair. Zhao Fuliang took the gun, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Then you came back empty-handed?" "But I thought I heard gunshots." I handed the burlap sack forward. "Empty-handed? No way. I came across this thing on the way down the mountain." When Zhao peered into the sack, his eyes lit up like a fire. Inside lay a big pheasant, headless. He swallowed hard and broke into a grin. "Well now, this ain't bad at all. Getting some meat itself is already an accomplishment." I shook the sack slightly. "Captain, don't forget the deal. Borrowed the rifle for hunting. We split the spoils down the middle. Come on, let's head to my place and divvy it up." Delighted but feigning humility, Zhao Fuliang waved his hand. "Fengzi, I don't know about this. You've been out all day while your uncle here stayed cozy at home. You keep the bird for yourself." I dismissed his pretense. "Rules are rules. We split it evenly. Are you taking your share or not? If not, don't even think about borrowing a gun from me again." Zhao quickly changed his tone. Yes, I'll take it. "Fengzi, you're a straightforward guy." When we arrived at my yard, I knocked on the door. Lu Lan answered, visibly relieved to see me return intact and unharmed, her tensed shoulders relaxing. But the moment she noticed Zhao Fuliang, she promptly greeted him. "Oh, Captain's here. Come on in." Inside, I dumped the pheasant onto the kitchen's cooking counter. "Sis, boil some water and start cleaning this bird." Lu Lan obeyed and got the water boiling. Li Xuemei emerged from the east room, took one glance at me, and immediately blushed, recalling last night's slight slip of the tongue when she had called me husband. She quickly lowered her head and busied herself helping. Watching the two women bustling about, Zhao Fuliang secretly gave me a mental thumbs up. This rascal's really living it up now, he thought. Two women catering to him, obedient as can be. The water came to a boil, and Lu Lan threw the pheasant into a wooden basin, dousing it thoroughly. She and Xuemei quickly plucked its feathers clean. I pulled out a metal piece and gutted the bird, splitting it clean in half along with the innards. I handed one half to Zhao Fuliang. "Here you go, Captain." Receiving his share, Zhao's grin couldn't be any wider. "Fengzi, your uncle owes you one. Take the rifle out again tomorrow. If you run short on gunpowder or iron pellets, I'll figure something out." I nodded. "All right, tomorrow I'll venture deeper. Hopefully, I'll return with something bigger." Content. Zhao headed out, clutching his half of the bird. Now it was just the three of us left in the outer room. I glanced at the remaining half of the pheasant left on the counter. Lu Lan looked almost heartbroken. "Fengzi, you've trudged around the mountains all day just to catch this small thing, and then you even gave half away. That old fox didn't lift a finger, yet walked away with his share. Such a loss." Li Xuemei nodded along in agreement. Without saying a word, I walked over to the counter and pulled out a long strip of the tenderest venison hidden in my coat, slapping it onto the cutting board with a thud. There was also the pheasant's head. Lu Lan and Li Xuemei widened their eyes in shock, taking a sharp breath. What meat is this?" Lu Lan stammered. "Roe venison," I replied casually, washing my hands. "The meat's hidden at the base of the mountain. Half a pheasant can shut up that old fox. Right now, he's probably at home, grinning like a fool." Li Xuemei kept glancing between the meat and me, her expression filled with admiration. "Sis, chop it up and stew it with the pheasant. Let's have a good meal tonight." I said, shaking water off my hands. Lu Lan immediately grabbed a knife to cut the meat, and Xuemei went to stoke the fire. Uncle Feng, you're amazing. Little Ling looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. Feeling exuberant, I picked her up and lifted her over my head. Ah! Little Ling giggled. Higher. Higher. I tossed her another half a foot up and caught her again, making the little girl squeal and flail with joy. Lu Lan, holding a gourd ladle to add water, paused, watching me and little Ling with a look so gentle it practically overflowed. Xuemei noticed her older sister-in-law's gaze and felt a pang of jealousy. Sis used to stare at me like I was a bandit, but now her eyes practically stick to him, she thought bitterly. Sidling closer to Lu Lan, she whispered, Sister-in-law, what are you looking at? Startled, Lu Lan stammered, No, nothing. Don't lie to me. Xuemei lowered her voice further. Sis, don't get too close to him. He's lecherous. Who knows what bad intentions he's hiding? Feeling guilty, Lu Lan nodded hastily, though not convincingly. An hour later, the stew was ready, an entire big bowl placed on the heated brick bed table. I handed the tenderest piece to little Ling first. Eat. Grabbing it eagerly, she took a bite, inhaling sharply at the heat but immediately beaming. So tasty. I proceeded to give pieces to both Lu Lan and Li Xuemei. What are you two just staring at? Lu Lan picked up her bowl, staring at the meat with teary eyes. Taking a bite, her tears streamed freely. Why are you crying? I frowned. Fengzi, these are happy tears, she said, wiping them away with the back of her hand. Being able to eat this meat, I can die content. Watching me devour the meat, the fire simmering in her chest grew even hotter. The table was fairly high, and my feet rested underneath it. And then, Lu Lan's body subtly shuddered, her chopsticks nearly slipping from her grip. Her face flushed scarlet, her breathing uneven, but she didn't move her leg away. I smirked internally. This widow sure was interesting. Li Xuemei, completely engrossed in the food, remained oblivious to the table's undercurrents. After my stomach was full, I rubbed it lazily. Sis, boil some hot water. Lu Lan hurried to her feet. All right. Make plenty, I added casually. Need a thorough washing tonight. Xuemei tensed up, shrinking into a corner of the bed. From the outer room, Lu Lan's heartbeat quickened while she added more water. I looked at Xuemei's uneasy face. Xuemei, your leg's still not fully healed. You don't need to trouble yourself tonight. Before she could respond, I called out. Sis, once the water's hot, bring it in. You can help me wash tonight. The ladle in Lu Lan's hands fell into the water barrel with a splash. Xuemei panicked, gripped Lu Lan. Sister-in-law, don't listen to him. I'll go. But, he specifically said for me to go, Lu Lan replied, showing mild hesitation as she stood, feeling reluctant to be stopped. I don't care if he called your name. Li Xuemei firmly pushed Lu Lan toward the west room. Take Xiaoling and go to sleep. Left with no choice, Lu Lan led Xiaoling into the west room. Li Xuemei carried a basin of hot water into the east room. I glanced up to see that it wasn't Lu Lan who entered. It was Li Xuemei instead. She stomped over with the wooden bucket in her hands and placed it on the floor with a deliberate thud. Water splashed out from her action. This display of force. She was obviously angry. Chen Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Li Xuemei demanded in a low voice, her anger seeping through. Didn't you promise you wouldn't lay a hand on my sister-in-law? If you dare to touch her, I swear. And you'll what? I leaned in closer, peering at her directly. What exactly do you think you can do to me? Her words caught in her throat. She was at a loss. You're despicable. I couldn't help but chuckle, fixing my gaze on her. Li Xuemei's heart skipped a beat as she bit her lip before moving closer. She knelt to help remove my shoes and press my feet into the hot water. The water was just the right temperature, making me sigh comfortably. I leaned back against the wall. When did I ever say I wouldn't have an interest in your sister-in-law? I said. Her hands froze mid-wash. You're shameless. Shameless. I huffed. In times like these, I put food on the table for the three of you. No matter how shameless I may seem, you're still reliant on me. At least your sister-in-law understands what it takes to get by in tough times. But you? Who exactly do you think you're acting all high and mighty for? Her eyes began to redden, tears welling as she stared down to focus on rubbing my feet. I've given in to you so much already. Her voice wavered with a tearful undertone. What else do you want from me to leave my sister-in-law alone? Her vulnerable expression, on the verge of crying but holding back, struck a nerve deep inside me. My irritation flared. I risk my life every day hunting and come back to this attitude? If you won't cooperate, then tomorrow I'll have your sister-in-law move into the east room. No, please, she panicked. I'll do it. I'll serve you, okay? That depends on how well you perform. Night descended quietly. In the west room, Lulan lay flat on the heated brick bed, staring at the darkened ceiling. Through the walls came occasional muffled noises from the east room. "Husband." Li Xuemei's voice wafted through the air faintly, soft, submissive, and sweet like never before as it softly entered Lulan's ears. It made Lulan uneasy and at edge. "Husband," she accidentally whispered to herself before catching her reaction in shock, quickly clapping her hands over her mouth. "Mom." Xiaoling's sleepy voice broke through as she woke. Startled, Lulan shushed her hastily. "Go back to sleep now." Xiaoling snuggled against her pillow but mumbled back with curiosity. "Mama, why does Uncle Phone give Annie massages all the time?" Lulan's face flushed hotly. "It's nothing. Almost done. He'll stop soon." Xiaoling sulked slightly, drawing a pout. "But why doesn't Uncle Phone do it for you? You're always so tired from working." Lulan felt her heart skip, faltering briefly. Leaning into her daughter's ear, she whispered so faintly it was barely audible. "I wish he would too. But your auntie won't allow." "Huh? What did you say, Mama?" "Nothing. Just sleep quickly, all right." Flustered, she dismissed her curious child. Xiaoling closed her eyes innocently, unaware, mentally deciding she'd ask Uncle Phone tomorrow to help her mother too. The noises from the east room persisted for over an hour before finally quieting. Just then, from the yard beyond, came the crunch of snow under hurried steps. Knock, knock, knock. Rapid tapping came at the door. Jolted awake, Lulan shot up suddenly. Who could it be, coming so late? The east room's door creaked open, and I stepped out, gun in hand. "I'm heading out," I called sharply across to Lulan in the west room. Lulan hurriedly threw on a cotton-padded coat, rushing over to stop me in worry, but froze in her tracks when she took a closer look. Her face flushed immediately. My jacket hung loosely, its buttons entirely undone, exposing my chest. Without thinking, she reached out briskly, pulling the two halves of my coat together to cover me up. "It's freezing out. How can you not dress properly?" Her trembling fingers fumbled clumsily with the buttons, searching to fasten them, her hands brushing slightly along my skin. The warmth mixed with my lingering scent, wafting near her as our proximity closed. Without warning, my hand reached out to wrap firmly around her waist. Lulan froze where she stood, flinching slightly. Her hands slipped away uselessly amidst her fluster. I pulled her close, snug against me, teasing softly into her ear, "Sister-in-law, your body is so soft." Her mind blanked, pangs of anxiety running wild as her legs grew noodle-weak briefly under her. If it weren't for my steady hold, she might have collapsed where she stood. "Fengzi." Her voice trembled nervously, hands pushing feebly against my chest, lacking strength to pull away, yet clearly panicked. Another round of frantic knocking echoed suddenly through the yard. The sound sent waves of shock through Lulan, causing her to snap back, stepping back in abruptness after shoving away. She gasped heavily, collecting herself hastily. Reluctantly, I let go, brushing her side cheekily once before stepping toward the exit. Sharp and direct, I left one last dose of resolve in the air for her. "Wait for me till I return." Gripping only my tools, I moved fast toward outside's call. Still leaning against the stove, Lulan clutched her burning face with both trembling hands, heart drumming disobediently strong within. "The mountain's off limits. It's life-threatening to head up there right now. Starving wolves love this time of year to come out and hunt for food." After over an hour, I finally reached the rocky crevice where I'd hidden the meat. The snow around it was perfectly untouched, no signs of wildlife digging. Relieved, I leaned my gun against a tree, brushed the snow off, and pulled out the stick I'd used to mark the spot. I prodded inside and there it was, my roe deer. It had been frozen for most of the day, the outer layer hard, but the inside still not completely frozen. Grabbing it by the hind legs, I dragged the hefty thing out. It had to weigh at least 50 pounds. Slinging it over my shoulder, I tied it down tightly with hemp rope, freeing one hand for my gun. The scent of blood carried with the breeze, which could easily attract predators. I hurried down the mountain without wasting a moment. At the edge of the village, by the old elm tree, Zhou Heng was crouched up into a ball. His old cotton coat was stiff and crusty, barely putting up any fight against the brutal -30 to -40 degree temperatures. He was rubbing his hands together and stomping his feet to keep warm when he suddenly heard faint noises from the snow ahead. A large, dark figure approached, carrying something on its back. Zhou Heng immediately ran over. The village is quiet. Everyone's asleep like the dead. He reached out to help me with what I was carrying, but froze the moment he touched it. The outer layer was skin, hard and taut, with something firm and blood-scented inside. "No need," I said. "Go ahead and scout the path ahead." We moved under the cover of darkness, sticking close to the walls. In this world, If Xiao Fuliang found out I'd stashed away some private meat, there'd be hell to pay. Once back in the yard, I unloaded the roe deer by the firewood pile. Bring me a shovel, I ordered. Zhou Heng quickly fetched a battered one. I dug a half-meter deep snow pit, dragged the roe deer into it, and cut the rope binding it. What is that, Brother Feng? Zhou Heng couldn't suppress his curiosity anymore. I peeled back the hide to expose fresh, rosy meat, speckled with white tendons. It was an entire haul, brimming. Zhou Heng gasped sharply, his voice quivering. Brother Feng, you shot this roe deer? Yeah, bagged it during the day. Zhao Fuliang tried to swipe the profits by doing nothing. I gave him half a wild bird to shut him up. Zhou Heng audibly swallowed. 50 pounds of pure meat wasn't something you saw every day. I drew my knife, crouching down. With a quick motion, I sliced off a thick chunk of the roe's hind leg, then added half a lung and some meat scraps to the pile. It amounted to about 2 pounds of goods. Here, I handed it to Zhou Heng. He was dumbstruck. F for me. If you stick with me, you won't go hungry. Zhou Heng's eyes grew red as he took the meat in his trembling hands. Brother Feng, you treat me better than my late parents ever did. Enough with the sentimental nonsense. Hide it well. Zhou Heng obediently stuffed the meat inside his shabby cotton jacket. I fished out 2 frozen sparrows and added, take these to Grandma Zhou tomorrow. That old bat. She gossips about everyone. Why bother? Zhou Heng questioned. You don't get it. I smirked coldly. If it weren't for her running her mouth about my hunting skills, do you think Xiao Fuliang would have so willingly lent me his gun? Enlightened, Zhou Heng exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're sharp as ever. Go to bed. Zhou Heng left, clutching the meat as he disappeared into the night. Fengzi, is that you? Lu Lan's voice called out, having heard the commotion outside. It's me, I replied. She hurried over. What are you up to? Prepping the roe deer. Lu Lan leaned in to touch the deer skin, then the meat in the snow pit, running her hands over it, as if she were touching my chest. Suddenly, she turned and hugged me. You're the man of the house. Who's there? A voice called out from inside the house. The next morning at 10 o'clock, in the outer room, Lu Lan was chopping meat, while a large bowl of cornmeal dough stood ready beside her. Freshly made meat dumplings. This was something we wouldn't even dare to dream of during Lunar New Year. She was in high spirits, humming a little tune, her hips swaying as she moved. I woke up in the east room. The bed was heated so thoroughly it burned my back. Lu Lan, that widow, sure knew her way around a household. Lying next to me was Li Xiaomei. She was huddled against me, fast asleep with her head resting on my arm. We didn't have a blanket, so we'd spent the whole night pressed together for warmth. I needed to think of a way to get hold of a proper quilt. Slipping my arm free, Li Xiaomei stirred, furrowing her brow, but quickly flipped over and drifted back to sleep. I pushed open the door and stepped into the outer room. Lu Lan was focused on her task and didn't notice me come in. She was grinding the meat fine with the cleaver. I approached from behind, standing so close behind her that our bodies nearly touched. As she put down the cleaver, I asked, What are you making? Startled, she turned quickly, bumping into me because of how near I was. Dumplings, roe deer meat-filled ones. I looked down at the minced meat on the cutting board, then back at her. That tune you're humming, it's quite nice. Lu Lan's face flushed as she turned away, quickly picking up the cleaver again to continue chopping. Just nonsense humming. Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Where's Xiaomei? She hasn't gotten up yet. I replied casually. Oh, Fengzi, last night, you and Zhou Heng went out late. Didn't freeze, did you? Lu Lan asked, kneading the dough nervously to keep the conversation going. Leaning against the stove, I replied. And if I did, you'd warm me up. Her hand slipped, the knife pausing midair. She rolled her eyes at me. You're talking nonsense. Setting down the cleaver, she reached for the dough again, hands covered in corn flour. I chuckled under my breath, taking a step closer. What I mean is, would you warm me up, sis-in-law? Panic flashed across her face. She turned swiftly to speak, but accidentally brushed flour onto my chin. Oh no. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't move, just watched her intently. Flustered, Lu Lan stood on her toes, using her sleeve to wipe the flour off my face. We were so close now, her body heat radiating as she pressed against my chest. I could feel the softness of her frame against me. Lu Lan paused mid-motion when she realized our proximity, glancing up to meet my gaze. Her breath caught in her throat, and her hand froze. I grabbed her wrist. Her body trembled, but she didn't resist. I leaned in close to her ear, whispering, Sis-in-law, your body sure is warm. Lu Lan's legs buckled slightly, and she almost collapsed, leaning into me for support. She placed trembling hands against my chest, weakly urging, Fengzi, stop, it's broad daylight. I tightened my grip, pulling her closer. It's broad daylight, so what? I'm in my own house. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Lu Lan panted heavily, struggling weakly against me, but she didn't have the strength to break free. Just then, the door from the west room creaked open. Mom, a little girl's voice called out. Li Xiaoling rubbed her sleepy eyes as she emerged. Lu Lan was so startled she nearly jumped out of her skin, frantically pushing me away as she hastily adjusted her clothes. I took a step back as if nothing had happened. Uncle Feng, little Xiaoling greeted, running over to cling to Lu Lan's leg. Mom, I'm hungry, Linger said. Lu Lan didn't dare to turn her head. Almost done, just finishing up the dumplings. Linger glanced at Lu Lan, then at me. Mom, why is your face so red? The fire in the stove is a bit too strong. Hurry up and go back inside. Linger kept staring at me. Uncle Feng, why were you biting my mom's ear just now? A wave of silence swept through the room instantly. The dough fell from Lu Lan's hands. I walked over, ruffled Linger's hair, and said, there was some cornmeal on your mom's ear. Uncle Feng was just blowing it off for her. Linger nodded seriously. Oh, then Uncle Feng, when are you going to help Mom massage her sore muscles? She says she's so tired from all the chores. Lu Lan nearly face-planted into the bowl of flour. Linger, stop talking nonsense and go back to your room. She quickly shoved Linger into the west room. After shutting the door, she slumped against it, breathing hard. I chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, Linger might have a point. You've been working too hard lately. I'll give you a proper massage one day. Lu Lan gritted her teeth and returned to chopping pork without saying a word, but the redness creeping down her neck betrayed her thoughts completely. I didn't tease her anymore and went to wash up before heading to the courtyard. Grabbing the axe, I began chopping firewood. When I got too warm, I shrugged off my coat, leaving just my undershirt. Feet planted firmly on the ground, I raised the axe high and split the wood with force. Asterisk crack. The log split clean in two. After half an hour, the aroma of venison wafted through from the kitchen. Just then, footsteps approached from outside the yard. It was by Qingxiu, Zhao Fulian's eldest daughter-in-law. Her husband had passed away, and she now lived as a widow. Her patched-up cotton jacket couldn't quite conceal her full and curvaceous figure. As she walked, her hips swayed with a subtle charm only a mature woman could have. But her face was pale, her cheeks sunken, clearly from hunger. Standing just outside my gate, she froze in place, the smell of meat drawing directly to her nose. Her stomach growled audibly. Gulping, she clutched her abdomen, her eyes fixed longingly on the smoke rising from the kitchen chimney. I looked her over. This woman had a reputation across the village as one who upheld virtue, barely even meeting men's eyes. Now, she couldn't take a single step further, entranced by the promise of a pot of dumplings. Catching herself, Bai Qingxiu turned toward the yard and met my gaze through the gate. There I stood, wearing just my undershirt, axe in hand, watching her with a faint, sarcastic smile. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she quickly turned away, walking off in a flustered hurry, so hastily, in fact, that she nearly slipped on the snowy ground. Not daring to look back, she stumbled on into the distance. I watched her retreating figure and rubbed my chin. That figure, those looks, she was something else. Word has it she was still pure before going into mourning. If you know, as they say. I pulled my gaze back and resumed chopping. Another swing, crack, the axe sliced into the wood, sending splinters flying. Inside the east room, Li Xiaomei was already awake. She pressed herself against the window, peeking through a gap. Every chop of the axe made the muscles on my back flex and ripple. My sweat caught the sunlight, giving off an untamed, primal energy. Li Xiaomei swallowed hard, unable to look away. Setting down the axe, I suddenly turned toward her window. Through the thin paper screen, our gazes met. I deliberately flashed her a wicked grin. Startled, Li Xiaomei quickly pulled back and fell onto the Kong bed, her heart pounding furiously. She must have realized I'd caught her staring. Covering her red face with her hands, she was too embarrassed to function. Hastily, she got up to fetch hot water in the outer room to wash her face. I heard the splashing water and strode into the east room, bolting the door behind me. Washing up, huh? I walked over, bare-chested. Li Xiaomei froze, towel in hand. Why yeah, she stammered softly. Worked up a sweat earlier. Help wipe me down. I took off my shirt. Flustered, she clumsily started patting at my neck and shoulders, her hands trembling. Well, did you like what you saw earlier? I asked suddenly. Her face turned crimson, the color spreading to her neck. I don't know what you're talking about, she mumbled. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her into my arms. She stumbled, landing squarely against my chest. Sister-in-law's right outside, she whispered in panic. Now you're scared, huh? I leaned in close to her ear. Just as things were heating up, Lu Lan called from outside. Fengzi, Xiaomei, Dumplings are ready. Li Shuame pushed me away. Later tonight, okay? Let's go eat. She's calling us. After dinner, as we were cleaning up the dishes, we suddenly heard footsteps in the yard. Lulan peeked out the window. Fengzi, it's Zhao Yua. I spotted Zhao Yua heading toward the woodpile where the venison was hidden. Damn, if he finds that meat, we're done for. Lulan gasped. I quickly put on my coat and stepped outside. Ah, Zhao, my friend. Startled, Zhao Yua straightened up and plastered on a smile. Oh, Fengzi, I was just passing by. Cold out here. If you're freezing, just stay home. Why'd you come to my place? I retorted swiftly. Oh, just thought I'd drop by. Not going to invite me in for a bit of warmth. Once inside, Zhao Yua produced a small bundle of cash and ration tickets. Fengzi, I need you to run an errand to the town for me. My heart leaped. I'd been wondering what to do with the venison. This was my chance. The town had a black market that could fetch us a solid price. But I put on an act of reluctance. In the snow? If I run into wolves, it'll cost me my life. Come on, you're the boldest guy in the village, and it's not like there are actually wolves. He was growing desperate. No sled, no wagon. What do you think I am, cattle? Take the communal cart if you must. He argued. I'll do it, but what's in it for me? I asked. Half a pound of cornmeal. I laughed coldly. What am I, a beggar? Risking my life for half a pound of cornmeal. Then how much do you want? But tickets were needed. Without a ticket, you'd have to turn to the black market and get ripped off. I said nothing, just stared at Zhao Yua. All right. I'll let you use the hunting rifle more often in the future. Zhao finally softened his stance. Fine, I replied reluctantly. For the rifle's sake, I'll do it. Zhao quickly pushed some money and ration tickets into my hands and pulled out a list. Take this to the supply and marketing cooperative. They'll know what to do. I glanced over the list, and boy, was it a long one. No wonder he was afraid someone might double-cross him. First, give me the cornmeal, I demanded. Take care of this first, and I'll give it to you when you get back. Not a chance. I need it now. The family's barely scraping by as it is. All right, I'll hitch up the cart now. Zhao relented and rushed out. No sooner had he stepped out than Lu Lan and Li Shuame emerged nervously from the west room. What did that bastard want? Lu Lan asked, anxiety clear in her voice. He needs me to head into town tonight, I said, stuffing the money and tickets into my pocket. In this snowstorm? Are you out of your damn mind? Both women looked alarmed. Zhao Yua's providing the horse and cart. I just drive, and he covers my fare, I explained. What if you run into a wolf pack? Lu Lan's hand slapped against her thigh in frustration. He's up to no good, using you to do his dirty work. Li Shuame added, trying to dissuade me. All right, that's enough. I know what I'm doing, I interrupted decisively. You two keep watch in the courtyard. If someone comes, cough to alert me. Watch for what? Meat. I'm digging out meat, I replied, motioning outside. Lu Lan caught on immediately. You're taking it to the supply and marketing co-op. The co-op? They'd give me peanuts for it. I'm taking it to the black market, I said firmly. The room fell silent. The black market? Are you insane? That's speculative trading. You'd risk a bullet for that. Lu Lan's hands trembled. Chinfeng, you can't. Didn't you hear about that guy who got caught by the red armbands a while back? They broke his legs. Li Shuame tried to block my path. And what happens to us if something happens to you? She pressed through gritted teeth, her concern evident. I raised an eyebrow, smirking. Now you care about me? Who cares about you? I just don't want you dragging us down with you, she shouted, embarrassed, a flush rising on her face. Grabbing a cleaver, I headed toward the courtyard. Stop wasting time and get out there to keep watch. I unearthed 20 pounds of frozen venison. This haul had to be swapped entirely for supplies. No half-hearted trips to the black market. It was a one-and-done deal. Half an hour later, I handed a bulging sack to Li Shuame. Go get Zhou Hong. Without a word, she scurried off. Meanwhile, Lu Lan was flattening cornbread in the kitchen. Are you really going through with this? Yes. It'll bring back more than enough, I answered. Her eyes reddened. She knew I was risking my life for the family. Zhou Hong showed up, and I handed him the sack. Take the side path and wait for me at the turn just past the village entrance. Got it. He grabbed the sack without hesitation, slinging it over his shoulder. Make sure no one sees you, I added. He nodded, then scaled the wall and disappeared. I stood in place, watching until he vanished further into the snow. Sure, one more mouth to feed was a burden, but in this blizzard, if the cart got stuck in a snowdrift, I wouldn't stand a chance alone. Better to have Zhou Hong as backup. By 1 p.m., Zhao Yuhua arrived at the gate with the village's old horse, calling out, Fengzi. I stepped outside wearing a thick cotton coat with a machete tucked in my belt, my trusty old musket slung across my back. Zhao Yuhua eyed me strangely, noticing how fully loaded I was. He handed me a pouch. 1 pound of cornmeal. All right, I said, taking it. Just then, Lulan and Li Shuamei emerged. Lu had a small cloth bundle, and Li carried a kettle. Lu pressed the bundle into my hands. Fresh cornbread. It's still warm. Li handed me the kettle, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hot water. Standing off to the side, Zhao watched this unfold. He clearly wasn't thrilled. Passing the cornmeal to Lulan, I instructed, latch the door and wait for me. Be careful out there, she said, cradling the provisions. Little Ling ran out behind them. Uncle Feng, come back soon. I swung onto the cart and cracked the reins, urging the old horse forward. At the village turn, I pulled the reins to a halt. Zhou Hing popped up out of the snow, shivering violently. Feng Ji, finally. I handed him the kettle and the cornbread. Eat something, warm yourself up. After wolfing down the food, Zhou tossed the sack of meat onto the cart and climbed aboard, still shaking from the cold. 2 hours later, night had fallen. We're almost at the black market, Zhou Heng muttered. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared. What's your business here? Zhou quickly offered a couple of coins. We're here to sell. No carts inside, the person instructed. We parked the cart and carried the sack into the market. The market consisted of a few abandoned cave dwellings, dimly lit and full of people squatting on both sides. An old man held up a jade bracelet. We'll trade for half a pound of cornmeal, he pleaded, but no one paid him any mind. In these times, a jade bracelet wasn't going to fill anyone's stomach. Zhou led me to a stall with a sign that read, "We take anything." I opened the sack to show the vendor. Their eyes lit up. Follow me, they said. The vendor led us out of the black market. I wasn't thrilled about it. Seemed like I just wasted those 2 coins on entry. Feng Ji, I didn't know they'd moved somewhere else, Zhou said apologetically. Forget it, I replied. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a secluded courtyard. The vendor knocked, and we followed them inside. Once in the main house, I noted how warm it was in there, thanks to a heated brick bed. Sitting at the table was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a dark red sweater. She had a curvaceous figure and soft, delicate features. A faint scent of cold cream wafted through the air. Zhou stared, entranced, until I smacked him on the back of the head. He quickly snapped out of it, bowing his head. What goodies did you bring me? She asked softly, her eyes scanning me up and down. I didn't waste words. Nudging Zhou, I motioned for him to open the sack. He untied the rope and emptied the contents. 20 pounds of frozen venison, a pristine hide, and 2 rabbit skins. The proprietress, Ms. Tong, crouched down, inspecting the hides and examining the meat's cut marks. Nice handiwork, clean cuts, she remarked, dusting off her hands. But it's all lean meat, no fat. Folks are desperate for oil nowadays. Fatty meat is worth more. Quote directly, I said. Shopkeeper Tong walked to the Kong table, took a sip of water, and said, venison, for yuan per jean. Fatty pork, like from the supply cooperative, goes for 5.5 yuan on the black market. Zhou Hing sucked in a cold breath. 5.5 yuan. Oh my goodness. Currently, the supply cooperative sold pork for just 0.76 yuan per jean, but it required ration tickets. Shopkeeper Tong glanced at Zhou Hong. Young man, what time do you think it is? Heavy snows blocked the mountains. You can't even buy meat with money alone. That 5.5 yuan was yesterday's price, and it might be higher today. I understood the situation. During harsh famine times, prices fluctuated like this. Fine, for yuan it is. What about the hides? Roe deer hide is 12 yuan. Rabbit hide is 3 mao each. Altogether, 98 yuan. Shopkeeper Tong fiddled with her abacus. My prices are fair. Go ask around the town. No one will pay higher than I do. I nodded. Her prices were indeed reasonable. I don't want money. I want grain or ration tickets. Shopkeeper Tong looked up and assessed me carefully. You've got quite an appetite, brother. Grain is even more valuable than life right now. I have stock, but I can't give you all of it. How much can you spare? At most, 10 jean of millet. On the black market, it's 2.7 yuan per jean. I'll count that as 25 yuan. The rest can be settled in tickets. Local grain tickets are 2.4 yuan each, though I have others too. Figure out what you want. I calculated quickly in my mind. 3 mouths to feed at home, including myself, and we consumed a lot daily. Coarse grain alone wouldn't cut it. I'd still need tickets to buy other necessities. I'll take the 10 jean of millet. For the remaining 71 yuan, give me 20 jean of grain tickets worth 48 yuan, 3 liang of salt tickets, 3 liang of kerosene tickets, half a jean of oil tickets, and return the remainder in change. Zhou Heng gulped audibly. 10 jean of cornmeal and 20 jean worth of grain tickets. This deal would make us practically the wealthiest people in Washington. Shopkeeper Tong took out a stack of tickets and money, counted them on the spot, and pushed 2 boxes of matches toward me. Check everything, she said. I reached out to retrieve them. Just as my fingers touched the tickets and cash, her fingertips brushed against my palm in a light, playful stroke. It was a subtle action, clearly suggestive. First time in town, little brother? She asked, leaning forward slightly. Next time you've got good stuff, come straight to me. I won't cheat you. Zhou Heng's face turned beet red, and he quickly focused on the corner wall. I flipped my hand and locked her wrist firmly. Do business properly. Don't mess around, I said sternly. She tried to withdraw her hand, but couldn't, so she shot me a playful smile instead. Oh my, a wild one. All right, sis will remember you. I released her wrist, tucked the tickets into my inner pocket, and said, let's go. Zhou Heng hoisted up the sack of millet and followed me. Wait, shopkeeper Tong called after us. Where do you plan to go in the middle of the night? There's strict inspection in town, and your horse won't last in the cold. My backyard has vacant rooms and a stable. Totally safe. 50 mao for one night. Zhou Heng jumped up. 50 mao? That's daylight robbery. A coach-in only charges 15 mao. Think you can risk staying somewhere like a coach-in? Mixed bag of good and bad. Here, you'll be safe. Is 50 mao so steep for peace of mind? I directly handed over 50 mao. Show us the way. Taking the chance, shopkeeper Tong brushed her hand against mine again and shouted for someone to lead us to the rear yard. Supply cooperative opens at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Get in line early. If you're late, you won't get anything even with tickets. The backyard turned out to be quite spacious, with dry straw in the stable. Zhou Heng settled the horse while we entered an empty room. Inside was a Kong bed. Though it wasn't heated, it kept the wind out. Brother Foam, that woman's real slick, Zhou Heng muttered, rubbing his hands together. If money can solve a problem, it's not a problem. Get the Kong heated. Zhou Heng went to light the Kong and melted snow for water. The two of us sipped hot water while eating warm cornbread. Eat up and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we visit the supply cooperative first thing. At the crack of dawn, I kicked Zhou Heng awake. Get up. Time to work. Zhou Heng groggily rubbed his face. Cold as hell, damn it. We headed to the stable to harness the horse and set up the cart. When we reach the supply cooperative, you stay with the cart. Got it, brother Foam, Zhou Heng replied. As we were about to leave, the main door creaked open. Shopkeeper Tong emerged, draped in a coat, her hair loosely tied with a few strands framing her face. Up so early? Yes, better get there early, I said. The people running the town supply cooperative are a snobby bunch. You're not locals. If they spot that, you might get some attitude. Thanks for the heads up. Shopkeeper Tong stared at me for a few seconds, lowering her voice. Brother, if you come back later. She left the thought unfinished, throwing me a flirtatious look. Zhou Heng once again turned his head the other way as fast as he could. I redirected my focus. Was she genuinely desperate, or just putting on an act? Giddy up. I snapped the reins, and the cart rumbled over the snowy courtyard before exiting. Shopkeeper Tong stood at the doorway, watching us go from afar, a sly smile on her lips as she turned back inside. The cart hit the road while the sky was still dim and gray. Most of the rammed earth houses along the way had their doors shut, though occasional smoke escaped from chimneys. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhou Heng blurted, Brother Foam, do you think that shopkeeper has a thing for you? I ignored him. For real, the way she looks at you is something else. She even hinted we should go back after shopping. Want to give it a shot? I shot him a side-eye. Lust always comes with danger. Don't plant your seed in the wrong field. Huh, not gonna lie, I'm still a pure virgin boy. Zhou Heng laughed nervously. I chuckled. Stick with me, and there'll be fields for you to plow someday. Thanks, Brother Foam. After a long stretch, we finally arrived at the supply cooperative, although the doors were still closed. A queue had already begun to form outside. I hopped off the cart. If I don't walk back to you later, don't move. Just wait here. Got it, Brother Foam. Zhou Heng nodded. After standing in line for over half an hour, the elderly man in front of me shivered visibly in the freezing air. This weather is deadly. If they don't open soon, we're all gonna freeze stiff. Right at 8 o'clock, the cooperative opened. People surged forward. Quit shoving. You're stepping on my feet. I remained motionless, unbothered by the jostling. Stay in line, all of you. Anyone causing trouble won't be served, barked a man holding a megaphone. The crowd straightened out. Soon, it was my turn. I pulled out a list along with money and tickets. Comrade, please follow this list to prepare my order. The clerk turned around to gather my items while I began packing them into a cloth bag. Comrade, I also need to buy a few more things. I pulled out the receipts I got from Ms. Tong, listing 20 pounds of cornmeal, salt, kerosene. The store clerk froze. You want 20 pounds of coarse grains. The supply and marketing co-op went dead silent. 20 pounds? Who is this guy? Where'd he get so many ration tickets? The store clerk pushed the tickets back to me. No way. 5 pounds maximum. If one person buys 20 pounds, what about everyone else? I hadn't seen this coming. Comrade, I'm buying on behalf of the people of Washington. The heavy snow has blocked the mountain roads. I don't care who you're buying for. Rules are rules. 5 pounds, max. The people in line behind started chiming in. Yeah, if you take it all, what are we supposed to eat? I sighed. Fine, I'll take 3 tails of snowflake cream then. You don't have a ration ticket for snowflake cream. Without one, you can only get 2 tails, the clerk remarked. All right, package them separately then. The clerk weighed out 5 pounds of cornmeal and gathered the rest of the items for me. I carried the 2 large bags toward the door, and suddenly, it hit me. Ms. Tong had planned this all along. That sly fox knew the co-op wouldn't sell me 20 pounds of grains. She intentionally gave me those tickets, knowing I'd run into trouble and have no choice but to go back to her. By then, I'd be entirely at her mercy. That woman plays her cards too well. Think you're going to trap me? Not a chance. As I walked out of the store, something in the corner of my eye caught my attention. Across the street, 3 men were squatting by the wall. When I stepped out, their eyes immediately locked onto my burlap bags. That greedy look, I know it all too well. I didn't head straight toward Zhou Heng. Seeing my hesitation, Zhou Heng grew uneasy. He noticed 4 or 5 men trailing behind me, but remembered my instructions. Stay with the cart. In a secluded corner. Stop right there, a man shouted. I turned around. 4 men and a woman, all armed with sticks. Hand over the goods and the money, or you're going to regret it. The man sneered as he stepped closer. They were less than 3 feet away now. Without saying a word, I gently placed the 2 bags off to the side.